everyone, and welcome to this exciting full stack development video by Simplilearn. Are you ready to dive into one of the most in-demand careers in tech? Full stack development is where you can learn both the front end and back end of web development, giving you the power to build complete web applications from scratch. As more businesses go digital, full stack developers are in high demand and they enjoy some of the best salaries in the industry. So whether you are building the user interface that people interact with or working behind the scenes with databases and servers, full stack developers have the skills to shape every part of a web project. And in 2025, the demand for skilled developers is growing fast, and this course will help you become one of the go-to professionals in this booming field. Stay tuned as we cover everything you need to know to kickstart your journey as a full stack developer. If you want to advance your career as a modern stack developer with a full stack course, MongoDB, Stress.js, and Node.js with HTML cases, your interactive application. In collaboration with i6 and Bootcamp offers projects, advanced coding, and job services. So, in the description box below.
So let's get started. Introduction to full stack development. As full stack development involves working on both the front end and back end web application. As a developer, you will handle everything from user interfaces to server management, being versatile in the tech industry. And in back-end development, focuses on the part application just interact directly. This includes the design of elements of app, languages like CSS and JS, and being used on the back-end development in the server application, manages and application architecture. And you will work languages such as Node, Python, and storage like MySQL, MongoDB. And full stack combine both these skill sets to build completions from start to finish. And versatility is valuable as you can manage client side or side of app and work together smoothly. Now with the road, the first one, the full stack developer basic. So to start as of you need to list this is technologies, the combination of so the combination is HTML. And this is the standard pages, just the web page you can learn with the basic and how the page. And HTML can page with things, paragraphs, and images. Move to the next is so this language describes the document HTML. It was layer font full style page. And you can how HTML says vectors and you can still edge by adding nodes and nodes. Then comes the JavaScript program, which you technically data and you can animate images and much more. And you understand basic JavaScript such as functions, loops, and events. And you can try to do pages such as formatting for a simple image. And with solid function, these basics of the element like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, you can now move master libraries that will enable to build more animate and responsive features. So now you know the basics of web development. It's time to dive deeper in front-end frameworks. And these tools help to build more complex, interactive, and efficient applications. So the number one is React. So it's a JavaScript library for building user interfaces, particularly single-page applications. You need a fast and interactive user experience. And then Angular, that is platform and framework for building single-page client applications using HTML and TypeScript. And then we have Vue.js. That's a progressive JavaScript framework used for building user interfaces and single-page applications. If you talk about how you can learn them, you can learn React by understanding the core concepts of React such as components, JSX, state, and props. And you can build a simple application like a to-do list or a weather app to get hands-on experience. And if we talk about Angular, you can explore Angular's core features such as modules, components, services, and dependency injection. And you can create a simple project like a task manager or a data dashboard to practice these concepts. Now talking about Vue.js, you can get familiar with Vue.js reactivity system, directives and components, and you can develop a small application like a note-taking app to apply what you have learned. And you could have another examples and use cases, that is for React, you can build a dynamic user interface that updates in real time. And similarly, you can go with Angular and Vue.js. Now with a strong grasp of front-end frameworks libraries, you have now equipped to create engaging and dynamic user interfaces. Next, we will explore the backend development to understand how to manage server-side operations and databases. So understanding backend development. So after mastering the front end, it's essential to understand backend development. And this involves handling server-side operations, databases, and application logic, which are crucial to building fully functional web applications. And we can cover number one is server-side languages. So you can learn languages such as Node.js, Python, or Ruby. So these languages allow you to write the logic that runs on the server. And after that, we can learn the frameworks, and you can explore frameworks that simplify backend development like Express.js or Node.js, Django for Python, and Ruby on Rails for Ruby. And then comes the databases. So you can understand both SQL, that is MySQL or PostgreSQL, and NoSQL, that is MongoDB databases, which are used to store and manage data. Now we talk about learning server-side languages. Here comes the Node.js, that's a JavaScript runtime built in Chrome. So you can enable JavaScript to be used for server-side scripting. And you can start by building simple server-side scripts. For example, create a server that responds with hello world when accessed. And if we talk about Python, you could have a versatile language known for its readability and efficiency. You can explore basic scripting and automation tasks. And talking about SQL databases, you can learn to interact with relational databases using SQL and create and manage tables and write queries to fetch data. So with a solid understanding of backend development, you are now equipped to handle server-side logic, manage databases, and build complete web applications. Next, we will look into the how to manage databases more efficiently and integrate them with your applications. So now we will learn database management. So to become a proficient full stack developer, understanding database management is essential, and databases are critical for storing and retrieving the data that your application uses. You can start with SQL databases like MySQL and PostgreSQL, which use structured query language to manage data in a structured format like table, rows, and columns, and learn how to create and manage databases and write queries to insert, update, delete, and retrieve data. Designing relational databases for various applications is crucial for managing structured data efficiently. For instance, you can design a database for an online bookstore with tables for books, authors, and orders. This will help you understand how to structure data and perform operations like joins and aggregations to retrieve complex data sets. Now coming to NoSQL databases. So on the other hand, we can explore NoSQL databases like MongoDB, which store data in a flexible JSON-like format, making them suitable for unstructured data. You can gain skills in creating and managing collections and documents, and perform CRUD operations to handle data efficiently. For example, building a database for a blogging platform where each blog post is a document in a collection will give you hands-on experience in managing unstructured data. This is particularly useful for applications requiring flexible schemas and high scalability. And you can integrate databases with applications. That is a third option. So integrating databases with your application is also crucial. You can learn how to connect your backend server to the database using ORM, that is Object Relational Mapping tools like SQLize for Node.js, SQL Alchemy for Python, or Active Record for Ruby on Rails. So these tools help simplify database interactions and allow you to work with database records as if they were objects in your programming language. For example, creating a RESTful API that interacts with your database to manage your user data for a web application will give you practical experience in building full-fledged applications that can handle dynamic content and user interactions. Now that you have a good understanding of database management system with learning all three formats, that is SQL, NoSQL, and integrating database with applications, the next step is to get comfortable with version control, which is essential for managing and tracking changes in your code. So version control is essential for managing and tracking changes in your code. You can start by learning Git, that is a widely used version control system that helps you keep track of different versions of your code and collaborate with others. You can use platforms like GitHub, GitLab, or Bitbucket to host your repositories and manage your code online. You can practice creating repositories, making commits, branching, and merging changes. Understanding these concepts will allow you to work effectively in teams, contribute to open source projects, and ensure your code is organized and error free. For instance, create a GitHub repository for your projects to track changes and collaborate with others seamlessly. And with a strong understanding of version control, you are now ready to explore DevOps practices and deployment, which are crucial for delivering your applications efficiently. So, after version control, you should learn this, that is, understanding DevOps. So, DevOps practices and deployment are crucial for delivering applications efficiently. DevOps combines software development, that is, dev, and IT operations to shorten the development lifecycle and provide continuous delivery. You can learn about continuous integration and continuous deployment (CI/CD) pipelines, which automate testing and deployment processes. You can familiarize yourself with cloud platforms like AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud, which offer services to host and manage your applications. And practicing deployment on your projects on these platforms will help you understand how to manage servers, databases, and networking, ensuring your applications are always available and scalable. And with knowledge of DevOps and deployment practices, you are well equipped to deliver robust applications. Next, let's focus on building projects and creating a portfolio to showcase your skills. So, building real world projects and creating a portfolio are essential to showcase your skills and attract potential employers. So, start by developing projects that incorporate both front end and back end technologies. Examples include an e commerce site, a blog platform, or a social media app. Document your projects well, highlighting the technologies used and the challenges you overcame. Create a personal portfolio project or website to display your projects, share your resume, and provide a way for others to contact you. This portfolio will serve you as a testament to your capabilities and make you stand out in job applications. Now that you have a solid portfolio, you are ready to start applying for jobs and advancing your career as a full stack developer. So keep learning and building to stay ahead in the dynamic field. And now coming to last point, that is stay updated and keep learning. So the tech industry is constantly evolving. So it's crucial to stay updated with the latest trends, tools, and best practices. Join developer communities and follow tech blogs and participate in online forums like Stack Overflow and Reddit. And you can attend webinars, conferences, and workshops to network with other professionals and learn about emerging technologies. And you can continuously take online courses to keep your skills sharp and learn new programming languages or frameworks. So, by staying updated and continuously learning, you ensure that your skills remain relevant and you can adapt to the ever changing landscape of full stack development. So, with that, guys, we have come to the end of this session. You can utilize free resources like YouTube tutorials, community forums, and documentation to guide your learning. And you can also join courses, as I mentioned in the starting, that you can have a Stack development certification.
So here are the topics that we're going to be discussing. So first we'll see what full stack development is, who is a full stack developer, then we'll move on to the responsibilities, and then we'll dive into the detailed roadmap, and then I'll also let you know about the salaries of full stack developers, and finally how you can get certifications. Alright, now, what exactly is full stack development? Now consider a web application. Let's say Instagram. So every time you refresh the page, new images are loaded. So this is what the user experiences, right? New images are loaded onto his feed. But what exactly happens behind the scenes is that the backend fetches new images from the Instagram servers, and these images are then loaded onto your Instagram feed, right? The app is so easy to use and leaves the users extremely satisfied. In case of any application, there's always the front end, the back end, and the database. So the process of building all of these aspects for an application is called full stack development. So I hope you understood what exactly full stack development is. So moving on, let's see who a full stack developer is. Now basically a full stack developer works with both front end and the back end of an application. He has to be familiar with languages like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and also one or more backend frameworks like Node.js and Python. Now, these developers have got all the web development skills to build websites and applications from start to finish. Now that we've understood what exactly a full stack developer does, let's look at some of his responsibilities. Now, the first responsibility is developing the front end. So, as discussed, they must be able to develop the user interface for the users with the help of HTML and CSS. Next up is design the backend. Now, this is also the most crucial part of app development. They should be able to design robust backend architecture to ensure the smooth functioning of fetching and updation. Next up is to design database and servers. Now, databases and servers must be resilient to any outages and must maintain consistency. Next up is cross-platform compatibility. Now, depending on the platforms, there could be some discrepancy and alteration in the functioning of an application, right? It's crucial to make sure that the applications behave accordingly on all these platforms. Next up is developing APIs. Depending on the planned architecture, the developer must be able to develop APIs. The application must also be responsive and interactive and keep the user completely engaged. And lastly, it should meet all the technical and consumer requirements. So these were the few responsibilities of a full stack developer. Moving on, let me explain to you a simple roadmap of how to go about to become a full stack developer. So this roadmap basically shows you the prerequisites and skills one should have to become a successful full stack developer. Alright, so let's go ahead and begin with tools and software. Now the first and the most rudimentary requirement is a text editor. Now the most widely used editor is VS Code. It is free, open source and can be used to code in different platforms like Windows, macOS and Linux. Next up is a web browser. So you can either use Firefox or Chrome, but Chrome is highly preferred. Now also you could need a few editor extensions and VS Code has a few of them. Some of them could be Live SAS Compiler and Live Server. Moving on, you need to have a good hold on HTML and CSS. So HTML is a markup language that is used to define the content that appear on your web page, right? The developer can incorporate images, text and videos depending on the requirements. And moving on to CSS, it is basically a style sheet which is used to decorate your entire application. It is used to define the appearance of the content, say in terms of shape, color, size, spacing, etc. Next up is JavaScript. Now this is the most widely used front-end language and enhances the interaction with the web page. Now you might want to brush up your knowledge on simple concepts like arrays, functions, objects and loops. You can also learn ES6 features like callbacks, promises, async await, DOM manipulation and event, fetch API and JSON. All of these are required when you're making use of different JavaScript frameworks and libraries. So I'd recommend you brush up your knowledge on all of these topics. React, Angular, Vue and jQuery are some of the JavaScript libraries and frameworks that one can use. Now, all of these topics that we discussed earlier, be it ES6 features or basic concepts, they come in very handy when you're using these frameworks. Among React, Vue and Angular, over the last couple of years, React has gained immense popularity, followed by which Vue is also being widely used. Now, Angular has seen a downward curve over the past few years. So depending on your requirements, you can choose one of these frameworks. Next up is version control. Now, Git and GitHub are the most widely used version control systems. Now, Git basically helps you manage project files. Git basically keeps track of the entire history of things that the user is working on, right? So it makes sure that it allows the user to backtrack and see what he's worked on until then. Moving on to GitHub, it is basically a web-based service for version control using Git. Now, the user can also look into other people's code, identify issues or errors, and also even propose changes. Now, this comes in extremely helpful when you're working in a team. Let's move ahead and look at some of the backend environment. Now, the most popularly used environment is Node.js. Now, this is basically an open source cross-platform runtime environment that allows developers to create server-side tools and applications in JavaScript. Now, Node is typically used to create real-time applications with two-way connections, wherein both the client and the servers can communicate and exchange data without any hassle. Now, I really recommend you have a basic knowledge on command line as well. That is, now knowledge on basic command line like npm, that is Node Package Manager, is also essential. So this was a simple overview on Node.js. Moving on to other backend languages, there's Python and the most commonly used framework, that is Django. Now, Python is the easiest programming language out there, and I'm sure everybody will agree with me with this. So it also offers many libraries and frameworks for different technologies. So when it comes to backend in full stack development, Django is a clear winner. Now, it is a high-level Python framework that enables rapid development of websites. It is also free and open source and has a huge active community of users. So I'd really suggest you get your hands on Django and work on it extensively. Moving on, let me give you a brief overview on the trends in 2020. First up is blockchain. Now, blockchain is an emerging technology and has seen tremendous growth in the last few years. Now, it has also entered into domains like healthcare and finance. Next up is AI and chatbots. AI is booming, and there is no doubt in that. So languages like Python and JavaScript frameworks like TensorFlow are widely used. Mobile app development. This is one of the top trends you should look out for in 2020. Now, there are mobile applications for practically anything these days. So frameworks like React Native and Flutter can be deployed to develop these applications. Next up is progressive web applications. Now, these are like a hybrid of mobile and web apps. They are faster to load and provide some amazing features like push notifications. Another important feature is their ability to work offline. Lastly, we have IoT. With the increasing number of devices getting connected to the internet every second, development of IoT applications is also on a rise. So these were a few trends that you should look out for in 2020. Moving ahead, let's look at the salary of full stack developers. Now, according to PayScale, the average salary of a full stack developer in India is around 5,90,000 rupees per annum. The average salary of a full stack developer in the US is around $75,000 per annum. Alright, so moving on to the fun part. Let's go ahead and look at a simple quiz. Now here is the quiz question. Which of the following is not a JavaScript framework or a library? Option A, React. Option B, Angular. Option C, Pandas. Or option D, Vue. So let us know your answer in the chat section. One lucky winner will get a voucher. So I'll keep this on the screen for a while. Mind you, which of the following is not a JavaScript framework or a library? So comment your answer immediately. Alright. So moving ahead, let me tell you how Simplilearn can help you. Now there are several online certification courses, but if you're looking for something that is concise and well structured, then head out to the Simplilearn website. And here you can see a few options. You have the Full Stack Java Developer Masters Program. You have the Full Stack Developer .NET Masters Program. And you also have Full Stack Web Developer Mean Stack Masters Program. You can also go through the overview, and depending on your requirement, you can choose the appropriate course.
Hey guys, I'm sure you all have heard about phrases like web development, full stack development, front end and back end development. But if you are not sure about what exactly they mean or how they're different, then don't worry. You're in the right place. This video on front end versus back end development will help you differentiate the two. But before we begin, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon to never miss an update. Now let's jump right in and look at what's in store for us. So first, we look at what exactly web development is. Then, we look at the different types of web development. Going ahead, we'll look at what front-end development is and understand what exactly back-end development is. And lastly, we'll be comparing the two on the basis of languages, libraries and frameworks, skills, job roles, and salary. So now let's begin by understanding what web development is. Web development is the process of creating a website on the internet. It refers to the non-design aspects of a website, such as creating features and functionality using programming, markup, and scripting languages. Developers concentrate on the technical aspects of web development, such as architecture, programming, application integration, and graphics. Now let's look at the different types of web development. Now web development could include the front end and the back end. Now together, they form something called as full stack development. Now I'm sure you're wondering what they actually mean, so let's go ahead and understand them. Let's begin by understanding what front-end development is. Now front-end development is the part of the website that codes and creates front-end elements of a website, which are features that are directly viewable and accessible by the client. Now essentially, a front-end developer is in charge of everything you see, be it styling, graphics, text, alignment, navigation, colors, etc. And he attempts to improve the user experience to make it as seamless as possible. Now these front-end developers also contribute to the overall design and aesthetic along with debugging. Responsiveness and performance are the two main objectives of front-end development. Then what exactly is back-end development? You guessed it right. Now web development that occurs at the back end of programs is accurately termed as back-end development. Now this back-end development covers server-side web application logic and integration and activities like writing APIs, creating libraries, and working with system components, as opposed to front-end development, which focuses on customer-facing services and programs. Now back-end developers create code that allows database and an application to communicate with each other. Essentially, a back-end developer handles what you don't see. They are in charge of the back end of the website, which includes servers, databases, and applications. So now that you have a brief understanding of what front-end development is and back-end development is, let's go ahead and compare the two. So we'll be comparing the two based on 5 different features. That is languages, libraries and frameworks, skills, job roles, and salaries. Now let's begin with languages. Now front-end development typically includes coding using languages like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now as you all know, HTML is a markup language that is a standardized system for tagging text files to achieve font, color, graphics, and hyperlinks. Now CSS is used to format the layout of these web pages, and JavaScript is used to create interactive elements on the web page. When it comes to backend, the languages include Python, C#, Java, Perl, PHP, Ruby, and some JavaScript. Now Java in particular was built from ground up to run on the server side, so Java is extremely useful. Python is also one of the most popularly used languages, and C# language is the preferred architecture for backend programming in Windows environments. Now talking about libraries and frameworks, front-end libraries and frameworks include React.js, Angular, Vue, jQuery, and Bootstrap. While talking about backend frameworks, we have Express.js, Node, Spring, Django, Flask, JSF, ASP.NET, and .NET MVC. Now front-end and back-end developers work very closely, so it's helpful to have a foundational understanding of front-end developer technologies like HTML and CSS as well. Moving on to skills. Now front-end developers are in charge of bringing visual elements to a website as well as interactive elements such as navigation, buttons, and anything else that improves overall usability. HTML, JavaScript, and CSS are frequently used to ensure that a site's visual side operates well. So it's crucial to know these languages, and a good understanding of JavaScript frameworks and libraries is also essential. And other general skills include a good grasp of front-end programming languages, the ability to create a responsive design, the knowledge of testing and debugging, and an understanding of front-end development tools like automation, content management, version control systems. Talking about the skills required for back-end development. Now, back-end developers deal with back-end languages and frameworks like Java, Ruby on Rails, etc. Now, backend developers deal with languages like Java, Ruby on Rails, etc. to make web pages and applications operate. Now, it's vital to know commonly used backend languages and frameworks like Django, Node.js, Express.js, and so on. Other important skills include database management, framework utilization, programming, knowledge of accessibility and security compliance, and understanding requirements and ensuring data consistency and integrity. Now moving ahead, let's look at some of the job roles for front-end and back-end development. Talking about front-end, we have the front-end developer, the CSS or HTML developer, we have front-end web designer, we have front-end SEO expert, full-stack developer, and a UI developer. Talking about back-end, there's back-end developer, Java developer, full-stack developer, DevOps engineer, software engineer, and an iOS developer. And lastly, let's look at the salaries offered to these front-end and back-end developers. In India, the average salary of a front-end developer is around 6 lakh rupees per annum, while a back-end developer earns about 7 lakh rupees per annum. In the US, a front-end developer earns around 100,000 US dollars per annum, while a back-end developer earns about 121,000 US dollars per annum.
Session will be about today's topic, which is become a front-end developer. So let us begin. We are going to discuss the things you need to know to become a web developer. First, we will start with basic skills which every web developer must know before moving into more advanced web frameworks. Then, we will understand what React is and why it is so popular. After that, we will go through another web framework called Angular. Then, we will also get to know about a comparatively new front-end framework called Vue. In the end, we will go through the front-end developer salary trends, which will give you an insight of the job market. So without further ado, let's get started. First, the basic skills. Let us understand what basic skills are required to become a web developer. There are a few recommendations in that you must learn for either path. These are the common things every programmer should know. The first one is the GitHub. So Git is a free open source version control system that enables collaborations in a particular project. It is designed to handle both small and large scale projects. Git is a tool used to save code and create different versions to better manage the feature updates in the product or an application. So followed by the GitHub, the next important thing we have is the data structures and algorithms. A data structure is the location used to store and organize data. An algorithm is a collection of steps to solve a particular problem. Learning data structures and algorithms allow us to write efficient and fast computer programs. So followed by data structures and algorithms, we have the text editor. Get familiar with the text editor of your choice. Visual Studio Code is the top choice for most of the web developers, and my personal choice too, because of the large support of languages and, of course, the speed. The text editor is where you write all your code and the terminal is where you execute it. So followed by the text editor, we have the command line. The command line is an important tool to get familiar with. It is how you run your code after writing it on a text editor. The better you are on the command line, the more efficient you will be as a developer. So followed by the command line, we have the HTTP and HTTPS. The HTTP protocol is the backbone of the internet. It handles requests and responses from a web application. It is mandatory for a web developer to have good knowledge of both HTTP and HTTPS in order to build fast and responsive web applications. Now that we know what basic skills are required to become a front-end developer, let's discuss about the most popular front-end library, that is the React. Now, what exactly React is? So React is a front-end JavaScript library used for building beautiful user interface components. It is an open source, meaning it can be used in your commercial projects without any restrictions. It is also component-based, and these components can be used again and again, promoting code reusability. It is an MVC or Model View Controller architecture. React is the V responsible for how the application looks and feels for the end user. Now, why should you learn React? React has always been in high performance as it uses virtual DOM rather in real DOM. So basically DOM stands for Document Object Model and is used by every internet browser for rendering a web page or an application. React can also be easily integrated with other JavaScript frameworks like Node.js, resulting in the development of a completely new web application including front-end and the back-end. It is comparatively easy to maintain large-scale applications written in React because it highly promotes code reusability and code readability. So followed by React, the next important thing we have is the Angular. We have an idea of what React is, but it is not the only framework used for building user interfaces. So now let us know about Angular. So now what exactly Angular is? Angular, unlike React, is a fully fledged framework for web application development, which usually does not require additional libraries for implementing additional functionalities like routing. It is also open source and backed by Google and is regularly updated, resulting in constantly improved performance and addition of new features. In terms of performance, it was pegged to be much slower than React, but with the recent versions, performance seems to be on par with React. Now, why should you learn Angular? Angular is one of the most stable frameworks out there. It is also the most complete, meaning you don't have the need to integrate with other frameworks since it pretty much includes everything for the web development of a complete web application. Angular, backed by Google, is safe choice for using in long-term projects since it is not going anywhere anytime soon. Angular is obviously used by Google for its web applications and also used by other large-scale companies, creating a lot of job opportunities. Now followed by Angular, the next one we have is the Vue. Now that we know quite a bit about the two popular front-end frameworks, namely React and Angular, let's now go ahead into Vue and learn a bit more about Vue.js library. Now what exactly is Vue? Vue is a lightweight and open source progressive JavaScript framework used for developing interactive web user interfaces. It is meant to be integrated with other libraries to develop a complete web application. Like React, Vue.js is mainly focused on the view part of the web application and hence it's a bit faster when compared to Angular, which is a complete web application solution. Vue.js is commonly referred to as Vue and pronounced as Vue.js, or Vue is rightly so. Now why should you learn Vue? Any beginner web developer can easily understand Vue and start building their own web user interfaces. Like React, Vue also uses virtual DOM, resulting in better performance, and it also uses the component-based code design, promoting code reusability and code readability. Vue.js has become popular in recent times, and many companies are starting to use it, owing to its lightweight performance and easy integration with other web libraries and frameworks. Now with this, let's move into the next section where we will discuss about the front-end developer salary trends. Now that we know what skills we need to become a front-end developer, let's now have a look into the salary trends of a front-end developer. Front-end developers are always in high demand since new web applications are launched and managed continuously. There are generally offered generous salaries across the globe. The salaries also depend on the factors like frameworks, skills, and the work experience. The average salary of a front-end developer in India is 5,06,000 rupees per annum. The average salary of a front-end developer in the United States is $76,929 US per annum.
Website architecture. Website architecture basically defines the design and structure of a website. A website contains two important parts, the front end and the back end. The front end of any website is something the user came across. We can also state it as the client side of any website. Whatever the user of the website sees while going through any particular website is considered as front end. HTML, CSS, and JavaScript are the three most popular and mainly used technologies which are responsible for the development of the graphical user interface. The combination of these three technologies is responsible for giving a smooth and appealing user experience. On the other hand, anything the user doesn't witness while going through the website but actually exists somewhere in the website and the server is known as the backend of a website. Whenever we visit a page and send a request for the content, the server goes through the database and then creates a response that is sent back to the browser. The browser then interprets the response and displays the content on the screen. Several technologies are used for back-end development. Few of them are JavaScript frameworks like Node.js and Next.js, Python frameworks like Django, Ruby frameworks like Ruby on Rails, C++ frameworks like Apache, and many more other technologies. Let's move ahead and we'll now go through what HTML is. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. Introduced in the year 1993 by Tim Berners-Lee, the same person who invented the World Wide Web in the year 1989. The first version of HTML was written in 1991 but released later in 1993 as HTML 1.0. HTML got many updates with time and the current ongoing version of HTML is HTML 5.0. HTML is also known as the most basic building block of the web, which is used to create the structure of any website with the help of numerous predefined tags. It helps the browser to understand the structure and style of a document or file for viewing over the internet. It allows our web pages to host videos, images, and other applications. It also facilitates navigation within web pages or between websites through hypertext. Hypertext refers to the links present in any website to connect different web pages and create a whole website. HTML has a lot of use cases. Web development. HTML code is used to design how a browser displays web page elements such as text, hyperlinks, and media files. Internet navigation. Users can easily navigate and insert links between related pages and websites as HTML is heavily used to embed hyperlinks. Web documentations. HTML makes it possible to organize and format documents similarly to Microsoft Word. Moving on to the installation part. HTML does not require any special software to work. If you have Notepad installed in your system, that's enough to start using HTML. The best part about HTML is its ease of use. Let's move on to the editors part now, and we'll then download a particular editor for a complete HTML playlist. An editor or IDE, which stands for Integrated Development Environment, is a software application that comprehends facilities to a programmer for software development. Just like Photoshop makes it easier to edit photos, in the same way, IDE makes it easier for a programmer to write code. The number of IDEs present in the market today is huge. Some of these editors are Notepad++, Atom, and VS Code. These editors are free to use. On the other hand, editors like Sublime are free but with some limitations. To access all the features of Sublime, we have to go for the premium version for the license, and then we can use it for software development. My personal choice for an editor is the Visual Studio Code. There is a reason behind using VS Code as an editor. Let me tell you a few advantages of VS Code over other editors. First of all, it is free to use as it is open source software, so we can get it at no cost. It supports multiple programming languages. There's nothing like we need any web support or work on different editors for different programming languages. We can use VS Code for different languages as well. Extensions are also one of the main reasons behind using VS Code. Suppose we want to use a programming language, it does not support. All we have to do is to add an extension and we are good to go. It also does not affect the editor's speed as it runs as a different process. Besides all these properties, one main key factor behind using VS Code is its availability in different platforms, like it is available for Mac, Linux and Windows. So I think there are enough features we have discussed till now. There are many more features that we'll discuss while installing and working with VS Code. Let's start with the installation part now. The installation process for VS Code is pretty simple. Just go to Google and write here VS Code. Press enter and the next page which will open will show us the results. Click on the first link over here and we are here at the website of VS Code. Right. Now you can see the download button in front of your screen. You can click on it and you can download the stable version for your operating system from here only, or you can go to the other download button present at the top right corner of your screen. Click on the button over here. So you can see here we have all the extensions as well. These are the top extensions. We have to download them inside VS Code once the downloading part overs. So here you can see the download starts. Now sit back and relax until the download finishes. Once the download completes, open the setup file from your downloads and it will take us to the license agreement page. Now agree over here, click on next and it will take us to the browser part. So here what we have to do is we have to choose a location for the VS Code file to locate. So you can choose any location. So for now I'm clicking on next over here. Now you can see we have a different folder, so we can click on browse and then select it and then click on next. So here we can see we have some additional features. So what we'll do is we'll create a desktop icon. Now you can see other options as well, so click on them as well, click on next and now click on install. The installation will start. Once we are done with the installation part, click on finish and the VS Code will start automatically. Fine. So here you can see we have the welcome page over here. What we can do is we can open a folder from here. So if you have any folder, so what we can do is we can open it from here. Now what we'll do is we'll create a new file. So here you can see we are in a file. What we have to do is we have to save this file now. So click on file, click on save, and now we can save this file at any place or any location we can see. So what we are going to do is we are going to go on desktop. We are going to create a new folder over here. We are going to name it as HTML. Now inside HTML, what we are going to do is we are going to write here the name of our file. So we'll write here first, then we'll write here the extension. So what we have to do is we have to write here first.html, and here you can see we have an HTML file over here. Right. So you can see we have 4 options over here. The first one is for opening a folder or any particular location. So click on open folder. Now what we are going to do is we are going to open HTML over here, and you can see we have the HTML folder open. Now we have the file over here as first.html, which we created recently. Then we have the search button over here to search anything or to replace anything. The next button we have over here is for the source control. Then after this we have the debug button as well, and then we have the extensions. So these are the features VS Code provides us, and below here we have the accounts option and the settings option. What we can do from here is we can change the font size and different settings, right? Now the next button we are going to discuss is the extensions button. Here we can find many extensions given by the VS Code Studio community. They are free to use. So for now we'll use these 2 or 3 extensions. So what we can do is we'll click on HTML CSS support. So you can see I have already installed these extensions over here. So then we have JavaScript and TypeScript nightly and the live server extension. So this extension is pretty important, the live server one and the HTML CSS support. You can leave the JavaScript and TypeScript nightly for now. So we have to install these 2 extensions for now. So I have already installed it. You can install them in your computer. Now the next thing we have to do is, so we can start writing our code here only. I've already told you that while saving any file, make sure that we are saving that file with a .html extension. So what we have to do here is we have to put an exclamation mark over here and press enter, and you can see we have the basic HTML code which we'll need in almost every project. We can simply start with it if we have basic computer knowledge. We got you covered if you are a newbie to HTML. Please stay connected with us and you guys will understand HTML in a very fun and exciting way. Before we go through the different tags present in HTML, let's discuss what a tag is. A tag refers to a special word wrapped in angular brackets which are used to define a particular type of content on a web page. After using a tag in an HTML file, the browser decides how to render or display the content on the screen. The list of tags present in HTML is pretty huge. We'll go through some basic tags in today's video and we'll go through the remaining tags while working with them. So let's start with the most basic tag we have in HTML. You can see here we have a basic program written over here. All the tags mentioned over here are mandatory for all HTML programs. The first thing we have here is the doc type as HTML. You can see it over here. We have written doc type HTML. So this is not an HTML tag but an instruction for the system about the type of document. Basically, we are telling the system that this is going to be an HTML document so that all the browsers can know that this particular document is an HTML document and work accordingly. The next tag we have here is the HTML tag. You can see the HTML tag starts from here and goes till end, right? We have ended this HTML tag at the end of our HTML document. Now this tag is necessary for all HTML documents. If we are working on an HTML document, then this tag is what we are going to need. The HTML tag represents the root and the end of the whole document. This is a container tag that contains all the other tags within it. So this tag is pretty mandatory in all HTML documents. Now the next tag we have here is the head tag. You can see the head tag over here and the ending of this head tag is present over here. We have certain tags present inside this particular tag. Now you can see that this head tag contains meta tags and the title tag, right? You can see the meta tag over here. We have 3 meta tags and then we have a title tag as well. Now the meta tags doesn't appear on the page itself but only in the page's source code. Meta tags are essentially little content descriptors that help search engines what a web page is all about. Now the next tag we have here is the title tag. The title tag is used to define the title of our web page. Basically, we write the name of our web page inside this tag. For example, if we see here, the title of our web page is document for now. If we change the title of this HTML document and write here something like first document. Fine. Now save the program, open it with live server. Now you can see it over here that the window name is changed to first document. There is no change in the web page itself. So what we are going to do is we are going to reduce the size of our VS Code and the browser. We are going to keep them side by side here so that any changes we made in this HTML document are reflected in the web browser. Other tags we can use inside the head tag are the style tag, the script tag, and the link tag. Now the link tag is used to link any external CSS file to a HTML page. We have to provide the source of that file and then any styling changes we make in that particular file will get reflected in the web page. For that, so let's create a CSS file first. What we are going to do is we are going to create another file over here. Let's name it as style.css. Now this particular file has .css as extension. This will tell the browser that this particular file is a CSS file and we are going to use it for styling purposes. Fine. So we have this style.css over here. Now we are going to link this with our HTML document. For that, what we have to do is we have to write here link. So this is the tag. Now we have to write here rel and we have to write here style sheet. Fine. Now the next thing we have to do is to provide the source code of this particular file. So for that we are going to use href. Href is going to be style.css. Now close this link tag. Now this rel tag over here specifies the relationship between the current document and the link document. Now you can see it over here. We have this rel as style sheet. This means that this particular file is a style sheet and we are going to use this for styling purpose. Another important tag we have inside the head section is the script tag. This tag is used to declare or use any script within the HTML document. Basically used for JavaScript. So it's not necessary to use this tag within the head section only. We can use it anywhere, but for now we are going to use it inside the head tag. The syntax is also easy. We have to write it like script src. Now src is going to be the file name. So let's add another file over here. We'll write first.js. So this will tell the browser that this particular file is a JavaScript file. So we are going to write here inside this now. We are going to write first.js. Now we have to define the type as well. So type is going to be text and the file is a JavaScript file. So we'll write here JavaScript. Fine. Now close this tag and the script tag will closes automatically. You can see it over here. Fine. The script tag is closed. Keep one thing in mind that we have to close the script tag every time, but the link tag is not necessary to close. The next tag we are going to discuss is the body tag. The body tag defines the document's body. Now you can see it over here. If we go back to our HTML page, you can see the body tag over here. Now the body element contains all the content of an HTML document such as headings, paragraphs, images, hyperlinks, tables, lists, etc. There can only be one body element in an HTML document. Any tag we are going to use within the body tag is going to define the structure of a web page. Now the next tag we are going to use is the heading tag. There are 6 different types of heading tags starting from H1 and goes till H6. H1 refers to the most important heading and H6 refers to the least important. The font size of H1 is the largest and the font size of H6 is the smallest among all. So let's use them all here. What we'll do is we'll write here H1. Now inside this H1 we'll write this is heading 1. Save the program and you can see it over here. We have a heading in our web page which says this is heading 1. Similarly, we have the H2 tag as well. So if we write here H2 and inside this if we write this is heading 2. Save the program. You can see the change in the font size. You can see the difference over here. The font for H1 is greater and the font for H2 is a bit smaller than H1. Similarly, we have H3 and for H3 we are going to write here this is heading 3. Fine. Then we have H4 as well. So we are going to write here H4 and inside this we are going to write this is heading 4. Fine. Similarly, we have H5 and H6 as well. So we are going to mention them first here. So we'll write here this is heading 5 and finally we have H6 which is used for heading 6. So we are going to write here this is heading 6. Fine. Save the program and you can see the difference in all the headings over here. The size for H1 is the largest and the size for heading 6 is the smallest. We can use any of these headings according to our needs. Similarly, we have the paragraph tag as well in HTML. It is used to write a paragraph or any content within the web page. The syntax is simple. We have to use the P tag for that. So if we write here P and now inside this paragraph tag, whatever thing we'll write. So let's say we are writing here, this is a first HTML document. Fine. Now save this program and you can see it over here. We have some text present in the web browser, right? So these are the most basic HTML tags we discussed in today's video. As we said, the list of tags is large and we'll discuss them while working with them. So please go through these tags on your own and let us know if you face any issues. We have already discussed about tags in the last video. We came across several important tags in the previous video like the HTML, head and the body tags. A simple definition of tags states that a tag refers to a special word wrapped in angular brackets, which are used to define a particular type of content on a web page. After using a tag in an HTML file, the browser decides how to render or display the content on the screen, right? Now, keeping this definition in mind, The definition of an element in HTML states that an HTML element is the collection of a start tag, its attributes, an end tag, and everything in between the tags, right? So an HTML element is basically a collection. Let's understand this with the help of an example. What we'll do is we'll write over here inside the body of this HTML document. We'll write P. Fine. Now this paragraph tag over here is an example of a tag. It has opening tag and a closing tag. So this whole thing is a tag. This paragraph is a tag over here. Now if we add an attribute to this tag like an ID or a class, so what we'll do for that, we'll write here, let's say ID is equals to para1. Fine. This tag now has an attribute within it. ID makes this whole tag unique. We can access the content of this tag with the help of ID attribute. We'll discuss attributes in detail in the upcoming video. For now, let's add some content inside this tag. So what we'll do is we'll write inside this tag. We'll write over here, let's say this is a paragraph. Fine. So we'll write here paragraph. So this is the content of a paragraph tag. Now we have 4 different parts present over here. We have the starting tag over here. So this is the starting tag. This whole thing over here is the starting tag. Then we have attribute. So ID here is the attribute. Then we have the content of this tag. So this is the content present inside whole tag. And then we have the end part of a paragraph tag. So this represents the end part, right? So the combination of these 4 things is known as the HTML element. Now let's talk about the case sensitivity of HTML tags. So HTML tags are not case sensitive. So you can see we have paragraph tag over here with small p present inside angular brackets. What we can do is we can write here capital P as well. So these 2 things are pretty same. So let's write something inside this as well. So let's say we are writing here, this is paragraph 2. Fine. So this is the content present inside this paragraph tag with capital P inside angular brackets. Now save the program. And you can see we have 2 paragraphs over here. The first one says this is a paragraph and the second one says this is a paragraph 2. So what we have to do is we have to remove A from here. Save it now, and now it says this is paragraph 2. Fine. So I hope you guys got that HTML tags are not case sensitive. Fine. Now let's move ahead and we'll now discuss empty elements in HTML. Most HTML elements have a start tag and an end tag that indicate where the element begins and where it ends. For example, we have this paragraph tag over here. This is the start of this paragraph tag and this is the end part, right? So this indicates that this paragraph tag ends over here. Now there is a group of elements that are exceptions to this rule. So these elements are called empty or void and only have a start tag since they have no content present inside the tag. So they must not have an end tag in HTML. Example of empty elements are like the break tag we have image, link and many more such tags. The list is quite long. So what we'll do is we'll add an image using the image tag. So image tag is basically an empty element. So we'll use that particular element and you guys will understand what empty elements are. So as mentioned earlier that empty elements do not require any closing tag. So what we'll do is we'll write here inside angular brackets, img is the tag name. Then we'll write here src. So src over here is attribute. We'll discuss attributes in upcoming videos. So inside this we'll provide the path of our image. So let's say we have this image present inside images folder, which is a folder present in a system, so where we are saving all our HTML programs. So the next thing we'll write here is alt stand for alternate. So if the image is not shown over the browser, then the alternate text will be shown. So let's say we are writing here image1. Now we'll close this image tag. So that's all. We don't have to close this particular image tag. We don't have to write here like this. So you can see we don't have to write here like this anything. So if we not write it over here, that's fine because image element is an empty element. So let's save the program, and you can see we have an image over here in the browser. So the image size is quite large. What we'll do is we'll reduce the size. So we'll write here this for now. We'll discuss all these things in the upcoming videos, so don't worry about it. For now, you can see that we have an image over here. So this is our image. This particular image is what we have added using the image tag. So this is done. Now the last thing we'll discuss in this video is the nesting of elements. Nesting means we can use a tag or element within another element. For example, you can see we have a paragraph over here. So this is a paragraph which says this is paragraph 2. Let's add some more things over here. So let's say we are writing over here HTML stands for hypertext markup language. Fine. And save the program. So this is the paragraph over here, you can see. Let me increase the size of our browser a bit. So now I think you guys can see it much better. Now what we'll do is we'll use a particular element or tag within this paragraph tag. So let's say we want this HTML to be cursive and bold in nature. So what we'll do over here is we'll use the B tag over here. So B stands for bold. So what we'll do next is we'll cut HTML from here and we'll paste it inside this B tag. Now save the program, and you can see HTML is bold in nature now, right? Similarly, what we can do is we can nest one more tag inside this bold tag. So what we can do is we'll write here I. Now we have to put this HTML inside both these tags. Save this program, and you can see the HTML is cursive in nature now. So you can see we have 3 different tags, or we can say we have 2 different tags inside a particular tag. This is known as nesting of elements. So we can do it with HTML as well. I hope you guys must have got an idea about what HTML elements are and how elements are different from tags in HTML. In the last part, we came across HTML elements. We saw the difference between HTML tags and elements. Now that we already have an idea about elements, let's discuss what attributes are. Let me write the basic syntax of an HTML element over here first. So what we'll do is we'll write over here. Let's use the paragraph tag. So we are writing over here. This is a basic example of elements in HTML. Fine. I hope you guys must have got an idea about what this is. This is actually a basic HTML element. We have nothing else over here, just a simple example of HTML element. An element consists of a start tag, an ending tag, and the content within the tag, right? So this particular thing is an element. Now, attributes in HTML refer to the additional properties or characteristics of an element. For example, if we write here, let's suppose we are writing over here. Let's say we are writing over here ID as para 1. Fine. Now save this program, and you can see over here that we have a paragraph which says this is a basic example of elements in HTML. Now we have this whole element with ID as para 1, or we can give any ID of our choice. Now this ID is unique for this particular element. For now, you don't have to worry much about this ID or any other attribute. Just focus on what attributes are. We are going through the working of attributes basically. So we can use the ID of this attribute to style this particular element. So basically this ID attribute defines what this HTML element is. We have to use the style tag element, or we can say we have to use the style element for styling this particular paragraph. You will understand it once we go through the tag. So let's do it over here. What we'll do is we'll use the style tag over here. So we'll write here style. You can see this is a style element basically. It has start tag, it has ending tag. Now we'll write some content inside this particular tag. So let's say we are writing over here hash para1. Now inside this, what we'll do is we'll define some styling properties. So let's say we are writing over here background color as red, and we'll write here color. So this color here refers to the font color basically. So we'll write here blue. Now save this program, and you can see the paragraph in our browser is changed. So what we did here is inside this style element, we access this particular ID. So ID is unique for each element. We'll discuss it later on. So basically this particular paragraph tag has an ID named para1. So we are using that particular ID. Then we have some CSS properties. So these properties are used to style a particular element. So we have used it over here. You can see it over here. If I zoom out a bit in the browser, you can see the background color of this whole paragraph is red and the font color is blue. Fine. What we want to say here is this ID over here is basically an attribute. It is used to identify or change a particular element. We have many attributes present in HTML. So we'll go through some of them. Let's say we are adding an image over here. So let's add an image and you guys will understand about HTML attributes here as well. So we'll write here img. So this is basically an empty element. We have discussed it in the previous part wherein we went through HTML elements. Now what we'll do is we'll write here src. Now src is also an attribute. This attribute is used to provide the system with the source of a image. So if we go back to this particular HTML folder, so here we have a HTML folder. You can see we have a folder here named as images. And we have an image present inside this particular folder, right? So what we have to do is we have to provide this path inside a HTML file. So what we are going to do here is we are going to get back to VS Code and inside here we'll write images. So this is our folder name and we have a file name html.png present inside that particular folder. So src is the attribute and this particular thing is the value of our attribute, right? Now the next thing we are going to do here is we are going to write here alt. Now inside this alt, let's say we are writing HTML over here. Now this alt attribute is used when we add an image on. So basically what happens is when we add an image to a web browser, sometimes what happens is the image is not shown over the browser. So in that case, the alternate text will be shown. So if this particular image is not shown in the browser, then this particular text will be shown. So let's save this program. We'll open a web browser here side by side as well. You can see that this particular image is present over here in a web browser. The size of this image is quite large. We can change the size in two different ways. We can either use the ID attribute here as well and then use that particular attribute in the styling tag or CSS file to change the size of this image, or we can simply use the height and width attribute in the image tag over here. So that's the simple one. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here height. Height is an attribute. We have to define the height in pixels. So we have written over here 300 pixels. Save the program and you can see the height of this image is 300 pixels now. Same thing goes for width as well. If we write here width and if we define the width as 300 pixels as well, save the program and you can see now the height and width of this particular image is 300 pixels, right? So guys, this is all about the basics of attributes in HTML. I hope you guys understood this. We'll go through each attribute while working on those attributes in the upcoming videos. So don't worry about it if we haven't covered all the attributes over here. We'll go through them in the upcoming videos. Before we move on and discuss the different formatting tags in HTML, let's understand what formatting is. Formatting refers to the process of making the text present on a web page more appealing to the user. For example, let's say we want to add a heading in our HTML document, and for that we want a specific font size. Let's say we want to add a heading with a bigger font size. For this purpose, we have the heading tag present in HTML, which provides us with 6 different font sizes, with H1 being the tag with the greatest font size and H6 with the smallest one. We have already discussed in the previous videos as well. Now we need to make sure which font size we want and we can use the heading tag accordingly. Let's understand this with the help of an example. Let's suppose we are working on a web page wherein we want a heading. So let's say the heading is what is HTML. We want the font size to be bigger. So simply we'll write here H1. We have already mentioned it that H1 has the biggest font size of all the 6 heading tags, right? So inside this we'll write what is HTML. So let's suppose this is the heading. Now on saving the program, you can see here on the browser that we have a heading with larger font size. So what we can do for now is we'll remove this heading from here. Now save it and you can see we have only one heading as of now. We have the heading as what is HTML. We can also write a paragraph after this heading tag that will explain what HTML is using the paragraph tag. So let's do it over here as well and you guys will understand it much better. So here we are going to use the break element. So this is basically an empty element used in HTML for line break. So what we are going to do is we are going to put it over here. So this is the tag, BR tag or break tag we can say. Now what we are going to do is we are going to write here inside the paragraph tag, HTML stands for, let's write it in capitals. We'll write here hypertext markup language. Fine. So here we have paragraph that says HTML stands for hypertext markup language. Now what we want to do is we want to add another heading to this web page, which will define the uses of HTML. So basically what we are doing is we are going through the sizes of heading tags. So we want another heading, let's say over here. Now the main heading of our web page was what is HTML, and we want it to stand out among all the headings present in our web page. That's why we use the h1 tag for that heading. Now for the next heading or for the new heading, we'll have a little bit smaller size than the main heading. So what we are going to do is we are going to use the h2 tag or the h3 tag for that. So let's use the h3 tag for now. We'll write over here h3. So basically we are going to write it after a BR tag. So we are going to use the BR tag over here, or the break tag we can say. Now we are going to write here uses of HTML. Fine. Now save the program and you guys can clearly see the difference in font size of both the headings. Let me zoom in a bit here in the browser. So now you guys can see it much better. There's a difference in the size of heading 1 and heading 3, right? So this difference is what we are talking about till now. There are 6 different sizes for a heading tag in HTML. We can use any of these heading tags according to our need. Figure out which one of these 6 tags is best suitable for your web page and use them. Simple and easy. Let's move ahead and we'll now discuss some more formatting tags present in HTML. The next tag we are going to discuss is the bold tag. This tag is used to make the text bold or strong. So there are 2 different tags for the same task. For making the text bold, we can either use the bold tag or simple B tag we can say. The other tag we can use is the strong tag. The functionality of both tags is similar. So we'll use them side by side so that you guys can see the difference, or they are basically same. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here after this BR tag, we are going to write here B. So B stands for bold tag. Now we are going to write something in here. So let's say we are writing over here HTML. Now again after BR tag we are going to use the strong tag. Fine. We'll write same thing here. The content will remain the same. So we are going to write HTML over here. Now here we used both tags with similar content present inside them. Save the program and you can see we have 2 similar outputs here on our web page. The outputs are exactly similar. The working of both the tags is the same, right? Now let's recall the nesting of elements in HTML from the previous video. We have said earlier that we can use an element within another element in HTML. We are going to nest this bold tag inside our first paragraph tag. It means that we are going to nest this bold tag over here. So what we are going to do is we are going to use bold tag inside the full form, or we are going to put the full form of HTML inside the bold tag. Fine. So save it. And you can see we have hypertext markup language written over here in the browser in bold, right? It looks better than the previous one. Just like the bold tag, we have 2 more tags present in HTML to make the text on screen look more appealing to the user. The italic tag and the underline tag. Now you guys must be thinking that these 3 formatting techniques are also present in Microsoft Word. You are right. These 3 tags are present in both MS Word and HTML. The working is also same. So let's use these tags here once. What we are going to do is we are going to use these tags over here only. So we are going to put this hypertext markup language inside 3 different tags. So we are going to put them inside italic, we are going to put them inside bold, and we are going to put them inside underline as well. So we are going to do this over here. Now you can see the nesting of elements over here. If I zoom in a bit on Visual Studio Code, you can see we have a paragraph tag, then we have 3 tags present inside it. So we have bold tag, we have italic and underline. So this is called nesting of elements. Now save this program and you can see the text over here. We have hypertext markup language in italics, it is underlined and it is bold in nature, right? The next tag we are going to use is the delete tag. We have two different tags present for this task as well. Let's say we want to put a line through the center of any text, crossing it out basically. Let's say that this text is not relevant. Fine, so let's go through an example first. What we are going to do is we are going to use the break tag over here, and now after this break tag, we are going to use a paragraph tag. We are going to write a paragraph. So let's say we'll write here, I would like to have a cup of coffee. Fine, save it, and you can see we have this paragraph or sentence over here on the browser. Now what we want is we want to delete this particular word, or we can say we want to put a line through it. Fine, so what we are going to do is we are going to write here strike. Fine, we are going to put coffee inside this strike tag because we want this particular word to cut, and then let's say we are writing over here tea. Fine, so save it now and you can see it over here. It says I would like to have a cup of coffee, has a line over it, and then we have written tea. So you guys can understand the meaning of this sentence by yourself, I guess. We can use this tag anywhere according to our needs. We can achieve the same thing with the help of the delete tag as well. What we have to do is we have to write here in place of strike. What we are going to do is we are going to copy this piece of code from here. We are going to paste it here. Now instead of strike, we are going to write here delete. So del, this is the tag, and we are going to close this tag as well. Now we are going to write coffee inside it and save the program, and you can see we have the exact same output with this tag as well. Fine. Another tag we have in HTML for formatting is the mark tag. Now the mark tag in HTML is used to mark any particular text. The text will be highlighted with yellow color. For example, let's say we are writing something over here, or we can just paste this again and we are going to remove this part. Now we want to mark the word coffee, let's say. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here mark. This is the tag, and inside this tag we are going to write coffee, let's say. Fine, save the program and you can see it over here. We have this sentence which says I would like to have a cup of coffee, and coffee is highlighted over here, right? So this is the mark tag, and we can use this tag for formatting. Now the last tag we are going to discuss in today's video is the font tag. The font is an inline element used to change font sizes, font colors, and font styles of the text in a web page. This element has its own attributes. So the three attributes we can use are size, color, and face. Fine. Size is used to change the font size of the text. We can write values between 1 and 7, with 1 being the smallest and 7 being the largest font. Exactly opposite to the heading tag. So you can learn it that way. Color refers to the font color. We can simply write the name of the color, or we can use the hexadecimal values for colors. The hexadecimal numbers are specified according to the RGB value for each color. The last thing we have is face. Face refers to the font style. The default HTML font is Times New Roman. We can use any font style of our choice using this attribute. So let's use this tag over here and you guys will understand it much better, I guess. So what we'll do is we'll write here. Let's say we are using a paragraph tag. So we'll write something over here. Let's say I prefer. Now we are going to use the font tag over here. So this is a tag. You can see it in red color. Now we have three different attributes, right? So the first attribute we have is size. So we'll write here inside size, let's say the size of this font is 4. Then we have color. So color defines the font color. So let's say the font color we want is red. And then we have the face. So let's say we want the font style to be Verdana, and we'll write something over here. Let's say we are writing this over red. Fine. Now save the program and you can see it over here. It says, I prefer red. Fine. So let's complete this sentence. What we are going to do is we are going to write something after this font tag as well. So let's say we are writing over here red over blue. Save the program and you can see it over here that we have this particular sentence which says I prefer red over blue. So let me increase the size of VS Code so that you guys can see it clearly. So here you can see we have this paragraph tag, then we have written inside it I prefer, and we have kept this red word inside a particular element, font element basically. This font element has 3 different attributes: size, color and face. Now let's change the size of this to 6 for now and we'll check the output, save the program, and you can see red over here is quite large in size, right? It looks different. So I hope you guys got this. Formatting an HTML document is mostly done using CSS, but now HTML also allows us to format our documents using different tags. Basic formatting we can say. So formatting is making the web page more appealing using these particular tags. So the list of formatting tags present in HTML is quite long. We can't discuss all of them here, but if we use any of those tags in the upcoming videos, then surely we'll discuss them over there on. Now the task for you guys is to use these formatting tags and let us know if you find any difficulty in using them. In HTML, a phrase tag is used to give structural meaning to a block of text. What does that mean? Let's try to understand this with the help of an example. We'll first take a paragraph for this example, a small one maybe. So let's do it here. What we'll do is we'll write here P. So we are going to use the paragraph tag. Let's write something over here. So let's say we are writing over here, hello everyone. Then I'll write this is caution. And let's suppose we are writing over here, please subscribe to a YouTube channel. Fine. Save this and you can see here that we have the same paragraph here on the browser. Now what we said earlier about the phrase tags is they are used to give structural meaning to a block of text, right? So here we have a paragraph and we want to provide meaning to a block of text. Let's say we want to put some emphasis on the word YouTube over here. Fine. We want this word to stand out differently from the rest of the paragraph. For this task, we have the emphasize tag in HTML. The syntax for this tag goes like this. So what we'll do is we'll cut this sentence into 2 different parts so that it will be easy for you guys to understand. Now, we have the emphasize tag in HTML. The syntax is pretty simple. What we have to do is we'll write over here. So we are going to make changes inside this particular paragraph tag only. So we are going to use the emphasis tag over here. So what we have to do is we have to cut the word YouTube from here and we have to paste it here. Now the syntax is so simple. We have a 2-word tag. So it says EM. It stands for emphasis. Now save the program. And you can see here in the browser, you can see the difference basically. The word YouTube stands out from the rest of the words present in the paragraph. To lay some more emphasis on the word YouTube, we can use the title attribute. Now title attribute will be used inside the emphasis tag. So let's do it here once. So what we are going to do is we are going to use the title attribute over here. So let's say the title says check a YouTube channel. Fine. So let's break it a little more. So here you can see we have these 3 lines. So inside this paragraph tag, what we are doing is we are using the emphasis tag, and inside that emphasis tag, we are using the title attribute. Fine. On saving the program, you can see nothing changes over here on the browser. To witness the change here, we have to take our mouse cursor over YouTube. And you can see we have a small pop-up here that contains the value of a title attribute. Let me zoom in a bit here. So here you can see on taking the mouse cursor, we have this small pop-up with the value of a title attribute, right? Another thing we can do for this task is we can add a link over here on the word YouTube. We'll discuss it in the upcoming videos when we'll go through text links in HTML. So you guys will understand it much better then. Now, You guys may have a question in your mind that we can do this exact same thing with formatting tags as well, right? Yes, of course we can do that, but formatting refers to the process of molding the text for a better look and feel of the text, while phrase tags are used to provide meaning to a block of text. It's not necessary that if a tag falls under the category of formatting tags, then it can't be a phrase tag. The difference lies in the purpose of using that particular tag. I hope you guys are getting it. The next tag we are going to discuss is the mark tag. We have already discussed this tag in the formatting tags as well. So let's discuss it one more time. The mark tag in HTML is used to mark any particular text. The text will be highlighted with yellow color. So we have discussed it previously. Now what we are going to do is we are going to copy this piece of code. So we are going to copy the whole paragraph from here and then we'll paste it here. Now instead of using the emphasis tag, we are going to use the mark tag over here. Fine. So we are going to change the tag name from emphasis to mark for the opening and closing tag. Save it now. And you can see we have another paragraph over here which is almost the same or which is exactly the same. It says, hello everyone, this is Kaushal. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Now the thing to notice here is the word YouTube. It is highlighted in yellow color, right? So the title attribute will work same over here as well. If we put our mouse cursor over the word YouTube, you can see we have this pop-up with the same title value, right? So one thing to notice here is the title attribute is basically the differentiator between the formatting tags and the phrase tags. It means that the tag remains the same, but the way of using it defines the purpose. So let's move ahead and we'll now discuss the abbreviation tag in HTML. The word abbreviation in general terms refers to the short form of a word. That's it. We have the answer here. If you are using any abbreviation for any word, we want the user to know that this particular word has a special meaning. Then we can use the abbreviation tag. So the syntax goes like this. What we'll do is we'll again use this same paragraph and we'll paste it over here again. So what we are going to do is we are going to remove this empty space from here so that you guys will be able to see the whole code or as much code as possible. So what we are going to do now is we are going to use the abbreviation tag. Fine. So we'll remove this piece of code from here. We have to put this over the word YouTube. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here abbreviation and inside there we are going to write YT. So this is the short form of YouTube basically. Now save the program and you can see that we have another paragraph, but there's no difference over here as of now. The word is simple. It's not standing out basically, right? So this is because while using the abbreviation tag, we must necessarily use the title attribute along with this tag. So let's do it here. We have to write here title and we have to write here YouTube because YT stands for YouTube. So we are going to write here YouTube. Now save the program and you can see here that the abbreviation YT is now underlined with a dotted line. Fine. This indicates that the word YT is used as an abbreviation here and the user will know that something is different over here. On taking the mouse cursor over it, you can see we have the value of our title attribute. You can see it says YouTube. So this is basically the short form of YouTube, YT over here. Now the next tag we are going to discuss is the address tag. This tag is used to display the address in the web browser. The content is written within the opening and closing address tag is considered as an address in HTML. So this is the address we generally use. Fine, not an IP address or nothing else. The general address we use for our location or for our address. So let's use this tag over here. We'll write here address and this is the tag. Now inside this tag we are going to write YouTube office, let's say. Then we have 123 street. So this is going to be the street name for our address. Then we have, let's say, sector. So let's say the sector is 456. And then we have the place name as Noida and the country name as India. Fine. So this is an address, and let's save the program. You can see here the difference in the browser. The address tag over here has a different font. This tag is used to indicate that this particular block of text is an address. So you can see it over here. This is our address. Now, if you want to see it clearly, let me remove these 3 paragraphs from here, save the program now, and you can see we have address over here. So if you want to write it in different lines, so what we can do is we can use the break tag over here, then over here again, save the program, and you can see we have the address over here. The font is different. That's the only difference between address tag and other tags. The next tag we are going to discuss is the short quotation tag. This tag is used to add double quotes within a sentence. The syntax is simple. So what we'll do is we'll write something over here. Let's say we are writing over here a paragraph. We are writing over here, let's say again, please subscribe to a. Now we want the word YouTube inside double quotes, right? So for that we are going to use the quotation tag. This is the syntax. We have to write simple Q and we have to put the word YouTube inside it. Fine, then we'll write here channel and we have to put a space over here, save the program, and you can see it says please subscribe to our YouTube channel with YouTube present inside double quotes. Fine. So the last tag we are going to discuss in today's tutorial is the code tag in HTML. This tag is used to represent programming code in HTML. The text will look like we have any code from a programming language. For example, we'll write here code. This is the tag. Now inside there we'll write, let's say we are using a for loop in JavaScript. So we'll write here for I is equals to 0. Then we have I less than 3. So let's give some spaces over here, and then we have I plus plus. Fine. Then after this we have inside here console.log, and we are going to print hi. Fine. So if you are new to this language, just ignore it. It's just a simple piece of code from JavaScript. So save it now, and you can see we have this code over here. Now what we are going to do next is we are going to use break tag over here first, then we'll understand it. Fine. So we are going to use the br tag here again and here again. Fine, save it now, and you can see the code now. You can see we have the same output on the browser as the text present in VS Code. The font is exactly the same. So this represents a piece of code in HTML. We can use the code tag for that. So guys, these are some of the basic phrase tags we discussed in today's video. As we mentioned earlier that the list is quite long for all these tags. We'll discuss them in future whenever we use them. I hope you guys got it. Till now, we have covered different types of tags present in HTML. We came across the formatting tags and the phrase tags present in HTML. In the last part, we also covered the differences between these tags. Apart from all the differences these tags have, they are still similar in one aspect. That is, these tags are used to change the appearance of a web page. Whenever we use these tags, we change the look and the feel of a web page. Now, the meta tag is a bit different from these tags. This tag does not impact the appearance of a web page. It is used in the head section of the HTML document and does not require any closing tag to work. What this tag does is, it gives information about the data we have on our web page. Meta refers to metadata. Metadata means data about data. For example, if we have a website that provides the user with some data, it can be any kind of data, and the user can go through it to gain some information. But the information about the data present on a website is given by metadata only. What does it mean to provide data about data? For example, if we go to Google and search for a keyword. Now, how Google works is it goes through the keywords present in any particular website and then shows the user that particular website. Those keywords here refer to metadata, and we have to put them inside meta tags in HTML. The description we get while searching for a website is also present inside the meta tag of any HTML document. Basically, what we are trying to say is this tag is used to give essential information about any particular web page. Meta elements can be used to include name-value pairs describing properties of HTML documents. For example, if you want to put any keyword for a web page, the name attribute inside the meta tag will contain the keyword and the value attribute will contain the actual keyword name. There is no closing tag needed in meta elements because these elements contain information within attributes only. We can use multiple meta tags for different information. An interactive web page cannot be created with just this structure. So, you will employ aiding technologies like JavaScript and CSS to bring interaction and beauty to your HTML respectively. That's where CSS comes into picture. Making web pages attractive is made easier with the help of CSS, often known as cascading style sheets. The style and experience of a web page are handled by CSS. The color of the text, the font style, the spacing between paragraphs, the size and arrangement of columns, the background pictures or colors used, layout designs, differences in display for various devices and screen sizes, and a variety of other effects can all be controlled using one single language, which is CSS. Although CSS is simple to grasp and learn, it offers strong control over how an HTML document is presented to the user. It depends how you are presenting your HTML document, how you are styling it, because the user will get an impression on the first view itself. CSS is most frequently used in association with HTML or XHTML as markup languages. Now, when it comes to front-end web development of any web page, the three most widely used technologies are HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. HTML is used to create the structure of a web page, CSS makes it look more attractive to the user by adding styles to it, and JavaScript adds interactivity to the web page. So let's move ahead and now we'll discuss the advantages of using CSS. The first one is time saving. CSS is a time saving since you can create it once and reuse it across a number of HTML pages. There's a style available for each HTML document, or we can say each HTML element, that you can select and apply to as many different websites as you desire. If you utilize CSS instead of manually writing HTML tag attributes each time, pages load faster. You only need to create one CSS rule per tag and it will be applied to every instance of that element. So quicker download times results from less code. Simple maintenance. To make a modification that affects all elements on all web pages, just modify the style sheet. Everything will update instantly. Also, CSS provides a great range of characteristics than HTML so that you can provide a considerably better styling experience. CSS provides a considerably wider range of properties as well than HTML, so you can give your HTML page a much better look than you can using HTML attributes. Better styles than HTML. Now, style sheets enable the material to be optimized for multiple types of devices, allowing for multiple device compatibility. Different versions of a website can be displayed for printing or for handheld devices like PDAs and cell phones by using the same HTML document. So, let's move ahead and now we'll understand how CSS actually works. A browser must merge the content of a document with its style information before displaying it. It goes through several steps to process the document, which we have outlined here. Remember that this is a greatly simplified explanation because different browsers will perform the procedure differently when a browser loads a web page. But this is what usually takes place in a browser. The browser starts loading HTML. Example, it receives it from the network. It transforms the HTML into a document object model. In the computer's memory, the document is represented by the document object model. In the same time, it also loads CSS as well. Most of the resources that the HTML document links to, including embedded images, videos, and even connected CSS, are subsequently fetched by the browser because it is handled a little later in the process. We are not discussing JavaScript here to make things easier for you guys. the browser parses the CSS that was fetched and groups the various rules according to the type of selectors they use, such as element, class, ID, and so on. It determines which rules should be applied to which document object model nodes. Based on the selectors, it discovers and applies the appropriate styles to each node as needed. This immediate step is called render tree. So this is the creation of DOM tree. After the rules have been applied to it, the render tree is organized in the manner in which it should look. The screen displays the page's visual representation. This stage is called painting. So guys, this is how CSS actually works on a web page. I hope you guys must have got an idea about what CSS is and why one should use CSS on a web page. We'll dive deeper into all CSS concepts in the upcoming videos, so we'll go through all the CSS aspects one by one.
CSS uses the color values to specify the colors on a page. They can be specified using predefined color names, hex or RGB format. There are nearly 140 standard color names. Hexadecimal is a 6-digit representation of a color. The first 2 digits RR represents a red value, the next 2 are green value, and the last is a blue value. All the other colors can be created using the combination of these 3 colors. There are several websites available where you can know the hex value of the different shades of color. As you can see, the black color is signified by hashtag and the 6 zeros. The red is hashtag FF and the 4 zeros followed by it. The RGB color value is specified using the RGB property. This property takes 3 values, one for red, green and blue. The value can be the integer between 0 to 225 or a percentage. As you can see, the black color is signified by 000, the red by 25500, the blue by 00255 and the green by 02550. Now let's move to an example to understand how we can add the colors to our page. In this example, we will see how we can add colors in different ways to our HTML. So we are on the Sublime Text Editor. As you can see, we have the standard boilerplate ready with an H2 and a paragraph on our page. Open the style tag and make the font size of the paragraph to 25 pixels so it is clearly visible. Let's start by adding colors to our text just by color names. HTML supports nearly 140 standard color names. We'll make the color of the paragraph green. For that, just type color and set the color to green. As you can see, our paragraph is changed to green. Let's try one more. This time we will add the color red. Just refresh. As you can see, the color is now changed to red. There are nearly 140 HTML standard colors that is supported by the web browser. You can also add colors using the RGB format. There are many websites available to know the RGB or hex value of the desired color. One such is htmlcodes.com. As you can see, in the htmlcodes.com we have the hex value and the RGB value of the desired color. Let's try one. We'll add this color with the RGB value 171, 229 and 27 to our paragraph. So for that, just type RGB and the color code you want. As you can see, the color is now changed to our RGB value. Let's try one more. This time we'll use this RGB value to our text. You can see the color is changed to our desired value. In this way, you can use the RGB format to change the colors. The next way is using the hex values. Hexadecimal is a 6-digit representation of a color. The first 2 digits are red, next 2 are green, and the last are the blue value. Let's see how you can use the hex values. As you can see, the hex value for this color is #31787F. We'll use this value to our text. To add the hex value, you have to use the hashtag followed by the color code. You can see that color is changed to a hex value. Let's try one more. You can see the hex value for this color is hash F14A07. Just copy the desired value to your file. You can see the color changes. You can also add color borders to our heading. Do that, just mention the border style along with the color code. We'll add the border color red to our H2. Now you can see we have the border around our H2. I hope you have understood how to use the color values to a web page. There are mainly three ways by which you can add the colors to a web page. They are hex, RGB values and the color names. In the last two sessions, we have discussed what is CSS and the CSS color property. In this session, we'll discuss how you can set the background image on your web page. We'll see the several properties related to background image and how you can use them to customize the image around the web page. So without further delay, let's get going. So let's begin by discussing about the background property of the CSS. The background image property specifies an image to use as a background of an element. The background is defined in the body element of the HTML code. To add a background image on an HTML element, use the HTML style attribute and the CSS background image property and mention the path of the image inside the URL attribute. There are several properties of the background that are used to define the image on a page. Some of the common ones are background image, background repeat, and background position. By default, the image is repeated so it covers the entire element. Let's switch to the text editor and see how we can add the background image to our page. So we are on the Sublime text editor. Let's start by opening a style tag. The background image is always set on the body tag. So type body and open the curly braces. The background image is always set on the body tag. So open the body tag with curly braces and start typing background image. Use the URL value of the background image to set the path of the image. Make sure the image is in the same folder as of the HTML file. Here we have our file nature3.jpg. So mention the path inside the double quotes. Save the file and let's see how it looks on a web page. As you can see, we have the image on the web page. Let's format this image a little bit. We'll start by setting the background size. So type background size and there are three values to the background size. First one is auto. It will set the image as it is. Save the file and let's see how it looks on a page. As you can see, the size of the image is as same of the original size. The color value will set the image size that will be fit to the web page. As you can see, the image is set to the whole web. We can also set the image size to manual. Let's say we want the image size of width 500 pixels. So now as you can see, the width of the image is 500 pixels. The background repeat property. There are three values to background repeat. First is no repeat. With the no repeat value, the images will not be repeated on a page. Now as you can see, the images are not repeated. Second is repeat X. It will set the images to be repeated on the X axis. As you can see, the images are now repeated on the X axis. Similarly, repeat the images on the Y axis. As you can see, the images are now repeated to the Y axis. And there is a default value repeat which will repeat the images on the web page. So let's keep it to cover. So let's keep the background size to cover and set the background repeat to no repeat. Let's save the file and look it on a web page. Now as you can see, the image is fully. Let's add a text above our image to see how it looks like. So I'll add a paragraph tag and type some random text here. Let's set the text color to red and align it to center. I'll type P and open the curly braces. I'll set the color to red. And I'll set the text aligned to center. Let's save the file and see how it looks on a page. As you can see, we have a text above our image which is centrally aligned and the text color is red. In this video, you will learn what are CSS selectors and what are their different types. So let's start by discussing the agenda for this tutorial. So in this tutorial, we will learn what are CSS selectors and what are their different types. We will also look at an examples to how to work with CSS selectors. So, what are CSS selectors? CSS selectors allow you to select and style HTML elements. Selectors are used to find elements based on their ID, classes, types, attributes, value of attributes, and much more. Let's discuss the most common selectors. There are several different types of CSS selectors. The most common of them are CSS element selectors, CSS ID selector, CSS class selector, CSS universal selector, and CSS group selectors. So, what is a CSS element selector? The element selector selects element based on the element name. This is a CSS selector. It means it will select all the P elements on the page. It will style all the P elements to the central aligned having blue color. This is a CSS selector. It is set to P. This means it will select all the P elements on the page. It will style all the P elements to be center aligned having blue color. Let's look at what it looks on a page. So as you can see, all the elements are centrally aligned with a text color blue. CSS ID selector. The ID selector uses the ID attribute of an HTML element to find a specific element. An ID should be unique within the page, so you should use the ID selector to find a single unique element. To find an element within a specific ID, use a hash character followed by the ID of the element. So here we have used the hash para1. So all the rules will be applied to the HTML element with ID equal to para1. So this is an ID selector. It will be applied to all the HTML element with ID is equal to para1. As you can see, it is applied to the element having the ID para1 and all the other elements are defaultly styled. CSS class selector. The class selector finds the element with a specific class set by the HTML class attribute. To select an HTML with a specific class, use a period character followed by the name of the class. So this style will be applied to all the elements having the class name class1. This is a class selector. It is denoted by a period symbol. All the elements having a class name class1 will be styled with centrally aligned and color blue. As you can see, the element having the class name class1 is styled and all the other elements are set to default. CSS universal selector. The universal selector selects all the elements on a page. The universal selector is assigned by a star character. The universal selector selects all the elements on a style sheet. As you can see, it is denoted by a star mark. All the elements inside our web page will be centrally aligned and the color will be set to blue. As you can see, all the elements are centrally aligned and the colors are set to blue. CSS group selector. In style sheets, there are often elements using the same style. To minimize the code, you can group selectors. To group the selectors, separate each selectors with a comma. Here, we have group selectors for H1, H2 and P. So style is applied to H1, H2 and P elements only. It is better to group the selectors to minimize the code. Here we have group selectors P, H2 and H3. So style will be applied to only elements having P, H2 and H3. As you can see, so all the elements of P, H2 and H3 are centrally aligned and colored to red. Every element that can be displayed on a web page is comprised of one or more rectangular boxes. CSS box model typically describes how these rectangular boxes are laid out on a web page. These boxes can have different properties and can interact with each other in different ways. But every box has a content area and optional surrounding, padding, border and margin areas. The following diagram demonstrates how the content, padding, border and margin CSS properties determine how much space an element can take on a web page. The content area consists of content like text, images or other media. It is bounded by the content edge and its dimensions are given by the content box width and height. The border area is the area between the box padding and margin. Its dimensions are given by the width and height of the border. The margin area consists of spaces between the border and the margin. The dimensions of the margin area are the margin box width and margin box height. it is useful to separate the element from its neighbors. The padding area is the area that includes the element's padding. This area is actually the space around the content area and within the border box. Its dimensions are given by the width of the padding box and the height of the padding box. Now let's jump to an example to understand the box model better. So we are on the Sublime Text Editor. To get started, I have created a box named Simplilearn with background color pink. The font size is 30 pixels and we have set the border to 0 solid green. Let's see how it looks on our page. So as you can see, we have a box named Simplilearn with background going all the way to the end. I have also removed all the padding and margin from the page so that the boxes are pushed just at the corner of the page, as you can see. Let's start by adding a padding of 20 pixels to the box. If you save the file, you can see the box increased by 20 pixels from all the sides. Padding occurs inside the background of an element. It goes around the content of the element. Most of the buttons inside the CSS is designed using padding so that the background of the button becomes wider than the actual text. The next thing we can do is change the border of the element. If we change this border size to 15 pixels, we will get a nice solid background of color green. The border goes around the padding of our element. So we have the 20 pixels of padding around the content and 15 pixels of border around the padding which is around the content. Now we'll see the working of the margin. If we add 30 pixels of margin to our element, you can see the spacing on the outside of our border. So let's add the 30 pixel margin and refresh. You can see the spacing on outside of the border. Margin is used to space two elements apart from each other. Now let's change these values to see the difference. Let's make the margin 40 pixels. We'll make the padding 30 pixels. And let's keep the border 20 pixels. And make it color red. This is 40 pixels. Let's observe the changes. So as you can see, our border now has a red background. The padding is 30 pixels, the margin is 40 pixels. Let's inspect the elements to understand it better. By clicking on inspect, you can see the different styles. Here in the computer tab, you can see the box model. This is the content area, this is the padding area, this is the border, and this is the margin area. We have the margin of 40 pixels around the border. So you can, when you click on this area, you can see the margin gets highlighted. The border area gets highlighted of 20 pixels. This is the padding and this is the content. You can change the size of the content by adding the height and width. So let's try adding height and width. We'll give the height 50 pixels and we'll give the width also 50 pixels. Just save the file. Now when you refresh, you can see the content area 15 to 50. What is a flexbox? Flexbox, also called flexible box model, is basically a layout mode or model that provides an easy and clean way to arrange the items within a container. If you are using a CSS for a while, you must have used the old block model where you assign width in terms of percentage or fixed width and then use the float to arrange the items on the page. Suppose, for example, you want to arrange 3 boxes in a row. Then you have to enter everything manually from width, height and to padding. Flexbox can do all these things with ease. Some of the concepts of flexible box model is the ability to alter the item width and height to best fit in the containers available in the free space. Flex model is direction agnostic, which is different from the box model, which is vertically biased, and the inline, which is horizontally biased. Flexbox works for both. Flexbox is more effective in small scale layouts. So here are the main properties of the Flex. Okay, so let's jump to some code and learn how these Flex properties work. Okay, so we are in the Sublime Text Editor. To get started, let's add a div inside a body here and we'll give a class of Flexbox container, since this will be the container where all our Flexbox items will reside. Then inside this container, we will add another div and give it a class Flexbox item and one more class Flexbox item 1, which will help us to understand which items we are referring to when we style our elements individually. Let's just save the file and see how it looks on a page. Now if you save the file, you can see we have the box because I have already applied some of the styles to these Flexbox items. Let's just see the styling. So you can see we have the items styled, just a basic styling, so that we get the box on the web page. Now let's just copy these and add 2 more Flexbox items, and you will see we have 2 more boxes on our page. Just copy and paste them below. Give them the class name Flexbox item 2 and Flexbox item 3. Just save the file. Now you can see we have 3 boxes on the page. Now to create a Flex container, we will add display Flex to our Flex container, and this is how we create a Flex box container. So here we will just add display Flex. Just save the file. Now you can see all the items are in the same height and they are all in the same row. You will also notice that if we shrink our browser, the items adjust themselves accordingly to fit within the browser. Now if we want to style the elements on the main axis, we will use the property justify content inside a Flexbox container. Let's make it a center. Save the file. Now you can see that all the elements are in the center of the page. Another thing we can do is, if we want our layout to have a spaces between the elements, we will set the justify content to space between. You can see all the items are now evenly spaced. If you want to lay out your items on the cross axis, we will use the align items property. The default value for this is stretch. If we want to keep the size of our items, we will use the center, and then all our items will be center vertically. Before Flexbox, aligning the items vertically inside the container was nearly impossible. With Flexbox, you can do it easily. Now you can see the items are aligned vertically inside the container. Now let's just delete everything and we'll just keep the display Flex. Now if we want to have a column layout instead, we will use the Flex direction and change it to column. Flex direction, column. Now if you refresh the page, you will see all the items are shown up in a column. Now we can start talking about the different properties that can be applied to our different Flexbox items as opposed to Flexbox container items. The Flexbox container is only for laying out and spacing between your items as well as the positioning of your item inside the container. The actual Flexbox item properties are used to override those item properties or to apply different sizing to these elements. Now if we want our first item that it does not shrink when we shrink our browser, we'll set the Flex shrink to 0 to our first item. So we'll set the Flex shrink to 0. Now if you go back to the page and try to shrink this, you'll see the first item remains the same. It does not shrink. Now, in the same way, you can set the items to grow in proportion with the web browser. Suppose we want our Flexbox item to grow with as the page grow and cover all the empty spaces. So we'll set this Flex grow to 1. Now you will see all the empty spaces are taken by the second item. Let's say we want our second box to be the center of the container instead of stretching to full height. we can use the align self property and set it to center. Now you will see that the align self property overrides the align content property of the container. You can see it is centrally aligned. So this is all you need to understand and get started to work with the flexboxes. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and learned something new about the flexbox and how you can use the flexbox to create the dynamic layout for your site. What is a grid? A grid is a set of intersecting horizontal and vertical lines defining the rows and columns. And what is a grid layout? So, CSS grid layout is the most powerful layout system available in CSS. It is a two-dimensional system, meaning it can handle both columns and rows, unlike Flexbox, which is largely a one-dimensional system. You work with grid layout by applying the CSS rules to both the parent element, which became the grid container, and the element's children, which become the grid items. The CSS grid layout excels at dividing a page into major regions or defining the relationship in terms of size, position, and layer between parts of a control-built HTML primitives. You can see this is the basic layout of a grid system. Like tables, grid layout enables an author to align elements into columns and rows. However, many more regular layouts are either possible or easier with CSS grid than they were with tables. For example, a grid container's child element could position themselves so they actually overlap and layer, similar to the CSS positioned elements. So here are the features of the CSS grid layout. They are fixed and have flexible track sizes. You can create a grid with fixed track sizes using pixels. For example, this sets the grid to the specified pixel which fits to the layout you desire. You can also create a grid using flexible sizes with percentages or with the new FR unit designed for this purpose. You can place the items into a precise location using the grid line numbers, names, or by targeting an area of the grid. The grid also contains an algorithm to control the placement of items not given an explicit position on the grid. You can define an explicit grid with a grid layout. The grid layout specification is flexible enough to add additional rows and columns when needed. Features such as adding as many columns that will fit into a container are included. It also gives you control of overlapping content. More than one item can be placed into a grid cell or area and they can partially overlap each other. This layering may then be controlled with the z-index property. So, here are the basic terminologies you should know to work with the grid system better. The grid line is the dividing line that make up the structure of the grid. They can either be vertical or horizontal and resides on either side of rows and columns. A grid column is a space between two adjacent vertical grid lines. The size of a grid column is determined by the grid template columns property. On the other hand, a grid row is a space between two adjacent horizontal grid lines. Its size is determined by the grid template rows property. The grid cell is the single unit of a CSS grid. And in grid design, a gutter is basically the width of the space between columns. A gutter margin is the white space formed by the adjoining inside margins of two facing pages in a book, or a space between columns on a page. So, with this, let's now move on to the hands-on demo and see how the grid system works in actual world.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So we are on the Sublime Text Editor open with a project with some basic background styles and nothing inside the body. You can see this is the basic background style we have pre-applied just to have a good look of the box model. We'll start by creating a container and wrapping our grid items in it. So let's create a grid and give it a class named grid container. And inside of it, we'll put our different grid items. So we'll just create different grid items and give them a class grid item followed by a class number they belong to. so that we can easily distinguish between them. Just copy paste this 5 times. So we'll have the 5 elements on our page. Let's save the file and see how it looks on the page. So you can see we have the different grid items on the screen, so that it's easy for us to visualize. We have not applied any styles to them other than the visual styles. So we'll go back to our code. Let's go back to the CSS styling sheet. So to create the grid, we'll open our style sheet. We need to display grid on our grid container. So we'll select our grid container and set the display to grid. If you save now, you will see nothing changes. This is because the grid itself doesn't define any rows and columns for us to work with. It just, they give the alignment properly. Therefore, by default, it looks just exactly the same. To make the grid look actually grid, what you need to do is define columns and rows for a grid. So to do this, you will use a set grid template and set the column if you want to set the size of the column. We'll set the size to 100 pixel and 150 pixel. Now, if you refresh, you have the 100 pixel column on the left and a 150 pixel column on the right, and then the grid captures our next row. But what if we want our box to flexible size themselves according to the items inside of them? Here, we'll use a fraction in it. Instead of a 150 pixel column, we want one fraction of our size, and instead of a 100 pixel, we want the 2 fractions of our size. So we'll just replace with 2 fractions and this with 1 fraction. Now if you save the file and go back to the page, you will see that the items on our left here in our first column are twice as large as the item on the second column. And that's because of the FR units we have defined. You can see the difference in the sizes. The item 1 is the twice of the size of the item 2. Another thing you can do is with columns is use repeat. Suppose you want 4 columns of a size 100 pixel wide. You can just write repeat command and inside of it how many times you want to repeat the size. So we'll just delete this and use the repeat. We'll set the number of times we want to repeat and the size of the columns. Now if you save the file, you will see we have a 4 columns of 100 pixel wide. We can do the same things for row. Just set the grid template rows and define the size you want. Now you can see we have the symmetric size all around our container. If you don't know how large your grid is going to be, you can use the grid auto rows and this will determine the size of all the rows that is added after the template rows. Suppose we want all our rows to be 100 pixels. So we'll just delete the grid template rows and set the grid auto rows to 100 pixels. Now you can see all the rows are now 100 pixel tall. Let's change our column back to 100 pixel and 150 pixels so that it will be easier for us further. We'll just delete this grid auto rows. Now we'll talk about the spacing of the rows and columns apart from each other. We can do this with the help of the grid gap property. Grid row gap will give some spaces between the rows. Similarly, the grid column will give you the spaces between the columns. Now you can see the gaps between the rows and columns. Now if we want the same value for both the columns, you can use the grid gap property and mention the space. We'll just delete this too. And instead of it, we will use just the grid gap. And set the size to 20 pixels. Now you can see the evenly spaces between the rows and the columns. This is all you need to know about the sizing of the different columns and rows. Now let's talk about the positioning items within its grid cells. So for horizontal positioning, we could use the justify items and we can set that to center. So that centers each item within the cell. By default, it is set to stretch. You can also set it to start. Or end. Or space around. We will leave this to center. To vertically position the content, we could use the align items. The align items also accept the same values. We can set it to center. We can also set this one to start or end. We'll keep this to center as well. You can also align the entire grid within the container. So let's get rid of these to just demonstrate them in a proper manner. We can use the justify content and that will align the content horizontally within the container. We can also set this to start or to end. Just set this back to center. To align the content vertically, we could use the align content and the align content also accepts the same value. We can set it to center. Or start. If you inspect the elements, You can see they are aligned centrally between the container. We'll just close this. Okay, so this is everything you need to know to get started with the grid layout. Grid works very similar to the Flexbox, but it allows you too much in terms of laying your elements because of its 2D nature.
Here you can see we already have the HTML file with us. In this video tutorial, we are going to create the structure of a form with the help of HTML, and then we are going to style it with the help of CSS. So before we begin with the programming part, let's discuss what is a form. Basically, forms are very essential part of any website. It is a way to take users' input and process the data acquired from the user. The form offers controls for almost every use of an application. With the help of form controls and several form fields, we can take small as well as large input data from the user, and then we can use that data. You guys must have seen it in different websites where we have login and sign up forms. So in login form, what we usually do is we enter an email and a password, or a mobile number and a password, a combination of any of them, and then the website allows us to open an account for that particular website. On the other hand, on a sign up form, we need different type of data. We need name, then we have to put a age and several other form of data, right? Like the phone number, email, everything we have to put in a registration form. So these are the types of registration form we usually see, but apart from that, we can create other forms as well. So let's discuss why CSS is necessary to create a form. As we all know, HTML is used to structure a web page. So with the help of HTML, we can create a form. But to make the form look more interactive to the user, we need to style it. That's where CSS comes into picture. CSS is used to style a form, and it will make our form look more interactive to the user as well. So without any further delay, let's start with the programming part, and we'll create a basic form with the help of HTML and CSS in this video. So don't worry, we'll create some more forms in the upcoming videos. So in this particular video, we'll see how CSS is used along with the form. So here you can see we are in the HTML part of a form. So we'll create a form first. So the most basic element, HTML element to create a form, is the form element. Now we are going to take some unordered list, or the UL element. Now we are going to take the li. So as you guys all know, UL and li, both the elements are used in combination always. So let's label the form. So we'll write label for. We'll take certain parameters and we'll write here name. Fine. This is going to be the name. We'll write here name, save it, and just refresh the page. So here you can see we have the name present on a web browser. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to create some more input fields, right? So to create an input field, we have to use the input element always. So we'll write here input. We have to define type. Type is going to be text, and then we have to put a name. Name is going to be ID. So ID is going to be the name, and then we'll write here user name. Fine. So here you can see we have an input box. Let me just increase the size a bit. So here you can see we have an input box with name as the label, and then we have an input box. So similarly, we'll create some more input elements first. So we'll just paste them here for 4 times. So here you can see we have 4 different placeholders. So let's just remove this one, and we are going to keep it simple for this particular video. So we'll write here label for mail. Then we are going to take email from the user. So we'll write here email, and input type is equals to, we'll write here email. ID will also mention as mail, let's say, and name we are going to write here user email. Fine. So save it. Here you can see. Now we are going to do the same for another one. So here what we'll do is we'll write here message. So we are going to label this as message. We are creating another input field. So we'll write here input type is equals to, okay, let's just do one thing. Let's just remove this input tag from here, and we are going to use the text area in place of it. So we'll write here text area, ID as, let's say, message, and then we have to write here name user underscore message. Fine. close it, and the text area is done. So here you can see we have a text area as well. We have two input fields and a text area. So we are going to create a form out of it. Fine. So we have all the HTML elements. Now what we are going to do is we are going to style this form basically. So before that, let me just create a button as well. Okay, so we'll write here button type is equals to submit, and we'll write here submit. Fine, save it, and here you can see we have a button as well. So let's move to the CSS part of this form now. So what we are going to do is we are going to style this form with the help of CSS. Now we already have the structure of a form. So to style this form, we are going to use certain IDs, or we can say elements name, or whatever we want to use, we can just use them. So first of all, we are going to center the form on the web page. So we are going to, let me just show you in this way. So here you can see we have all the HTML elements present on the left side of our web page. So we are going to center them first. So we are going to put them here. For that, we are going to use basic CSS. So we'll write over here margin. Margin is going to be 0 and auto. 0 for up and down, auto for left and right. So then we are going to write here width, the actual width of our form. So let's say the actual width is going to be 400 pixels. Then we'll write here padding. Padding we are going to write as 1 em, and then we'll write here border. Border is going to be 1 pixel. Solid, and let's use any color for this form. So let's just write here this. Save it. So here you can see we have a border, the border of our form. So here you can see our form is present at the center of our web page. It looks different from what we had in our HTML part, right? So we have a border, all the elements are present at the center. Let's style it more. Then we are going to define the border radius. Border radius is going to be, let's say, 1 em. Save it, and here you can see the curved border, and we'll write here background color. Background color, give any. Let's use beige. So here you can see this background looks nice for this form. So we are actually done with the outer styling of our form. We have a form here. Now what we are going to do is we are going to style these elements as well. So we'll write over here UL and list style type. So we are going to remove these bullet points from here. So we'll write over here none for the first, and here you can see all the bullet points are gone. Then we are going to write here padding is 0 and margin is 0. Fine, save it. So here you can see we are done with the unordered list. Now we are going to write here form li, and we are going to do it for every list element. So we'll write it here like this. We are going to give margin top to every list element. So we are going to give margin top to every element. So let's say the margin top is going to be 1 em. So here you can see it's equal for each element. So the top margin is also 1 em. Then we have a difference of 1 em between each input field, right? So that's how it works. Now we are going to style the label. So we are using a HTML element name, right? So here you can see now what we are going to do is we are going to align all the labels. Fine. So we'll write here display as inline block. Save it, and here you can see. Then we'll write here width as 90 pixels. Save it. So here you can see the width. It started taking the form of a form, the shape of a form basically. Then we'll write here text align to the right. Okay, here you can see. Now what we are going to do is we are going to take a input element and text area together. So we'll write here text area as well. So we need to make sure that all the text field have the same font settings by default. So what we'll do is we'll write here font 1 em, and we are going to use sans serif here. Fine. Let's just write something over here, and now save the program, and here you can see. So the font size is changed, And the next thing we are going to do is we are going to give uniform text field size as well. So we are going to write here width as 300 pixels, and then we have box sizing property. Box sizing, we are going to write here border box. So here you can see all the boxes are of same width. So here you can see the form looks nice now. And the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here border as 1 pixel solid, and let's use this color, save it, and here you can see the border changed. Now what we can do is we can also use the focus property of CSS to focus on every input box, but we are not going to do it right now. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write some code for the text area, and we are going to align it vertically. So we are going to write here vertical align as top, and here you can see the message is now present at the top. It looks nice. And we are going to give height as well to the text area as 5em, and here you can see the text area is a little bigger in size when compared to name and email. Now what we are going to do is we are going to write here dot button. We are going to align the button with within the text field. So we'll write over here padding left. Basically we are going to declare it as 90 pixels, and here you can see it looks nice. And let's just use 95 pixels here, maybe, or we can use 93. Yeah, it looks aligned, right? So the button is done, and we are going to just use the button element here, margin left 0.5em, save it, and yeah, the form is, we are done with the form. So this is the basic CSS form. So we used HTML to create the structure, and then we use CSS to make it look a bit more interactive than it was with the help of CSS. So don't worry guys, we can do a lot of things with CSS. We can make a web, we can say form look more interactive, way more interactive than we can even think. CSS is actually interesting. We can do a lot of things with this form as well, but this time what we are doing is we are going to see how CSS is basically applied to a form to make it look more attractive to the user. So the background color and all plays a vital role in making a form look attractive to the user. So talking about how actually a form works. So here you can see we have 3 different input fields. We have name, email, and message. Just write name over here, okay, and just let's write here Kaushal and a message, submit it, and here you can see it says please include an @ in the email address, because here in HTML we have used the type as email for this input box. So how actually a form works: we create the structure of a form with the help of HTML, then we use CSS to style and make it look more attractive to the user, and then at the end JavaScript is used to validate that particular form. But now HTML also provides some sort of validation to any form with the help of type and some other attributes. So here we haven't used JavaScript till now. So what will happen if we are going to create a full-fledged form with backend and front end both? We'll take input from the user, we'll submit it, and the data will be sent to the server, and then we can retrieve any data from the server, or we can submit the user data to the server as well. So HTML, CSS, and JavaScript comes together to actually create a form. This time we are done with the HTML and CSS part. We have created a form and we have styled it with the help of CSS.
JavaScript was developed in the year 1995 by a person named Brendan Eich. Brendan was working for Netscape Communications while he developed JavaScript in 10 days. There were a few changes in the name of JavaScript. Initially it was Mocha, which was later changed to LiveScript, and then it finally became JavaScript. The start of JavaScript wasn't that good, as so many developers who were using Java at that time. They considered JavaScript as a language for designers and non-engineers. No one ever knew that this small side scripting language would have a great future. Today, more than 90% of the websites out there, they are using JavaScript somehow. Many of you guys gets confused with Java and JavaScript. Let me clear it for you that both Java and JavaScript, they are different languages. They have almost nothing in common. Many people say that JavaScript was named after Java as a part of a marketing strategy to gain wider acceptance and recognition. In 1995, Java was a buzzword when JavaScript was developed. That's why they renamed JavaScript after Java. Let's move on to what is JavaScript. Have you guys ever been through a website where you can see images that slides automatically? One such website is Amazon. The home page of Amazon, where we can see different types of ongoing sales, is an example of JavaScript. In layman language, JavaScript is a lightweight scripting language used to make web pages more interactive and more lively. Earlier, when JavaScript was developed, it was only a side scripting language to do basic tasks like you can add pop-ups in your web page or you can make your web page more interactive. Nothing more than that. But now the whole scenario has changed. With the help of JavaScript, we can create applications as well. If we talk about applications, let's take an example. Let's suppose we want to create an app. We can create it in Android or in iOS. But we have to learn few different languages to create those apps. For Android, we have to learn Java and XML, and Swift we have to learn for iOS. But with the help of JavaScript, you can create hybrid applications which can work on any platform without any problem. Tech giants like Google, PayPal, Amazon and YouTube, they are using JavaScript these days. The evolution of JavaScript in the past few years was unbelievable. Suppose you want to create a single page website. Every one of us is familiar with Gmail, let's suppose. So Gmail is a single page website which looks more like a desktop software than a website. So Gmail is based on Angular.js. It is a popular framework by Google which is free of cost and it is totally based on JavaScript. Now let's go over some of the features of JavaScript. These features are actually why it is considered that using JavaScript is advantageous over other languages. So let's start with some of these points. JavaScript is not a proper programming language. Indeed, it is a scripting language which works in the runtime environment just like Python. So there are few other languages like C++ and Java. They need a compiler to work. But with JavaScript, you don't need a compiler. Once you are done with the script, it will interpret and show you the output in the browser directly. Next up is lightweighted. JavaScript can provide programming facility to some extent. In JavaScript, you don't need to specify any data type or return type, which helps in making development more quicker. That's why it is known as lightweighted. JavaScript is both client-side as well as server-side technology. Client-side technology runs on the user's computer, whereas the server-side technology runs on the web browser. Initially, when JavaScript was introduced, it was introduced as a client-side technology. But with the introduction of Node.js in 2009, one can now work in the backend as well. There is a way to validate the user's data before sending it to the web server, and we can do that with the help of JavaScript. The data will be checked for correct form and value. All we have to do is start a loop, give it the condition to check the data. JavaScript is also platform independent, although originally designed to work on browsers only, but now it is a platform independent language, which means once you are done with the script, you can use it on any browser or platform without any problem. JavaScript is an object-based scripting language, although many programmers do not consider JavaScript as a true object-oriented programming language due to its lack of class concept. It does support other features of object-oriented programming, like it supports encapsulation, it supports polymorphism, and also it supports prototypal inheritance. The last but not the least feature of JavaScript is case sensitive. So when it comes to keywords, identifiers, names and functions, JavaScript differentiates between capital and lowercase letters. We have to keep this in mind while programming. Now I will quickly go over some of the JavaScript applications where JavaScript is currently being implemented. First one that comes to every person's mind is web development. It was also the main motive behind developing JavaScript. We have technologies like Angular, we have Node.js, we can create beautiful web pages. Also, JavaScript can be used along with HTML and CSS to make those static looking web pages more engaging. If we talk about other applications of JavaScript, we can use it in app development, either mobile app or web app. Like we took the example before that how hybrid apps made with the help of JavaScript can take over traditional Android and iOS app. One of the most important and unique application of JavaScript is in smartwatches. The Bangle.js is an open sourced smartwatch powered by JavaScript. Gordon Williams, the man who is currently working on this project, it is said that this new open sourced stack built around JavaScript will replace the onboard firmware soon. The next application of JavaScript is client-side validation. As we discussed earlier, JavaScript is used to validate the user data, whether the user's input is correct or not, by cross-checking it with the given condition. Like the user wants to enter in your website and you want it to be a user with @gmail.com in his email ID. So you will give that condition to JavaScript and it will cross-check it with the user's information. Like when the user will try to enter in your website, it will check that if @gmail.com is there or not in the user's email ID. So it can validate the user also. Apart from that, one more application of JavaScript is game development. JavaScript can be used to make fully fledged 2D or 3D games using different libraries. Although most JavaScript game development focuses on creating games used in browsers only. Let's start this video with the introduction to DOM. DOM stands for Document Object Model. It is an API for HTML and XML documents, which helps JavaScript to understand what is there written inside the HTML document. API stands for Application Programming Interface. To understand API better, let's take an example of a restaurant. Imagine yourself in the restaurant. You are sitting at the table with the menu. The chef in the kitchen is also part of the system. The waiter here works as a messenger between you and the chef. That's what API does. It works as a moderator between JavaScript and the HTML document. DOM defines the whole HTML document in a hierarchical form to make it understandable for JavaScript so that other JavaScript functions can work over it. It represents the entire document in the form of object and nodes. Whether it be elements or text or anything stored in the document, the entire page content can be accessed or manipulated by JavaScript. DOM is not used with JavaScript only. Other languages like Python also uses DOM. DOM was designed to be used independently. To begin with DOM, there is nothing special you have to do. Different browsers have different implementation of the document object model. Every browser uses DOM to make the web page of the document accessible by JavaScript. Let's move on and see what is document object model with the help of an example. I believe you guys have the basic knowledge of HTML and CSS, a prerequisite for this course. Let's start things off with a basic HTML example. Here we have a code that consists tags like HTML, head, body, heading tag, etc. We have the HTML tag here, the opening HTML tag and the closing HTML tag. Inside the HTML tag, we have the head tag, which contains the document's header part. Inside the head tag, there is a title tag that contains the title of the web page. Then comes the body tag, which contains a heading tag and two div tags with IDs as div1 and div2. A div tag defines a particular section in the HTML document. The ID used within the div tag, it is an attribute basically that has to be unique within the document to make the element unique from other elements. Next up, we have a paragraph tag with a class attribute within it. CSS and JavaScript uses classes to select and access specific elements. Don't worry guys if you have no idea about it. Let us first see the output of this code before going to the document object model of this whole document. So guys, this is the output of the previous code we just came through. Here we can see the title of the web page as well as heading after it. There were two different div tags used in the code. Here is the output of both the div tags. The question here is, where are those ID and class attributes seen in the output? The answer to this question is there's nothing on this web page that can show both of them. We can use them in our CSS file or through JavaScript to specify the containers in which they are used. So we have concluded how a normal document works and how the browser interprets the HTML code. But how JavaScript uses this code is a bit different. That's where DOM comes into play. When the actual HTML document is loaded in the browser, another representation of that document is created, known as Document Object Model. Here's the model you can see on your screen. Each of the tags used in HTML document is correspondingly represented as objects in the DOM, like starting from the HTML tag and covering all the other tags like head, title, body, and few more. The same hierarchy as there was in the HTML document goes with the document object model also. Document object model is simply the same HTML document with different representation. The reason behind this different representation is that it's easy for JavaScript to interpret this format. JavaScript can't understand tags, but it can understand these objects. JavaScript can easily manipulate these objects using different functions, which we will see in future while working on these functions. For example, if you want to access the text present inside the heading tag, you can do it by accessing the heading tag with JavaScript. You can also work on the style of this text with the help of JavaScript as well. JavaScript uses the concept of nodes. It can access nodes of the document object model. There are many types of nodes present in the DOM. The basic three types are element node, attribute node, and text node. The element node consists of all the tags used in HTML document, like the head tag and the body tag. The attribute node contains the attributes used in HTML document. By now, I hope you have understood the concept of attributes. So JavaScript can access these attributes as well, and the user can work upon them as per requirements. The text here in the HTML document, that is simply. It can also be accessed with the help of JavaScript. It is the value of that particular element. Variables are named storage that a program can manipulate. As the name suggests, a variable is a value that can change according to conditions. Variables refers to those memory blocks inside the computer where we can store information. Let's suppose you want to store any value inside your computer. So variable will represent the location of that value. In simple terms, variables are cups with stuff inside them, and you can use that stuff later again and again according to the way you want to. Before the introduction of ES6 or ECMAScript we can say, which is the updated version of JavaScript, variables were declared using a single keyword only, which is where. We'll try to declare a few variables here. We'll see how where keyword works. So let's comment this thing first. So let's declare a few variables. Let's suppose where a equals to 15. We will declare where b and the value of b will be 6. We will declare where c and the value of c would be a plus b. So here we have defined three variables a, b and c. A is a variable with value 15 stored inside it, and so is b. The value of b is 6. But c is a variable that will contain the value of a plus b. Let's try to print this on browser. Document.write, and we will print the value of c. Save it, and here you can see the value of c is 21. That's the correct answer. So similarly you can also print a and b as well. Let's print a and b as well here. What we will do, we'll copy this line, we'll paste it for a, and we'll update this here as well so it won't create any confusion. So here you can see the value of c is 21, the value of a is 15, and the value of b is 6. It shows the value of all the three variables we declared. But with the introduction of ES6 or ECMAScript in 2015, two more ways were introduced to declare a variable. These are let and const. We shall discuss these two terms in the later part of this session. Let me show you how to declare a variable. There are a few things you have to keep in mind while declaring a variable name. Here we have seen we use three variables a, b and c. That was an easy task to do, but giving a variable any name, like something other than a single alphabet. So you have to keep a few things in mind while naming them. Start them with a letter, underscore or a $sign. You can't use any sign except underscore or dollar. So if you are giving a variable name, you can't use any other sign except the underscore or the dollar sign. You can use these two signs only. You can't use any other sign. You can't use a number in the starting. Apart from that, let's suppose you want to give it a name as 9BE. You can't do that in JavaScript. JavaScript won't allow you this. If you try to save it, it will throw you an error, invalid or unexpected token. So you can't do this in JavaScript. There is no limit for the length of the variable name. But you can't use reserved keywords in a variable name. Like let's try to create a variable with name as class. Class is a reserved keyword in JavaScript. We'll save it and see here it throws an error, unexpected token class. But you can use a class with capital C. Let's save it and here it will work fine. Why it works? Because JavaScript variables are case sensitive. If we try to create a variable with same name, let's see, we try to create a variable with var girl and the another variable will be var girl with capital G this time. JavaScript will treat these two variables differently. These two are different variables for JavaScript, as JavaScript is case sensitive when it comes to variables. Let's declare a few more variables. Let's remove it. We'll declare a few more variables. Let's comment this part as well. We'll declare a few more variables. Suppose we declare a variable with keyword var and we'll name this variable as bike name. Var bike name and press enter. If we leave this variable without assigning it any value, the by default value will be undefined. Let's try to print the value of this variable. Right, we will try to print the value of bike name. Save it. Here you can see the value it shows is undefined. So the by default value of a variable, if you do not assign it any value, will be undefined. Let's try to give it a value. Let's suppose we try to give bike name. We use equals to operator to assign it a value. To assign, let's suppose we'll assign it Yamaha. Semicolon and press Ctrl+S to save this, and here you can see the output as Yamaha. You can also assign a value to the variable during declaration, as we have done in the previous examples. Here we have assigned the variable's value at the time of declaration only. Let's move on to let and const. So we will discuss let and const, but first we will compare let with var. Let is also used to declare a variable just like var is used, but there is a limitation to use let. Let is not accessible outside the block in which it is declared. So we will use let here only. Let bike name equals, and we will change this value as well. We will change it to hero, let's say. Save it, and here you can see the output as hero. But if we try to put this code inside a block, let's suppose we put this code inside this block, a pair of curly braces, and we will again try to access document.write. We'll try to access bike name again from here. From outside the block we try to access this. Save it, and here you can see bike name is not defined. It is an error in line 18. So what's happening here? Basically you can't access a let variable outside the scope. You can't access it from here, but it will work with var. If we try to replace let with var and save it, here you can see it says hero and hero, because first it will interpret this method and then it will interpret this as well in case of var. Due to its limited scope, let variables are used when there is limited use only. Like in for loop or in while loop, we will learn these loop in future. Let will not allow you to redeclare any variable. Let's understand this with an example. Here's the code as well. We have declared var bike name and we'll remove this. And first we'll try to do this with var. Let's suppose var bike name equals to TVS. Ctrl+S. It says hero and TVS. So the variable name, the bike name is same in both cases. Here and here as well. These are same, but with var keyword you can do that. Let will not allow you to do this. If we use let here in place of var, we'll write let here as well, and we'll change the value as well. We will give it as Kawasaki, and let's suppose Suzuki here. Save it. See, bike name has already been declared. So that's what let won't allow you to do. You can repeat the same let variable in different scope. It won't create any problem, but it will not allow you to redeclare any declared variable. So let's move on to const. We use const when there are values we don't want to change or that will never change basically. So the keyword const is little misleading as it defines a constant reference to a value, not the constant value. We can't change the primitive value, but we can change the properties of constant objects. Let's write another piece of code for const keyword. So let's declare a variable const x is equal to 5, comma y is equal to 7. Let's say const So here what we have done, we declared a variable x and a variable y with value as 5 and 7. We declared this time with const keyword, and a variable z which is x plus y. We printed z on the browser and it shows the value as 12, which is x plus y. 7 plus 5 is equal to 12. Now what we will do, const will let you do this, but if you try to update the value of x, let's suppose we try to update the value of x as x equals to x plus 10. We'll print x this time. Document.write x. Let's save this. It will throw an error assignment to a constant variable in line 24. So here you want to update the value of x. You can't do this with const keyword. You can do this with let and where as well, but you can't do this with const. Also, const won't allow you to redeclare any variable just like let. So if you try to use const x again is equal to 10, save it. So here it says identifier x has already been declared. This thing you can do with const. The scope of const is the same as let. It can be used within the block where it is declared. Data types is an essential concept in every programming language. To work on any variable, you should know its type. It refers to the kind of data which is being stored inside a variable. The type of variable is holding basically. Every programming language has its own set of data types which is unique in its own way. We discussed earlier that JavaScript is a lightweight scripting language because we don't need to specify any data type in JavaScript. After all the variables in JavaScript are loosely packed, or we can say JavaScript is a dynamically typed scripting language. We shall discuss these properties later in this video. For now, let me tell you about different data types present in JavaScript. So JavaScript data types are divided into two categories: primitive data types and non-primitive data types. Primitive data types are stored in stack, whereas non-primitive data types, they are stored in heap. I don't want you to go deep in these two terms as if you are new to programming, so we'll leave it. Just keep one thing in mind, that primitive data types are base data types, whereas non-primitive data types are objects, or we can say they are derived. Primitive data types, they are further divided into 5 categories. They are divided as numbers, strings, boolean, undefined and null. Non-primitive data types or complex data types, we can say, on the other hand, they are divided into two parts: arrays and objects. We'll have separate videos on these topics. For now, let's discuss primitive data types. To understand primitive data types much better, let's declare a few variables here. Let's say we declare var x and give it the value as 16. We'll declare var y and we'll give it value hello world. We'll declare one more. Let's say var flag and the value will be true. Here we can talk about those properties of JavaScript which I mentioned earlier. JavaScript variables are loosely packed and JavaScript is a dynamically typed scripting language. These 2 points refer to the same thing. Here you can see we have defined 3 variables: x, we have defined variable x, we have defined variable y, and flag as well. The values for all 3 variables is different from one another. See, variable x is holding a value that is 16, variable y is holding a value hello world, which is a string. So 16 is a number, hello world is a string, And variable flag is holding a value that refers to a boolean value. In place of true, we can also write false here. So what's happening here? Here you can see there is no data type. If you are coming from a C++ background or a Java background, this will be a little bit weird for you guys, because in C++ and Java, we used to do it like we'll define an integer. Let me show you. So how we will define an integer in C++ or Java? What we'll say? We'll use int x equals to 5 or something like that. We already had a data type. For string as well, we have char in C++, but here in JavaScript, we have no data type. We are only using the where keyword. That's what we call as loosely typed. This line means that you don't have to define the data type of the variable. What happens in JavaScript is whatever the type of value you will pass to the variable, the data type will change accordingly. So you don't need to worry about if you are passing a number or if you are passing a string. Just relax. Just when you pass the value to the variable, it will be determined automatically. So these are the three basic primitive data types present in JavaScript, which are number, boolean value, and string. So let's move on to the next one, which is undefined. We'll define a variable p and we'll leave it as it is. So this variable p has an undefined data type. It means that any variable which is already declared but has no value inside it, it has an undefined data type. I'll tell you a basic operator, the type of operator. We'll go through the operators in later videos, but just try to understand the basic need and use it with me. For now, this operator will help you know the type of value a variable is holding. See, let's use it here. We have declared a variable p. We'll check the type of p. So to use this operator, you have to use it with document.write now. So we'll do document.write and we'll use two brackets, and inside it we'll write type of, and whatever, like if you want to know the type of variable x, let's suppose, we'll write here x, semicolon, save it, and you can see here it says number. This means that this variable has a value which is a number. Similarly, we will check for all the variables present here. We'll check for every variable. We'll check for y, we'll check for flag, and we'll check for p as well. Let's copy this and paste it 3 times, and let's change the value here from x to y in this line, and from x to flag here, and here we'll change it to p. So we have done it. We'll save it and see. Here it says number first. Variable y, it says it's a string, because you know hello world is a string. It's a sequence of character. For variable flag, it says boolean, so it's defined as true or false. And for variable p, it's written here undefined. With this, we are left with only one primitive data type, the null data type. There's a difference between a null value and an undefined value. Undefined means lack of value, whereas null means the absence of any value. Suppose you are using null as the value for any variable, the type of operator will return this variable as an object. But if you are not giving any value to this variable, you are leaving it after declaration, the type of operator will return undefined. Here's an example for this. See, we'll declare one more variable here. We'll declare var num. Let's name this variable num, and we will give it the value as null. We'll use document.write type of, and we will check with the help of type of operator that what type of value the variable num is holding. So let's give here num. We are good to go. Press Ctrl plus S and see. Here it says it's an object. So a null value will always be shown as an object. We'll talk about the complex types or composite types in further videos. We'll have separate videos for each of these types. Don't worry about it. The term control statement is pretty self-explanatory and straightforward, right? We came across JavaScript statements in previous videos. JavaScript statements are the instructions that tells the browser to perform specific actions. Control statements are also instructions, and they govern the flow of control in a program. So let's take a look at control statements with the help of an example. Let's suppose we have a piece of code. that has n number of statements. Here, let's say we have this code, and so the conventional workflow will be, it will first execute the first statement, then second, then third, and so on till statement n, right? So this is the basic flow, right? From statement 1 till statement n, and it will execute each statement in between. However, in real world, the scenario is different. Like, we don't write the code in same manner every time. For example, let's suppose you are in line 5 and you want to print this line 10 times. So what should you do? You can write this line 10 times, or you can copy paste it, right? Okay, let's forget about 10 times. Let's suppose you have to use this code, or we can say, let's suppose you have to print this statement 100 times. Doing this, like copy pasting it for 100 times or writing this statement for 100 times, that's useless and unnecessary, right? So that's where control statements comes into picture. We'll discuss them in a while. Let's assume another situation. This time you want to make a choice based on certain conditions. You can use conditional operators, but then it has limitations, right? To tackle this problem, we have control statements in JavaScript. So these are the very basic reasons why we need control statements for performing a certain activity. Like, if we want to perform a certain activity n number of times, or if you want to make a certain decision making kind of scenarios in your program, that's where we need control statements in JavaScript. In JavaScript, we have two different types of control statements depending upon what action we are performing. So we have the conditional control statements and we have the iterative, or we can say looping control statements. Talking about conditional statements, as the name suggests, we use conditional statements when we have to make decisions based on conditions. When we have two choices, or when we can say when we have two different conditions and we want to make choices accordingly. So that's where we use conditional statements. We have two different types of conditional statements, the if-else statements and the switch case. Talking about the iterative statements, as the name suggests, if you want to perform any action more than once, or maybe n number of times, instead of writing them again and again, we use loops. So loops are basically statements. We use loops to perform any activity n number of times with specific conditions. So in JavaScript, we have four different type of loops. We have for loop, while loop, do while loop, and foreign loop. So the for loop, while loop, and do while loop, you might have heard about them earlier because they are also present in other programming languages. But this foreign loop, this is a new type of loop present in JavaScript. We use foreign loop with objects. We'll go through objects in upcoming videos, and of course we'll be looking at each of these control statements in detail. We'll have a particular video for each of these topics. Now let me introduce to you the break and the continue statement. They are not the types of control statements, but they do assist in other control statements. The break is used to exit a switch statement or loop. Like, when used in a loop, it breaks the loop and continues executing the code after it. And on the other hand, the continue statement breaks a single iteration. When used in a loop, when we use continue statement in a loop, it breaks a single iteration, and it breaks the iteration only if the specified condition occurs, and then it will continue with the next iteration in the loop. So the if-else conditional statement is used whenever we work with condition. It can be either a single condition or maybe more than one condition, or multiple conditions we can work with. So let's try to write a basic program with a single condition. So then we'll move on to multiple conditions using the else if statement. So we'll create a new file today. So I hope you guys know the importance of creating a separate file for every topic. You know, it will be easy for you to work to find out that separate file later if you want to revise that topic. So here is the program where we have taken a variable x and the value of x is 10. So what we are doing in this program is we are checking if the value the variable x is holding, that is the value 10, and if the value is less than 10 or if the value is greater than 10. So we have only two conditions. Either the value can be less than 10 or the value can be greater than 10 or equals to 10 as well. So here in this program, what we'll do, we'll update this value as 8. So the variable x is holding the value 8. So to check the output, let's save it, and here you can see it says the value of x is less than 10. Of course, the value 8 is always less than 10, right? So for 8, that's fine. It will say the value is less than 10. And similarly, if we do the same for, let's say, 11, save it now and see, it says the value of x is greater than 10. So that's quite simple, right? But what if we are giving the value as 10? We know 10 is equals to 10. So save it now and see. Here you can see it says the value of x is greater than 10. This is happening because what we did, as we told the interpreter to check the value if the value of x is less than 10. We didn't mention that what to do if the value is equals to 10. So it will check for only x is less than 10, not for equals to 10 or greater than 10. So here what it is doing, it is checking if the value is less than 10. So that it says okay, let's print this statement if the value is less than 10, or if the value is not less than 10, or if the value is equals to or greater than 10, it will print the value of x is greater than 10. To avoid this type of misunderstanding, we use an else if statement. So the concept of else if statement is the same as if statement. What we are doing, we are using multiple conditions, right? We are giving it more than one condition. So how to use else if? It's quite easy, and the syntax is also similar to the if statement. The only difference is that it contains an else before if. So it's an else if. So what we are doing is we are giving it a condition that else if x equals to 10. So now what it will do, it will check for two conditions, that if the value x is holding is less than 10 or equals to 10. And what we'll do, we'll update it as. So let's check the output now. Save and see. Here it says the value of x is equals to 10, right? So I hope you guys are getting this. The execution flow for this program will be like, it will check for the first condition if x is less than 10. If yes, it will print the value of x is less than 10. If no, it will move on to the following condition. Like under the else if statement, it finds a condition that if x is equals to 10, it will check for it. If yes, if x is equals to 10, then it will print the value of x is equals to 10. Or if not, then otherwise it will move to else statement and print the value of x is greater than 10. We don't need to specify any particular condition for this, because we have already specified the two conditions, that if x is less than 10 or if x is equals to 10. Now we'll take a look at some basic programs. Other than this one, we'll take a look at a few more basic programs. So here's another program. What we are doing here is we are taking a variable x and the value of x is 5. So what we are doing is we are checking if the number is an even number or an odd number. The thing you have to keep in mind is the logic to find whether a number is even or an odd number. So to check whether a number is even, what we do, we'll divide that number with 2, right? What basically we want is we want the remainder as 0 when we use the modulus operator. So what we'll do, here we have written x mod 2 equals to 0. So if the remainder is 0, then the number will be an even number because it is divisible by 2. Else it will be an odd number. So that's quite simple, right? Let's save it and check the output. For 5 it says odd number. Yeah, 5 is of course an odd number, right? So that's for even and odd number. So here we are with another program. Here it says we have a variable y and the value of y is, let's say, 8. And what we are doing here is we are checking if a number is positive or negative or 0. So we have three different conditions. Either number can be positive or it can be a negative number. Any number greater than 0 is a positive number, right? And any number less than 0 is a negative number. And the third one is a number 0. It's neither positive nor negative. So let's check for the number 8, save it and see. Here you can see it is a positive number. Let's see for -2. Save it now. It says a negative number. For 0 it will say 0. So these two programs are quite simple, guys, right? The conditions are pretty simple. We use modulus operator, we used greater than or less than sign, and that's quite easy to use, right? So let's move on to the next program, which is a bit tricky than these two. So what we'll do in our next program is we'll check if a number is positive or negative, and at the same time we'll check for even and odd also. If we are giving any number as input, like let's suppose we are using 5, we'll check if the number is positive or negative and odd or even. So we'll do this simultaneously. Let's move on to this program. So there are two ways to check whether a number is positive or negative and odd or even. So the two methods, we'll discuss them one by one. The first one here is to use nested if, and the another one is when we use logical operators along with the if else if statement. So this one here you can see right in front of your screen is the nested if method. So here you can see we have used the if statement. We have given one more condition inside another if statement. So first it will check whether a number is positive or not. For x greater than 0, it will check if the number x is greater than 0. Then if yes, if it will find it that yes, this number is greater than 0, then it will move on to the nested if and it will check for odd or even. For odd number and even number, it will check if it finds that the number is even, it will print that the number is positive and even. If the number is not even, it will print the number is positive and odd. So here you can see the difference. What the interpreter is doing is it will check for the number as positive, and if the number is positive, then it will move on to the nested if and check for the even or odd. So if it finds that the number is even, it will print positive and even, otherwise it will print positive and odd. Then it will move on to the next condition, which is for negative number. If x is less than 0, then it will again move to the nested if and it will check for even and odd. So if it finds that the number is even, it will print negative and even, otherwise it will print negative and odd. And the last condition is for the number 0. Let's try to find out the output of this, and what we'll do, we'll update the value of x as 8. So save it now. Here it says the positive and even. So 8 is a positive number and even as well. Let's update the value of x as -5. Save it now. It says negative and odd number. -5 is a negative odd number, right? So that's how it will check for positive or negative and odd or even. So we are doing both the things simultaneously in a program. We have an alternate method as well. Here you can see on your screen we have written a program, and here we have taken a variable x. The functioning of both the programs is same. Both of these programs will check for positive or negative and odd or even. So here you can see I have taken a variable x. Let's say the value of x is 7. It will check for x greater than 0 and x mod 2 is equals to 0. So we have 4 different conditions, right? A number is greater than 0, that means a number is positive and even. A number is positive and odd. A number is negative and even. A number is negative and odd. And the final one is a number is 0. Okay, we have 5 conditions and we have to specify these 4 conditions here. So here you can see we are using the logical AND operator. This means it will print this statement. Let's suppose for this statement, it will print this only if both the conditions are true, right? If the value x is holding is both greater than 0 and an even number. So if you try to find out the output now, save it and see, here it says number is positive and odd. So the number 7 is greater than 0, but the number 7 is not an even number. That's why this line is not there on the browser. It will print this line because the number is positive and odd, right? The switch case is another conditional control statement, just like the if-else control statement. There's a difference between the usage of if-else and switch case statement. Now both if-else and switch case works with conditions, and we have to choose when to use switch case over if else. Switch case is generally preferred over the if else when there is n number of test cases present, or we can say when we are working with a lot of conditions. Let's say we are working on a program and you ask the user for an input between 50 and 100, a numeric input basically. And in the output, we have to print the textual form of that number. Suppose if the user enters 75, right? The output will be like this. So what we are doing, we are taking a number from the user as an input and we are printing the textual form of that number, right? So we can use the if else, or we can say else if control statement, but the program will be so lengthy and not so clean. Also, switch case is much more efficient than if else when it comes to execution time. Like if we have n number of conditions, then using switch case is a better option. We'll get to know why in a bit. So let's move on to the programming part, and today we'll write a program where we have to find the month in a year by accepting its number. So we have 12 months in a year. For example, if we enter 4, then the output will be April. And if we enter 8, then the output will be August, because August is the 8th month of the year, right? So I hope you guys are clear with the question. Of course, we can do this program with the help of if-else statement, but we discussed earlier that using if-else in such cases is not efficient, right? We can use switch case in this scenario. So let's create a variable first. Let's say we are creating a variable where month, and you can give any value to this variable from 1 to 12. You can provide it with any initial value. So let's create a variable first. Let's say we are creating a variable where month, and the value we are providing it 1 as the hardcore initial value. For simplicity, again we are not taking the input from the user or from the browser. To do so, we have to first go through the DOM manipulations, and we'll go through it in later videos. So let's start with the switch case now. The syntax for switch case is quite simple. Just write down switch and pass the variable month. So we have to check in this round bracket for the variable month, because you know any value you are providing to month, the switch will check the program accordingly. So for now we have taken the value as 1 for month. We can take any value, like we can take 3, we can take 11, 12 or any value other than 1 to 12 as well. So whatever value you are providing to the variable, you can provide the variable to the switch statement, right? So next up we have an open and a curly braces. For the body of the switch case, we have to test for 12 different conditions inside this, starting from 1 to 12, right? So the syntax goes like this. You have to write case and then the value month variable might hold, like 1, 2, 3 and so on, followed by a colon, right? So we have to write the value 1 and a colon, not a semicolon but a colon. Keep this thing in mind, guys. And below that we are going to write what we want when the value is 1, like what the output we want when the value is 1. So we have to write document dot write and whatever you want as the output. Like for 1, the first month is January, so we are writing here January and a semicolon. So if the value of the month is 1, you will get the output as January. Save it, and here you can see the output is January. Let me increase the font size for this as well. So here you can see the output is January, right? Next, we'll use a break statement. If you guys remember, we discussed the break statement in the control statements video, right? The break statement is not actually a type of control statement, but it assists other control statements, or we can say it helps us manage the control statements, right? What this statement does is, once we are done with our output, we get our output, right? Once we are done with case 1, we get our output as January. This break statement helps us to come out of the switch case. So to understand this much better, let's write here one more case. So let's say we are writing here one more case as case 2, and the output will be document dot write. The second month is February, right? And February here we can write. So we'll include one break here, like we'll come in the first case and include a break statement. So here's how you can write a break statement, how you can include a break statement in your code. So let's check the output now. So for now it says January. So if we don't include this break statement here, when the interpreter will execute this code and it will see that the case is 1, right? So it will print January, but it will print other statements as well. So for example, if we remove this break statement and save it now, see, you can see here the output as January and February. January and February both are getting printed on the output. So we need a break statement to break it here. See, the value is 1, and if we include break statement here, the moment the interpreter finds the answer, the correct answer as January, it will come out of the switch case. So I hope you guys are getting this. Similarly, we'll write all the cases for all the months. Let me show you all the cases. So here you can see on your screen that we have 12 different cases from 1 to 12, one for each month, depending on the value the variable month is holding, right? The output will be June if the value is 6, and if we say 10, the output will be October, and so on and so forth. Now, the question here is, what if we try to write a random value for the variable month? By random value, we mean that if we try to write any value other than these 12 values from 1 to 12, if we leave these values, then if we try to write another value, like if we write here 13, so what will be the output now? Let's save it and see. There's no output, and there might be no error for this as well. So if you try to check for an error, go to inspect and check out. See, there's no error, right? So in that case, we have one more case, like we have default case. So let me show you how to include default in your program. What you have to do is write here default with a colon and write document dot write, and let's suppose we are writing here wrong input. What is happening is, let's try to run this program first. Press Ctrl plus S, and now you can see it says wrong input for value 13. So what is happening is, the switch case will first check these 12 cases, and any value other than 1 to 12 will get the output as wrong input. It works the same as the else statement, right? In else statement, we don't need to specify any particular condition. Any condition other than the if condition or else if condition will fall inside the else statement. It's not necessary to add default in your program. It's just if you want to give the user a prompt that he has entered a wrong value. So you must include this default case in your program every time while using switch case, because it's quite useful, you know. Okay, so this is the complete program to find out the month by accepting its number. If you try 6 and save it now, it will say June. If you try 10, save it, it will say October. If we try 12, save it, it will say December. So I hope this is clear to you guys. Next up, let's discuss about switch case in detail, because the switch case in JavaScript works differently from other languages. Like, switch case is also present in C++ and Java, but in JavaScript it is a bit different. So in JavaScript, switch case can accept numbers, it can accept strings and boolean values as well. Now let's have a look at how the switch case works with string values. So here is an example of string values. You can see the value variable month is holding is June, right? And you can use this string in case as well. So here you have to give the case as a string value, right? Because we are using switch case statement with strings. So the first case here is when the value will be June, the output should be 6th month. And when the value is July, the output will be 7th month. So let's check it out if this is working or not. Let's save this program and see. For June, it says 6th month. And similarly, we can check it for July as well. Let's check for July. Save it and see, it says 7th month. You can include the default case as well if you want to. It will be similar, like there's no difference for default case. Let me show you how. we'll write here wrong input. And save it. And now let's try to change the value here. Let's say we are using May. Save it and see, it says wrong input. What if we use a numerical value here? Let's try to use 2. Save it now. It says wrong input for 2 as well. It will give you the output when the value is either June or July. So any other value you try to use here, it will give the output as wrong input. In the same way, it works for Boolean values as well. Let me show you how it works for Boolean values. So what you have to do, instead of 2, you have to give here a Boolean value. Let's suppose you are writing here true. And for true, you have to change the case as well. For true, you have to change the output as, let's say for true, the output will be 1. Okay, and similarly for false, the output should be 0. And the output should be wrong input for any other case, right? So save it now and see. Here for true, it says 1. The output you can see here is 1. And if you try to do the same for false, like let's write here false. And now try to check the output. See, here it says 0. You can see the output is correct, right? We will discuss our first iterative control statement, that is the for loop in JavaScript. So iterative statements or looping statements, we can say, are used when we want to perform an activity multiple times or n number of times. So we don't have to copy paste that code every time, but we can use iterative statements. Using iterative statements will make our code clean and definitely more efficient. So we have 4 different types of iterative control statements, right? We discussed it in the previous video. Let's move on to for loop, which is our first iterative control statement, and we'll move on to the programming part directly. So before we start, one thing to keep in mind, guys, is that we use for loop when we are clear with the number of iterations in advance. So let's start with our first program. In this program, we will print the multiplication table of 10 from 10 into 1 to 10 into 10. Let's start with coding. First we write the for keyword, and then we have 3 different parts. We have the initialization, which is separated by a semicolon. Next up we have the condition. And finally we have the increment or decrement. So this is the syntax for loop. Next up we have the open and the closed curly braces for the body of for loop. We'll change these 3 values, as these are not the actual values, right? Our parameters for these 3 different parts of the loop are going to be different. So let me comment this one. So what we'll do, we'll leave it here only. We'll change it from here. So in the initialization part, what we are going to do is we'll create a variable. Let's say we are creating a variable where a and the initial value of a will be 1. This initialization happens only one time, when the for loop begins. We have to be careful about the condition we are going to use, because sometimes what happens is the loop runs forever because of a wrong condition, which will ultimately crash our program. So in the condition, what we have to do is we have to give a value as in for how long our for loop should execute. Here in this case, we want to print the table of 10, right? We want to have 10 iterations. So what it will do, it will start from a equals to 1 and it will go till this final condition. So let's suppose we are writing here a less than equals to 10. It will start from a equals to 1 and it will go till a less than or equals to 10. And next up we'll use the increment operator. We want to increment the value of a by 1 every time, right? So we'll use increment operator, a plus plus, or we can say a equals to a plus 1. Both are the same things, right? So here the condition will be like this: for variable a equals to 1, a less than equals to 10 and a plus plus. So here you can see the loop will execute from a equals to 1 till a equals to 10 and the value will be increased by 1 every time because we have used the increment operator, right? Next up, the body of for loop will go like, so what we want to print here, we want to print the table of 10, right? So we'll use document dot write and inside document.write we'll use the h1 tag. So what we want to do is we want to print the table of 10, right? So we'll multiply 10 by a. For every iteration the value of a will be multiplied by 10 and then it will be printed on the browser. So we'll close the h1 tag here in the semicolon. So here you can see we have printed 10 into a. Let's save it and check the output first, and then we'll look at the execution flow of this program. See, here the multiplication table of 10 is printed on the browser. You can see 10, 20, 30, 40, so on and so forth till 100. So what is happening is, firstly, the for loop is also known as the entry control loop. It means that the condition is checked initially. The first time the for loop runs, we perform initialization only once. So here the value stored at variable a is 1. Initially the value is 1. Next up it will check for a less than equals to 10. Is a, which is 1, is 1 less than equals to 10, then true. The control will be shifted to document.write and it will print 10 into the value of a is 1, right? So it will print 10 here. Next thing, it will go for the increment and the value of a will be changed to 2 from 1. 1 plus 1, or we can say 1 equals to 1 plus 1, right? So it will be 2. Now next thing, it will leave this now because the initialization happens only once. Now it will go for the condition directly. Now it will check for is 2 less than or equals to 10. If yes, then again the control will be shifted here and it will print 10 into 2 because the value of a is 2 now. And after that it will print 20 here, and after that the value of a will be increased to 3 because we have used a++. Then it will check for 3 is 3 less than 10, and same thing will happen, it will print 30 and so on and so forth till the value of a is 10. Now if the value of a is 10, it will print 100, right? And when the value is incremented, it will become 11. So what will happen? Now it will check for 11 less than equals to 10. No, we know that 11 is not less than equal to 10, right? Then it comes out of the loop and it will print nothing after that. So this is the basic working of the for loop. We'll go through one more program wherein we'll print the odd numbers between 1 and 10. So what are odd numbers? Odd numbers are those numbers which are not divisible by 2, right? So we have the odd numbers as 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 and we want to print them. So the difference between each number is of 2. The 1 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 till 9, right? So what we have to do is we have to write here a plus equals to 2. We have to increase the value of a by 2. And instead of writing here 10 into a, because this time we don't want to print any multiplication table, we want to print a number only, right? So we'll use a only. Save it and check the output. It says 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. So these are the odd numbers present between 1 and 10. Keep one thing in mind, that you have to give the condition wisely every time. So next up we have the while loop. Like the for loop, while loop is also an entry control loop, which means that the condition will be checked first. So the question here is how while loop is different from the for loop. If you guys remember, when we discussed that we must know the exact number of iterations, then only we can use the for loop, right? So the while loop is preferred when we are not aware of the number of iterations, or we can say we don't know if the condition will be true for a certain number of times. We'll start with the programming part now, and then we will discuss more about when to use while loop over for loop. So let's start with the program. In this particular program, we will print odd numbers up to a specific number. Let's say we want to print all the odd numbers up to 50. So we want to print all the odd numbers from 1 till 50, right? We came across the same program in the previous video as well, but this time we will use the while loop instead of for loop. So the syntax for the while loop is relatively easy to use. The code goes like, we start with the while keyword, then opening and closing round brackets, and finally the body of while loop in curly braces. if you guys remember from the previous video wherein we used the for loop, we had three different parts, right? We had the initialization, we had conditions, and the increment decrement part. Here we have only one condition, and until this condition holds true, the while loop will be executed. For example, here we want to print all the odd numbers from 1 to 50, right? So we'll first initialize a variable. Let's initialize a variable first. Let's say we have a variable x and the value of x will be 1. We used here 1 because 1 is the very first odd number, right? After that, inside the condition, what we want to do is we want to print the odd numbers up to 50. So while the condition will be like while x less than equals to 50. So the loop will go till x is less than or equals to 50. Or we can say x less than 15. That depends on us if we want to check for 50 or not. So the odd numbers will go like 1, and then we have 3, then we have 5, then we have 7, and up to 50. So the last odd number will be 49. So inside the while loop, we will print the value of x. So here we will print the value of x. Let's print it. Document.write. And inside this, we will print the value of x inside the h1 tag. Suppose we try to run this program now. It will go on an infinite loop. And the reason for this is we are not doing anything to increment the value of x. Just like in for loop, if you remember, we had the initialization first. We had the initialization here as well. Then we had the condition. We have a condition here as well. And then finally it has an increment or decrement part, right? So here we don't have that same increment or decrement part. We have to do it separately. So we'll increment the value of x here only. So here we will write x plus equals to 2, or we can say it is same as x equals to x plus 2. You guys are aware of it, right? So the reason is simple, because we want to go from 1 to 3 to 5 and so on. That's why we use x plus equals to 2. We incremented the value of x by 2. Save it here and let's check the output. So here you can see it says 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 and so on and so forth till 49. So 49 is the last odd number before 50, because we are checking between 1 and 50, right? So 49 is the last odd number. Let me show you how the program goes into an infinite loop. So for that, what we have to do, we will comment this whole line here. Let's check the output now, save it, and here you can see it is refreshing forever. And this is basically how a program in an infinite loop looks like. The output of this program is the program will ultimately crash. So what we have to do, we have to open a new tab and then again we have to run the program with correct increment part. So here you can see, you can wait for it to become responsive or exit the page. So here you can see we have all the odd numbers from 1 up to 50 and the last one is 49. Coming back to the difference between the while loop and the for loop. We did the same program previously, right? Using the for loop. So where to use while loop over for loop? So consider a scenario where we are taking input from the user and the input from the user is y. We want to do something. Let's say we want to print something on the screen. Or if the input from the user is n, we want the process to be stopped. We can give the condition in the while loop, which will go like when the character y becomes n, the process will be stopped. We'll go through one such program once we are done with the DOM manipulation part, wherein we take the input from the user. Let's move on to the do while loop in JavaScript. In the previous videos, we have already discussed that both for loop and the while loop are entry control loop. That means the conditions are checked first, right? But the do while loop is a bit different, or we can say it is an exit control loop, wherein the condition is checked after the execution of the loop's body. Thus, an exit control loop executes at least once. Even if the test condition fails, or we can say the condition is wrong, the loop will execute once. Using the do while loop is relatively easy. It seems like we are giving the system a command to do something while the condition is something. So let's start with the syntax now. The syntax goes like this. We write the keyword do and we have a pair of curly braces for the body of the loop. And after that we have the while keyword and here we will write the condition. Make sure you are using the semicolon after the while loop. It's necessary while using do while loop. Keep this thing in mind. So we have two parts in the do while loop, the do part and the while part, or we can say the condition part. While part is the part where we write the condition. So let's define a variable first. Let's say we are using a variable. We are using a variable x and the value of x will be 5. So here we have taken 5 as a random value. You can take 1 as well. Now inside the condition part of the do while loop, this is the condition part where we are using the while keyword. So we'll give a condition. Let's say we are using while x greater than 5. It will check for the condition that if the value of x is greater than 5 or if the value of x is smaller than or equal to 5, it will come out of the loop. In the do part, we will write what we want to do. Let's say we want to print a single sentence here. We write document.write and whatever sentence we want to write. Let's say we are using welcome to Simplicode. So here you might be thinking that the condition is false, but the condition will be checked after the first iteration in the do while loop. So no matter what the condition is, the first iteration will happen always. So if we try to save this program and let's try to run this, here you can see the output is welcome to Simplicode. A single line is printed. What is happening here is, although the condition we used was wrong, but the condition will be checked only after the first iteration. When the do while loop will perform this particular statement, when the document.write will be performed, after that it will check for the condition if x is greater than 5 or not. If we use here 6 instead of 5, let's try to write here 6 instead of 5, and if we run this program now, it will go into an infinite loop because we are not performing the increment decrement operator here, right? As we have discussed in the previous videos, the importance of increment decrement part. So we need to do it here after the document.write part. So what we'll do here, we'll write x minus minus. Today we are using x minus minus, and for the other two loops we use the plus increment operator, right? So the x minus minus is the same as x equals to x minus 1. Let's check the output now. Save it. Here you can see the output is still welcome to Simplicode. The execution flow of this program will be like, it will first perform the iteration before checking the condition, and it will print here welcome to Simplicode for the first time. When the loop will start executing, it will first perform this statement and it will write here welcome to Simplicode. So then it will perform x minus minus, means the value of x is now 5 because we are decrementing the value by 1. So when the value of x is 5, then it will check for the condition if x is greater than 5 or not. So here we can see clearly x is not greater than 5 because x equals to 5 and it is equals to 5, right? So it will come out of the loop. Let's make few changes in the code here. Suppose we use here 10 instead of 6 now. And let's print the value of x as well. It will be easy for you to understand. So we'll print here x and we'll use a space so that it will be clear for you. We'll use here the br tag, and now let's try to run this program. Here you can see the output goes from 10 to 6 and it prints welcome to Simplicode every time, right? If you guys are wondering where we use the do while loop, sometimes it may happen that even though the condition is false, but we have to execute that command. We use the do while loop when we want the code to output some sort of menu to the user or to generate the menu at least once. We'll get to know about the do while loop in future videos when we create a program specifically for the do while loop. This video is just a syntax demonstration. We'll go through the examples of all the 3 loops present in JavaScript. So today we have 3 different problems for 3 separate loops, right? We'll go through each of the problems and we'll discuss the execution flow for each loop we'll go through. So let's start this session with the first problem statement. So the first problem statement goes like this. So here we have to write a program to check whether a number is prime or not. I hope you guys are aware of what prime numbers are, right? So a prime number is a positive number that is only divisible by 1 and itself. For example, 2, 3, 5, and we have 7 and 11. These are the first few prime numbers, right? If we take an example, let's say we are taking an example of 7. So 7 is a number which is divisible by 1 and 7 only. No other number can divide 7, right? So here in this code, we have to check whether a number is prime or not. So let me take you through the code. So here is the code to check whether a number is a prime number or not. Let me take you through this first. So we have a variable number, and the value of variable number can be any random value, like any number you want to check if the number is prime number or not. You can give that value to the variable number. So here we have taken 83. Next up, we have a variable is prime, whose value is a boolean value, right? It can be true for a prime number or it can be false for a non-prime number. So we have used comments in this program to make it easier for you guys to understand. So here we have used the if statement to check if the number is 1, because we know that 1 is neither a prime number nor a composite number, right? So we have to check if the user enters the value 1, or if we are giving the value 1, we have to check for it. So if user enters the value 1, it will print this statement that 1 is neither prime nor composite. Here in else if, we are checking if the value of number is greater than 1 or not. So if the value of number is greater than 1, the control will be shifted to for loop present inside the else if statement, right? Here you can see we have the for loop here. The control will be shifted to this for loop. So here you can see we have initialized a variable I, and the initial value is set to 2. That's because any prime number is divisible by 1 as well, right? So it won't make any sense to include 1 here. We'll start from 2 and we'll check until the value of I becomes half of the value of number. So if we take an example of 10, we'll check until 5, because any number greater than 5 won't divide 10, right? It's practically not possible. So we'll check for number by 2, or we can say we'll check till 5 only. And the value will be increased by 1 every time. Till now, I hope you guys are aware of how to use for loop and why we are using for loop here. We can do the same program using while loop as well, but to make it more clear how to use for loop, we are doing this program with the help of for loop. So then we have the I++, or we can say we have increased the value of I by 1 after every iteration until the value of I becomes half of the number. So the condition number percent I equals to 0. So here is the main condition to check if the number is divisible by I or not. So the execution will be like, if we are taking here a number 10, it will start from 2 and it will check if the remainder is 0 or not. So if the remainder is 0, then the value of is prime will be changed to false and it will come out of the loop. Next, it will check for the value of is prime if the value of is prime is true or not. Here you can see if the value of is prime is true, then it will print n, or we can say then it will print that the number is a prime number. Else it will print that the number is not a prime number if the value of is prime is false. For example, when we took the example of number as 10, so the value of is prime will be changed to false, because 10 divides by 2 is equals to 0, or we can say the remainder will be 0. So the value of is prime will be changed to false, and for false it will print number is not a prime number. So at last we will check if the number is less than 1. If the number entered by the user or any other number we have taken, like if we take here -5, so it will print the number is not a prime number, because by the usual definition of prime numbers, any negative number cannot be a prime number. That's a usual definition, right? So we have to keep this thing in mind, and here in this else loop we'll print that if any negative number is entered, we'll make sure that the program gives the output that the number is not a prime number. So let's try to run this program and check the output. Let's save this program, and the output says 83 is a prime number, as 83 is not divisible by any number except 1 and 83. For example, if we take here any number which is divisible by, so let's say we are taking 75. Save it now and see, it says 75 is not a prime number. Okay, here's a spelling mistake. It says 75 is a not prime number. So here we'll correct this. So we are done with it and save it now. Now it says 75 is not a prime number, as 75 is divisible by numbers other than 1 and itself, right? it is divisible by 3, it is divisible by 5, 15 and 25 as well. All these numbers divide 75 basically. So let's take a different value here. Let's say we are taking -7. Let's change the value here as, or we can take it as -75. Let's save it now. So it says the number is not a prime number. Or if we want to try for 1 as well, let's take it as 1 and let's check the output now. So it says 1 is neither prime nor composite number, because we have given here the condition if number is equals to 1, then it will print that 1 is neither a prime nor a composite number. You can try this program with the help of other loops as well. So let's move on to the second problem statement, but before that let me take you through the same program using the while loop. So here you can see we have used the while loop for the same instead of for loop. Here you can see we have used while I less than number by 2, and we have given the increment condition here, and we have initialized the value of I at the start of the program. So if we try to run this program, it will give us the same output. There will be no change in the output. So we can use while loop as well. So we'll use the while loop in other program. Let's move on to the second problem statement. So in this example, we'll learn to write a program in JavaScript to check whether a number is an Armstrong number or not. So we'll do this with the help of while loop. Let's have a look at how to implement this program. Before proceeding to the coding part, let's have a look at what is an Armstrong number. So an Armstrong number of 3 digits is an integer such that the sum of the cubes of its digits is equal to the number itself. So for example, 153 is an Armstrong number since 1 into 1 into 1, it means the cube of the digit 1 plus the cube of 5, that is 5 into 5 into 5, which is equal to 125, and the cube of 3, which is 3 3s are 9 and 9 3s are 27. So it will go like 125 plus 27 plus 1. So which is equal to 153. So an Armstrong number of 3 digits is an integer such that the sum of the cubes of its digits is equal to the number itself. So here we have the code for the same. This is the code to check whether the number is an Armstrong number or not. So here we have taken a variable and the value is 153. The value of the variable number is 153, right? Because we already know that 153 is an Armstrong number. There are few more numbers like 371 is also an Armstrong number. Next up, we have taken a variable sum and the initial value of sum is 0. We have used the variable sum to store the value of the cubes. And next up, we have a temporary variable so that we can break a 3-digit number, and we need the number after all this program, all these loops and all, will need the number, will need the original number to compare it with the sum of the cubes, which will be held in sum. So, but we need to break the number as well, right? So we need a temporary variable to break it. Here we use the while loop, and the loop will run until the value of variable temp is greater than 0. So the initial value of temp will be 153 here. In this particular case, the initial value will be 153, and the loop will run until the value of 153 is greater than 0. Next up, we have a variable remainder that stores the last digit's value as we are dividing 153 by 10. So the remainder here will be 3. So the value saved at variable remainder will be 3 for the first time. Then what will happen will we are updating the value of sum, and the new value of sum will be 0 plus 3 into 3 into 3. So 3 3s are 9 and 9 3s are 27. So the updated value of sum will be 27. Next up, we are removing the last digit from the number. So for example, we have here 153, and if we divide 153 by 10, the answer will be 15.3. That's why we are using here %, because what % will do, it will convert the float value into an integer. So if we try to perform a simple divide in JavaScript, like if we try to divide 153 by 10, it will give us 15.3. It will give us a float value, but we want an integer value, right? So % will change this value to the nearest integer. So 15.3, the nearest integer will be 15. So the new value of temp will be 15. Then again this loop will be executed, and for this time the variable reminder will hold the value of 15 modulus 10, and the remainder will be 5, right? So the new value of remainder is 5, and the value of sum is 27 plus 5 into 5 into 5, which is 27 plus 125, right? So the new value of sum will be 152. And then again it will go to the temp and it will divide 15 by 10, and it will change the value to an integer. So 1.5 will be changed to 1. And next up, the final value of temp is 1, which is greater than 0, right? So it will divide 10 by 1 and the remainder will be 1. So next up, it will add 152 plus 1 into 1 into 1, that is 153, right? And then it will divide 1 by 10 using the %, but this time the value will be 0 because there's no remainder, right? Next up, we'll compare the value of the sum and the number variable. So the sum variable here, it is holding the value as 153. We break this number into 3 different parts. Then we took the cube of these 3 numbers and added them. So the final value of the variable sum is 153, and the initial value of number, or we can say the value we gave to the variable number, is 153. So right, it will print here that 153 is an Armstrong number. Or if we use any other number instead of 153, let's suppose we are using 121. So it will print 121 is not an Armstrong number. Let's check out the output once. Let's save it and see the output here is 153 is an Armstrong number. So if we change the value of 153 to 121. So let's check the output now. It says 121 is not an Armstrong number. Why? Because if we take the cube of each of the digit and we'll add them, suppose the answer here will be 10, because the cube of 1 is 1 and the cube of 2 is 8 and the cube of the final one is 1. So 8 plus 1 plus 1 is equals to 10. So that's why 121 is not an Armstrong number. Let's move on to our last problem statement, where we'll use the do while loop to find the factorial of a number. So here's the problem statement where we'll have to write a program to find the factorial of a number. So factorial of an integer is the product of an integer and all the integers below it, or we can say before it till 1. So if we take an example of 5, so the factorial of 5 will be, it will multiply each number before it. If we take 5, the factorial will be 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1, or if we don't include 1, that's totally fine. So this program is pretty simple as compared to the previous two we did. So this is a small one too. Let me take you through this. So here we have the program, and here we have 3 variables, right? We have a variable I, which is initialized as 1, then we have a variable n, which is 5, and then we have a variable f, whose value is 1. F is for factorial and n is for number we want to check the factorial of, and I is for checking the condition. So here what we will do, we'll use a loop where if we, for example, if we are taking 5, then the loop will go from 1 into 2 into 3 into 4 into 5, from 1 to that number. It's not like if we are using from 5 towards 1, but we are going from 1 towards 5. The answer will be same, right? Because we are multiplying all the numbers in both the cases. So here we took 5 as the number. Next up we have a variable f, and the value of f is also 1, as you know. So here we are using the do while loop. For the first iteration it will perform this. So the value of f for the first iteration will be f equals to f into I, which means f equals to 1 into 1, which is 1. So the value of I will be increased and it will become 2, and now it will check for while 2 is less than equals to n. Yes, 2 is less than n. So it will again go up and it will update the value of f, and the new value of f will be 1 into 2, that is 2. Then again the value will be increased and it will become 3, and then it will change the value of f as well. It will become 6, and the value of I will become 4. Then it will check if 4 is less than 5. Yes, 4 is less than 5. And then it will multiply 4 with 6 because the value of f was 6, right? So 4 into 6, it will become 24. And then finally the value of I will be 5. And it will check if the value of I is less than or equals to 5, right? While I is less than equals to 5, yes, that's true, because now 5 is equals to 5. And it will again execute the loop, and the value of f will be 24 into 5, which is 120. And then again the value of I will be increased. Now it will become 6, which is greater than 5. So it will come out of the loop and it will print the factorial of a number. So let's save this program. So the factorial of 5 is 120, because see, here we have used the factorial of n. N is 5 and the factorial is 120. So if we try to give any other number here other than 5, let's say we are using here 10. Save it. It says the factorial is 3628800, or it's 36,28,800. So if you try to multiply 10 into 9 into 8 into 7 so on till 2, or we can say 1, the answer will be this. You can check it, you can Google it, or you can go through it in your calculator.
For today's session, the topic of discussion is how to become a backend developer. So if you're wondering how to become a backend developer, what skills are required and what the responsibilities are, then you're in the right place. But let's wait for a while for more people to tune in. I'd also like to thank all our viewers for actively participating in these sessions. Alright, so whilst you're at it, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon to never miss an update. Okay, so I see a lot of people tuning in. Alright, so I think we're good to begin. Now, I'm sure all of you use social media applications. Now, every time you click on a video, scroll through a feed, perhaps search for something, the corresponding information is displayed on your screen. Now, these applications provide an excellent user experience. But how is this achieved? You must know that every application comprises of two parts. There's the front end and then there's the back end. The front end is what the user deals with, and the back end is what makes this happen. In other words, the back end includes an application, a server, and a database. The back end application fetches the data from the database and processes all client requests. The result of this is made visible to the user. So now the question arises, who is a backend developer? A backend developer's role is to focus on details like building an effective website architecture, scripting and writing code that serves as a means of communication between the website's database and the browser, and lastly, to ensure data integrity and consistency. So now, let's look at the skills required to become a backend developer. It is vital for you to have good understanding of programming concepts like data structures and algorithms. This includes stacks, queues, linked lists, trees and graphs, sorting algorithms, and search algorithms. Next up is programming languages and frameworks. One of the most critical skills of a backend developer is a depth of knowledge in backend programming languages. This includes proficiency in JavaScript and its environments like Node.js and Express.js. Next, there's Java. This language was particularly built from the ground up to be run on server side. Popular frameworks include Spring and Java Server Faces. Next up is Python, which is the most popularly used language today. It is flexible and easy to use. Python frameworks like Django and Flask are used for backend development. And lastly, there's C# and its frameworks like ASP.NET Core and ASP.NET MVC. Other languages include Perl, PHP, and Ruby. Now, because backend and frontend developers work so closely together, It is also helpful to have a foundational understanding of front-end web languages like HTML and CSS. Now, proficiency is essential not only for performing daily tasks, but also for working alongside front-end developers for developing solutions. Next, we have database management systems. A backend developer writes code that is used to perform relational mapping to fetch data from the database. Some popularly used DBMS are MySQL, SQL Server, and PostgreSQL. Next up is version control. Again, popular ones are Git and Subversion. They help manage the project files and keep track of the entire history of things that the developer is working on. And lastly, there's cloud hosting platforms. These platforms allow you to deploy your product on the cloud service provider so that it can be accessed from the World Wide Web. Most popular ones are Amazon Web Services, Google Cloud Platform, Heroku, and Microsoft Azure. Of course, there are non-technical skills that are required of backend developers. Those who choose this profession should be comfortable with analytical processes, have well-developed problem-solving capabilities, be interested in emerging technologies, have good communication skills, and be able to work independently and sometimes as a part of a collaborative team. Now that you're familiar with the skills, let's have a look at the responsibilities of a backend developer. First up is forming an understanding of the performance needs and goals of the website to develop effective, successful solutions. Development and management of application programming interfaces. Development of systems for websites to accept and securely store data, such as those required for payment processing systems. Then there's writing code, testing and development solutions for code-related issues. Then there's organization of system logic. Other responsibilities also include development of site architecture using proper methodologies like Agile Scrum framework, and also providing solutions to system problems. Lastly, let's have a look at the salaries of a backend developer. The average salary of a backend developer in the United States is around $102,000 per year. The average salary of a backend developer in India is around 7,23,000 Indian rupees per annum.
In this session, we're going to cover the topic of what is Angular. I'm sure all of you use mobile and web applications. Be it from social media to healthcare, e-commerce, and net banking, these apps are used by billions of people across the globe. Now, the main reason we use these apps is that they offer seamless user experience and interface. But how are they developed to provide such reliability? One of the frameworks that is widely used to build such robust apps is Angular. So let's dive into the session now. So here is a list of topics that we're going to be covering. First up, we'll see why Angular was introduced. Then what is Angular? Features of Angular, Angular architecture, advantages and limitations of Angular, the learning curve of Angular, and finally we'll look at some of the companies that deploy Angular. So without further delay, let's begin. Why Angular? Now, JavaScript is the most commonly used client-side scripting language. It is written into HTML, enabling interactions with web pages in many unique ways. So, as a relatively easy to learn language with almost pervasive support, it is exceptionally well suited to develop modern applications. But the question arises, is JavaScript ideal for developing single-page applications that require modularity, testability, and other features? Perhaps not. However, we have a variety of frameworks and libraries designed to help us with such things. With respect to front-end development, Angular and JavaScript together bring in structure and consistency to your web applications and also provide scalability and maintainability. Angular is specifically developed for single-page applications. So now the question arises, what exactly is Angular? Angular is an open-source JavaScript framework written completely in TypeScript. Now, it was primarily aimed to develop single-page applications and is maintained by Google. Angular as a framework provides a few advantages while also providing a standard structure for developers. It is designed for web, desktop, and mobile platforms. Now, if you have a doubt here as to what exactly single-page applications are, let me help you with that. Now, these single-page applications are basically applications that get loaded just once. So the main page gets loaded onto your browser. So any further interactions does not lead to loading of subsequent pages. Anything that has to be done further is just an addition to the already loaded page. So these single-page applications are primarily developed using Angular. Moving ahead, let's look at the features of Angular. We have 4 features that we're going to be discussing. We have the document object model, TypeScript, data binding, and testing. Now let's look at them one by one. Now the document object model treats an XML or an HTML document as a tree structure. Now here every node in the tree structure defines an object representing a part of your document. Angular uses the regular DOM. Now let's suppose you've made 10 updates on a single HTML page. So every time you make a change, the corresponding DOM or the tree structure needs to be updated. Now Angular updates the entire tree structure of HTML tags. Moving on to our next feature, we have TypeScript. Now TypeScript defines a set of types to JavaScript, which helps you write JavaScript that is easier to understand. Now all the TypeScript code compiles down to basic JavaScript that can run smoothly on any platform. Now TypeScript is not mandatory for developing an Angular application, but it is highly recommended. The main reason it's highly recommended is that it offers better syntactic structure while making the code base easier to understand and maintain. Now TypeScript can be installed as an npm package. Now to do that, you just have to run the command npm install-g TypeScript on your command prompt. Next up is data binding. Now data binding is a process that allows you to manipulate web page elements using the web browser. Now it mainly employs dynamic HTML and does not require complex scripting or programming. It is used in web pages that include interactive components like calculators, tutorials, games, etc. Now incremental display of a web page makes data binding extremely convenient when pages contain a large amount of data. When it comes to Angular, it uses two-way data binding. So any changes made in the UI element is reflected in the corresponding model state. And conversely, any changes made in the model state are reflected onto the UI state. Now, this allows the framework to connect the DOM to the model data via the controller. The last feature we're discussing is testing. Angular uses Jasmine to run its various tests. The Jasmine framework allows various functionalities to write different kinds of test cases. Karma is a task runner for the tests that use a configuration file to set the startup, reporters, and testing framework. So with that, we've covered the features of Angular. So let's go ahead and understand the architecture of Angular. Now, Angular is a full-fledged MVC framework. It provides a strong opinion on how the application should be structured and offers bidirectional data flow and updates the real DOM. MVC, short for Model View Controller, is an architectural pattern that separates the application layer into model, view, and controller. Now, model here relates to all the data-related logic. View, on the other hand, is used for UI logic of the application. And controller is the brain of the setup. Now, it is an interface between the model and view. Moving on, let's look at the advantages of Angular. First up, we have custom components. Angular allows you to build your own components that can pack functionality along with rendering logic into reusable pieces. Data binding. As discussed, Angular allows you to effortlessly move your data from your JavaScript code to the view and react to user events without having to write any code yourself. Dependency injection. Angular allows you to write modular services and have them injected wherever they are needed. This greatly improves the testability and reusability of the same. don't worry if you can't wrap your head around these topics. We're going to discuss them further in the coming videos. Next advantage is testing. Angular has been built from the ground up with testability in mind. You can literally test every part of your application. Comprehensive. Angular is a full-fledged framework and provides out-of-the-box solutions for server communication, routing, and more. Lastly, we have excellent browser compatibility. Angular is cross-platform and browser compatible. An Angular application can typically run on all browsers, be it Chrome, Firefox, Safari, and platforms like Windows, macOS, and Linux. Now, many versions of Angular have been released ever since its inception. All of these versions have added to the efficient working of the framework. Now, here are the different versions released. First up was Angular 1. It was built on JavaScript and completely based on controllers. Next release was Angular 2. Now, this incorporated the component-based approach, wherein the entire UI was divided into several components and lastly integrated to give the final logic. Next was Angular 4. It included router updation. Angular CLI or Command Line Interface 1.0 was introduced, however not deployed. In this release, the Angular CLI was optimized and commands like ng-update and ng-add were added. In the Angular 7 release, prompts were introduced which provided tips in CLI about the functions being used. In Angular 8, Ivy Renderer and Bazel were introduced. And finally, the most recent release was Angular 9. Now this came with the better framework and Angular material. Now this completely switched to the Ivy Renderer as a default compiler. Now that we've learned about the pros of using Angular, let's look at some of the limitations of Angular. First up is a steep learning curve. Now since Angular is a complete full-fledged framework, it becomes difficult for learners to begin with. You need to be acquainted with simple topics and then move on to more advanced topics to become proficient in this language. Next up is limited SEO options. Now, Angular offers limited SEO options and poor accessibility to search engine crawlers. It's verbose and complex. Now, a common issue faced by the Angular community is the verbosity of the framework. It also poses to be complex compared to other front-end tools. And lastly, migration. Now, one of the drawbacks of Angular is poor migration. Now, it becomes difficult to port legacy code to Angular-style architecture. Also, with each new release, it is painful to upgrade and a lot of them are not backward compatible. Next up, let's look at the Angular learning curve. Now, if you wish to learn Angular, you need to be acquainted with basic topics in Angular. Some of them are directives, modules, decorators, components, services, dependency injection, pipes, and templates. Now, once you've mastered your basics, you will want to go and understand more advanced topics such as change detection, zones, AOT compilation, and RX.js. However, the learning curve of Angular is clear-cut. In the beginning, it could be a little intimidating, but once you start using the tool, it becomes way more easier to comprehend and understand what is going on. And lastly, let's look at some of the companies that use Angular today. Many top-tier companies like Nike, Forbes, Google, HBO, Sony, Upwork, among others, readily deploy Angular. So moving on, let's look at the prerequisites for Angular. First up, we have Node.js. Angular uses Node.js as its base for a large part of its build environment. So as a result, to get started with Angular, you will need to have Node.js installed on your environment. So head to their official website and download the latest release for your corresponding operating system. Next up is the Angular CLI. Now this command line interface is a tool that makes it easier to bootstrap and develop your Angular applications. Now to install the latest version, run the command npm install-g at angular/CLI. You gotta run this command on your command prompt. And finally, to confirm installation, check for its version. Now the next thing that you will need is an IDE or a text editor to type your code. Now there are several IDEs that you can choose from, but in this series we've used VS Code throughout. So it is available on all platforms, so go ahead and download it if you haven't already. Now moving on to the final part is the demo. Now that you have a basic understanding of Angular and its prerequisites, I think you're ready to create your first Angular application. So let's head to our VS Code and begin. Here I've created a folder called Angular on my desktop and opened it on my Visual Studio Code. So to create your app, you need to open the terminal. Just go here and select New Terminal. And now type in the command ng new and provide the name for your app. So I'm just going to say hello world. So now this is going to create, just say yes. So basically what happens is that when you run the command, it will automatically generate a skeleton application under the folder that is hello world in our case. And it includes a bunch of files and installs all the necessary dependencies for the Angular application. So this could take a while. So once you've created your application, to run it, first change the directory. So let's say cd hello world. And now use the command ng serve. Now once it's compiled, you need to go to your browser and type in localhost 4200. And once you do that, you can see your UI. You can see that the application has been loaded onto your browser and it says hello world app is running. So this is how you create your application. So let's go back to our VS Code. Now as you can see here, there are many files and folders that are created, right? So let's look at a few of them. Of course, we can't explain everything, but I'll brush through a few of them. So the first main component is basically the root component. Now the root component here is the index.html. So here, if you open the file and see, it's a very small crisp code, right? But the most important thing in the file is this app root element. So what this does is it's basically the marker for loading your application code. So this is extremely important. So the next important file is the main.ts. Now this is the part of the bootstrapping piece. Alright, so the index.html file is responsible for deciding which files are to be loaded, correct? The main.ts file on the other hand identifies which Angular module is to be loaded when the application starts. So this is just a brief explanation as to what they are doing. Next we have the app folder. Now here we have the app.module.ts file. Now this application module file can be thought of as the core configuration of your application. So here's where the source code starts from. And moving on, we have the app.component.ts. So these are all TypeScript files, hence the extension TS. Now this file basically is the root component of your application. And then we have the HTML file for the same, which defines the appearance of what you can see on your browser. So let me just change the message that is being displayed. So I'll say, hey, welcome to this Angular tutorial. So let's save this. And when we go back to our browser, we can see the message, hey, welcome to this Angular tutorial being displayed. So like this, we can make a simple change and then it gets rendered onto your browser. So this was just a brief explanation of what happens in the background of your application. First, we'll get acquainted to what exactly Angular components are. Then I'll help you create an Angular component by showing a quick demo. And lastly, we'll learn about component decorator metadata. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our channel if you love watching new and interesting technology videos. Also, hit the bell icon to never miss an update. So what exactly are Angular components? Now I'm sure everybody uses web applications. And one of the most widely used applications is Gmail, correct? Now to help you understand what components are, consider them as Lego blocks. Now they basically are combined together to form the final application. So in this case, here we have the logo component, then you have a sign-in component, an image component, and then a create account component.
Now all of these components generally don't affect the working of each other. But however, when embedded, they define the UI of your application. So I hope you understood what components are. So to go ahead, let's discuss some of its common features. Now firstly, they are the building blocks of an application. Generally, you have a root component, which is basically the app component, and then it branches out into other components, creating a hierarchy. And these components are a subset of directives. Now don't worry about what directives are because we'll cover them later on in the series. But to give you an idea, there are three types of directives. You have the structural directives, the attribute directives, and the component directives. Only one component can be instantiated per element in a template. Now components are typically custom HTML elements, and each of these elements can instantiate only one component. Now don't worry, you'll understand this better when I show you the demo. Nextly, a TypeScript class is used to create a component. Now this class is then decorated with the @component decorator. Now the decorator accepts a metadata object that gives information about the component. Now a component must belong to the ng module in order for it to be usable by another component or application. And finally, components control their runtime behavior by implementing lifecycle hooks. So this was just a brief introduction to what Angular components are. Now you will only be able to understand the working of components when I show it to you practically. So let's head over to our Visual Studio Code. Now here, back in my VS Code, I've created a folder called Angular Demo, within which I've created an Angular application called Demo Components. Once executed, the browser looks something like this. So if you haven't watched our previous video on getting started with Angular, that is Angular Hello World, I highly suggest you go through that video first. It helps you create your first Angular application. So now let's go ahead and create our first component. Now the command used to create our component is ng-gc and your component name. Once executed, it creates 4 different files. Now let's just see how this works on our VS Code. Now what you can do is head to your terminal and type in the command ng-gc and provide a name for your component. For example, I'm going to just call my component text component. Alright. So what it does is that it creates 4 different files. You can see you have 4 different files that have been created, and finally it updates the file that is app.module.ts, indicating that this new component has been created. So here in your source folder, within which there's an app folder, and again here you can see that your 4 different files have been created. First is the HTML file, wherein you can define all the code that you want for your component. Next you have the CSS file for your styling. Then you have the .ts file, which includes the component decorator. And finally you have spec.ts, which is basically a unit test file. Alright, and then in your app.module.ts, you can observe that the component that you've created, that is text component, has been imported. That is what the message conveys here. Alright, now let's go back to our app.component.html. Now this basically has all the code for your application, so let me just get rid of it. And I'm just gonna display a basic heading saying hello, welcome. Alright, so let me save it, and if you go ahead and look at your browser, hello welcome message is displayed. Now let's go back to our component.html file, and here let me provide a message. Let me say h3, and let me display a message saying welcome to this tutorial on Angular components. Alright, now in your text component.ts file, which is your TypeScript file, the selector mentioned here is app-text component. Now go ahead and copy this, and in your final component.html, go ahead and create your custom HTML tag with the selector that you just copied. Now this indicates that the component that you just created, that is the text component, is being incorporated in the final render. So what happens is that whatever is defined in the component.html file is also being rendered in your final output. So when I save this, let's go ahead and check our browser. You can see that the message "Welcome to this tutorial on Angular components" is displayed. So this was a simple creation of a component. Now for this, let's give it some styling. So here, go to your .css file and provide some styling. Say for example here, I just say text align. And let me say center. And also in my app.component.cs, I'm going to give the same thing. I'll say h1 text align is center. Alright, so let me save this, and there we go. Now we can also create multiple components and define the tags in the app component. Now the components are executed sequentially. So now let's create another component just to give you a brief insight into it. Let's say ngGC image component. Now here I'm going to be adding the Simplilearn logo. So I'll show you how that works. Now you can see that a new component has been created with 4 files again. So in my assets folder here, I've added the logo. So what I can do is back in my HTML file, I can go ahead and create an image tag. So first, let me just display another message here just to avoid any confusion. And let me say this is the image component. And then let me say image source equals, so the source is basically assets / logo.png and class equals center. Alright, so you can also head to your CSS file and provide any sort of styling that you need. So let me just say text align to be center, and then let's create a styling for the image, and here I mentioned the code for the image. So let's save this, and from the .cs file, let's copy the selector and create a custom HTML tag in our final component.html file. So there we go. Let's save this and check the output. And there we go. First, the hello welcome message is displayed. Next, you have the message displayed from the first component, and then you have the second component. So this is how you can create your own components, and don't forget to incorporate these selectors into your final HTML file. So moving on to our next topic, component decorator metadata. Now, as mentioned earlier, the @component decorator accepts a metadata object that provides information about the component. Correct? Here is a list of properties of the metadata object. First up is the selector. Now, basically, the selector is a CSS selector that identifies this particular component in a template. Now, this corresponds to the HTML tag that is included in the parent component. You can create your own HTML tag. However, the same has to be included in the parent component. So to help you understand that better, let's head back to our VS Code and say, for example, in our text component here, the selector says text component, correct? For the time being, let's change it to say n component. All right. Now, when you save it and look at the browser, the message is not displayed. So what we can do is you can copy this selector and then include this here. And now you can see that the same component has been rendered onto your output. All right. So the selector plays a crucial role in that. Next up, we have the template. Now, a template is an inline defined template for the view. Now, the template can be used to provide some particular markup. The markup could typically include some headings or paragraphs that are displayed on the UI. Next up, we have template URL. Now, it is the URL for the external file containing the template for the view. So here you can see This is basically the external file that contains the template for the view. Next up, you have styles. Now these are also inline defined styles that can be applied to the components view. So any code that you provide in the .css file can also be included here. Next, you have the style URLs. Now this is a list of URLs to your style sheets that are applied on your components view. Next up, you have providers. Now this is again an array where certain services can be registered for your component. Lastly, we have animations. As the name suggests, these are animations that can be listed for your components. First, we'll understand what exactly dependency injection is. Then we'll understand the demerit or the drawback of not using dependency injection. Then we'll understand dependency injection as a design pattern. And finally, I'll help you understand the entire concept with the help of a demo. So let's begin. What exactly is dependency injection? So let's consider this. I'm sure you're aware that Angular uses the concept of components. The entire UI of the application is divided into several components. Now, what if all of these components perform similar tasks, be it accessing the database, rendering images, etc.? Now, instead of writing the same piece of code for every component, you could write the code once and then perhaps inject the same code into every component. Now, this is supported by dependency injection. Now, to give you a better example, consider two classes A and B. Now, let's assume that A uses the objects of class B, and normally in object-oriented programming, an instance of class B is created so that A can access its objects. But using dependency injection, we move the creation and binding of dependent objects outside of the class that depend on them. So dependency injection or DI keeps the code more flexible, testable, and mutable. Also, classes can inherit external logic without having to create on its own. And lastly, DI benefits directives, pipes, and components. Next up, let's have a look at the drawback of not using dependency injection. Now let's consider class postal details that is dependent on the number and the address class. In the postal details class, the constructor creates copies of the number and address. So when you instantiate a new postal details class, the constructor instantiates a unique number and address. Now, although this looks simple, there's a problem with this code. Let's assume that the number and address class constructors now accept parameters. When we change the numbers class, the postal details class gets broken. Now, to overcome this, what we need to do is we need to pass parameter to the number constructor. So this applies to address as well. The first drawback of using this traditional method is that the code is not very flexible. Anytime the dependencies change, the postal details class needs to be changed as well. And the second drawback is that the code is not suitable for testing. Once you instantiate the new postal details class, you get the same number and address. Even if you change the number and address classes every time, what if these classes are in turn dependent on other classes? Then it's going to be a chain reaction. So to overcome this, we make use of dependency injection. Now let's look at DI as a pattern. Dependency injection, as you all know, is a coding pattern where a class receives its dependencies from an external source rather than creating them on its own. So here in the above example, we have moved the definition of dependencies from inside the constructor to the constructor's parameters. So the postal details class doesn't create the dependencies anymore. It just consumes them. So the postal dependencies class doesn't create the dependencies anymore. So with that, we overcome the drawbacks of not using DI. So now that you know what exactly dependency injection is and how vital it is, let's look at a simple demonstration to understand the concept better. Now, services, classes, modules, components, all of these are benefactors of dependency injection. So in the demo, I'm going to be showing how dependency injection can be used with the help of services and injecting these services into classes. So the main thought behind this is normally components are used to ensure just a good user experience. These components do not generally execute tasks. So to execute these tasks, we make use of services. So a component can delegate tasks like fetching data from the server, any network related issues, etc. to a particular service. And these services can be made available to components. With the same thought, what I'm going to be doing is I'll be creating a service that performs the task of displaying an employee list. Later, we're going to inject this service into the class using dependency injection. So let's head to our Visual Studio Code for the demonstration. Alright, so as discussed, I'll have to first create a component that displays a button for the employee, and then I have to create a service class and inject it into my component. Now this service holds the employee details such as name, employee ID, email ID, etc. So first let's go ahead and create a component. So here let me just type ngGC, and the name of the component I'm providing is info. Alright, so as you can see here in my app folder, I have the component with 4 different files. Alright, so the next thing we have to do is we have to create a service. So to create that, we make use of the command nggs. You can either give s or service, and the service name I'm providing is records. So let me just say records here. Alright, here you can see 2 files are created. There is a spec.ts file and the .ts file. Alright, so now the service contains all the employee data that needs to be displayed. Right, so let's go ahead and write the data. So first we're going to make use of 3 arrays. I'm going to be displaying employee records for 3 employees. So I'll have to create 3 arrays and provide certain information. So let's go ahead and do that. Alright, so the array I'm creating is called info1 for the first employee, and I'm going to be passing information like name, employee ID and the email ID. So the array is of type string, and within which, let me just mention the details. I'm giving random information. I'm just saying Adam Taylor and some random employee ID, and let's say at@abc.net. Alright, so I'm going to be creating 3 records, so I'll just copy the same thing and paste for the rest too. Let's just change here, provide a different name here. And same for the last one. And let me change the name of the array as well. Alright, so with the agenda to retrieve this data in our component, we make use of the method for the same, right? So this method returns the employee data. So let's go ahead and create this method. I'm going to call it getInfo, and then just say string, and then this will just return this .info1. Alright, I'm going to be calling it getInfo1 for better understanding. Same for the rest too as well. I'm just going to return different arrays here. Alright, and lastly info3. Alright. Now in order to retrieve this information in our component, we need 3 more arrays, right? 3 more arrays that will receive this data. Let's go back to our component.ts file here and then type in the following code. So I've created 3 arrays again. Info received 1, 2 and 3. Now what we need to do is we have to accept the information that is being sent from the service, correct? Now as I mentioned, services are implemented with the help of dependency injection. So what we need to do is we'll have to first import the service into the component.ts file. The key reason behind doing this is that when Angular creates this component, an instance of the service class is also made to perform the necessary tasks. Correct? So let's go ahead and just import it here. So I'll say import records service from and let's say records.service. Alright, and what we have to do next is that we must also declare this instance that is being created in the providers array of the component. Alright, so let's just say providers and then say records service. Alright, now we've created the instance of this class, right? However, to access this instance, an object is also created. So this object will in turn access the methods and variables of the service class. So for that, we have to create another object. So let's do that here in our constructor method. Let's say constructor private. And the object I'm creating is called our service. You can give a name of your choice. And then I'm going to just say records service. Alright, now this object will help me retrieve data from the service. So let's go ahead and use this in order to get the employee details. Alright, so I've created 3 different methods here: get info from service class 2, 1 and 3. And these methods will retrieve the data and add it to our array here, that is info received. Alright. And lastly, we'll have to create an unordered list in our HTML file here. We haven't added anything, so let me get rid of this. So now I have to create 3 different buttons for 3 different employees. And when the user clicks on the button, the data is retrieved from the service and then displayed on the UI, right? So as you can see, I've created buttons for 3 different employees, and then I've made use of a bootstrap class called list group info, and then I've interpolated info which displays the contents of the info variable. Alright, now in order to call the methods in the .ts file, we have to bind them with the button. So since it is bound with the click event, every time you click on the button, the information is displayed. So now the last thing we have to do is we'll have to create a custom HTML tag for the component and then add it to the main component. So let's just do that. Let me copy this here. And then in my app component.html, let me get rid of this. And then let me just create this. I've just created the custom HTML tag for my component. And now just to beautify the code, I'll write a heading. And let's say employee details. And then I'll also add the Simplilearn logo, say image source. I've added the image here, so let me just say logo.png. I've also added some styling to it. All right. So now let me just save this and have a look at the browser. So here we go. We have the logo here and then employee details heading. And then we have 3 different buttons created, that is employee 1, 2 and 3. And when I click on it, the information of the employee is displayed, the name, the ID and their email address. So yeah, so this is how you can make use of dependency injection and inject a service class into a component. Dependency injection plays a crucial role in Angular. We'll understand what Angular forms are. Then we'll look at the different types of form building supported by Angular. Next up, we'll get acquainted with features like form control and group control. And we'll learn all of this with the help of a simple demo. So without further ado, let's begin. So what exactly are Angular forms? Now I'm sure every application that you use comes with certain amount of form filling, correct? Be it your login credentials or your sign up forms or any sort of registration forms, etc. So forms are an integral part of a web application. You need forms to update your profile or to enter sensitive information, or also to perform any sort of data related tasks. So now let's look at the different types of form building supported by Angular. First up, Angular supports two types of form building. First, you have the template driven approach, and second, you have the reactive approach. Now let's look at them one by one. So talking about template driven approach, in this method, the conventional form tag is used to create forms. So Angular automatically interprets and creates a form object with the help of the directives. Now controls can be added to the form using the ng model tag. Now multiple controls can be grouped using the ng control group module. So it basically uses several module classes to provide controls. Now if you don't get this, don't worry, you'll understand better when I'm showing you the demo. Next up is JSON values. So a form value can be generated using the form.value object. Form data is exported as JSON values when the submit method is called. Lastly, basic HTML validations can be used to validate the form fields. In the case of custom validations, directives can be used. So arguably, this method is the simplest way to create an Angular form. So moving on to reactive approach. Now this approach is the programming paradigm revolving around data flows and propagation of change. Now with reactive forms, the component directly manages the data flows between the form controls and the data models. Now reactive forms are code-driven unlike template-driven approach. Reactive forms eliminate the anti-pattern of updating the data model via two-way data binding. So it does not use two-way data binding. And typically a reactive form control creation is synchronous and can be unit tested with synchronous programming techniques. So now let's go ahead and look at form control and form group. So consider a typical form consisting of fields like name, age, and location. Now a form control is basically a class that enables validation of these fields. For each input field, an instance of this class is created. Now these instances help check the values of the field and see if they're either touched, untouched, dirty, pristine, valid, invalid, and so on. So this allows you to check every field for the value. It makes it easier to understand which field's value is invalid or which field has not been entered, etc. Now moving on to form group. So a form group class represents a group of controls. A form can have multiple group controls. The form group returns true if all the controls are valid and provides validation errors if there are any. So I hope this was clear. So moving ahead, let's look at the demo to explain all of these features. I'm sure it will become extremely clear once you look at the demo. So for that, let's head to our VS Code. So back in my VS Code, I've created a component called form component, and I've also included the Simplilearn logo just to beautify the appearance. So once you execute the code, this is what you're going to see on your browser. So you just have the logo at the moment. The first thing we need to do is we'll have to import the forms module. Alright. So, but before we begin, let me tell you what the use case is. So we're going to be creating a user registration form, which is going to include 4 fields. That is the first name, last name, email ID, and a password. Alright. So now let me show you how to import the forms module. So in your main app.module.ts file, you'll have to import forms module from Angular forms. Alright. And then in your imports, you'll have to just call it here. Alright, so this is just a simple step. And now once you're done with that, let's go ahead and start our form creation. So here in my component.html, let's enclose the entire form within a div tag. So here, let me say div class is a container within which let me just have one heading which says user registration. Alright, and now let's go ahead and create our form. So first let me just say form. Now I'm going to create a div class for every field. So say div class equals form group. I'll explain it to you a little later. Now first let's create a label. So label tag for, basically it's the first name. So let me just say first name. And the tag will basically have first name again. Alright, and let me just break the line. Next we have the field. So let's say input. Type is text. Name is first name. And we have a class which is the form control class. Alright. So this we have to do for all the other fields. So let me just copy this and paste it like 4 times. I'll also add the tag pre for spacing. Let's do that here. And finally, we'll have the button. So let's just add that here with a type submit. And let's just say submit on the button. So now let's go ahead and change these values here. So here let me just change it to last name. Here as well. And here as well. And in this case it is going to be email. So let me just change it here. And finally we have password. So let's add that here. Alright, so let's save this and just have a look at our browser. So there we go. We have our user registration form ready, but I would like to align it to the center. So let me just do that. So here in my CSS file, I'm just going to align all the div tags to the center and the label tag to the left. So let me save this and look at the browser now. And there we go. We have our registration form with a logo. So this is how you create a simple form. Now we'll have to add a directive called ngModel. Now this directive, when added into the input tag, will provide form controls to every input field. Alright, so here let's just go ahead and say ngModel. That is it. So let me just copy this and paste it for every other field. Alright, let me save this. And back in my browser, let me inspect. And here you can see different types of classes like ngUntouched, ngPristine, ngValid are added. Right? So this indicates that Angular has recognized the form tag and it has added these classes to the form as well as all the fields. So this is achieved when you add the ng model directive in your input tag. Now, back in my VS Code. Now every form has an output property attached to it called ng submit. Alright, so this property can be bound within a method called the submit method. So once submitted, this method is called, right? So once we click on the submit button, this method has to be called. So to include that, we'll have to just say form ng submit equals submit. Alright, so now we have to define the submit method in our component.ts file. So here, let me just go to our component.ts file and let me just get rid of unnecessary code here. And let's define a function called submit. And then here, let me just console log form submitted. Alright, so let me just get rid of this as well. It's unnecessary here. Let's save this. So what it means is that every time you click on the submit button, this method is called. Alright, so let's just have a look at the browser. So first let's go to our console. And when I click on submit, it says form submitted. Alright. So the next crucial step is to generate JavaScript representation. Now we'll have to make use of another directive called ng form that is assigned to a template variable. Okay, so this JavaScript representation helps with validating all the fields. So I'll help you understand that better. So back in our HTML file, let's just create a variable first. Let's call it login. Alright, and say ng form. Okay, now the ng form object includes the JavaScript representation. So now while you're calling the submit method, you're going to pass login as a parameter. So let's just say login here. And in my TS file, again, let's just say login. And along with it, I want login to be displayed. So I say login again. So now let's save this. And if you have a look at the browser, let's click on submit. And now here you can see the JavaScript representation. So within form, I can check for email or say first name. And here for this field first name, you can see different properties attached. You can see invalid. Is it invalid or is it untouched, which is true, or are there any errors? So this basically gives you all information about the particular field. So we can make use of this feature to validate the information. So we're going to learn about that in our next segment. Moving on to form validation, one way to ensure that incorrect fields are not submitted is by disabling the submit button. Correct? Now apart from this, you can also specify certain properties in your input tag for the corresponding input field. Now, let's say that the fields can't be empty and the form only accepts names with a minimum length of 2 and the maximum length of 7. Alright, so here in my input tag, I just mention required, meaning this field cannot be empty, and min length to 2 and max length to say 7. Alright, so to check this, let's go to our browser, and here let me submit the form without filling the first name, and evidently there has to be an error. So when I submit it and I look here within forms and here controls, and my first name, you can see that an error is shown. Here it says required equals true. That means there is one error. Now you can make use of these form control objects. You can leverage form control objects to ensure field validation and display a message whenever an error occurs. Right? So to do that, you need to access these objects like errors or invalid or touched. All of these properties or objects need to be accessed. For that, we'll have to create a template variable. And then this variable is assigned to this object. So back in our VS Code, let's create a variable. Let me call it name. And let's say ng model. Alright, here the variable name receives the control object. So here back in my browser, when I submit again without the first name, you can see that the invalid property is set to true, correct? So this helps us use this property to alert the user with the help of a simple if logic. So back in my VS Code, let me create another div tag within which I mention ng if, within which I'm going to use a simple if logic. So let's say ng if name, which is our template variable, name dot touched and name dot invalid is true, right? Then I'm going to alert. So I'm going to make use of an alert here. Let's say alert danger. Alright. So in my CSS file, I'll have to mention the simple styling for alert. So here, let me just say, so we're going to have the background color red for danger, alright? And here, I'm going to display the message invalid in bold. So now, let's go back to our browser and check it. So let me proceed without entering the last name. It says invalid here. So this was a simple demonstration to show you form validation. Of course, you can modify the code depending on your requirement. Say suppose the length of the first name is too short, then you can alert the user with a different message. Or suppose they have missed out on filling a form field, then you can again alert the user. So you can basically make use of the nested if condition, right? Now just to help you understand that better, let me just show it to you. Now back in my HTML file, instead of invalid, let me have another tag, a paragraph tag, within which I make use of ng if again. Now ng if name dot errors dot required is true. Then I display the message first name required. Alright. And if the length of the first name is not 2, now if the length of the first name is less than 2, then I'm going to display another message. So let me just say name dot errors dot min length. If this is true, then I'm going to say sorry, short first name. Alright, so let's save this and have a look at the browser. When I proceed without providing the name, it says first name required. But when I type in one character, it says sorry, short first name. But if I type in another character, it accepts. So I hope this made you understand how form validation works. So this was just a simple demonstration again. Now I highly recommend you explore these properties and play around with these objects. Trust me, it's really fun. So I hope this tutorial helped you out. First, let's have a look at the basics of routing. Now I'm sure that you've observed that the URL changes every time you click on a particular link or on an icon on the user interface. Correct? Now this basically indicates that you are navigating throughout the application. Now to achieve this navigation, we use a mechanism called routing. Routing is essentially used to navigate through a website or a web application. But how is it achieved in Angular? Especially in Angular, routing plays a major role. It is used to create single-page applications. Now these applications are loaded just once and new content is added dynamically. Applications like Google, Facebook, Twitter, and Gmail are a few examples of single-page applications. The best part of using single-page applications is that it provides an excellent user experience and you don't even have to wait for new pages to load, which by extension makes single-page applications extremely fast. But how is this new content loaded? Enter routing. Now routing is the mechanism that, as discussed earlier, that is used to navigate through the application and load new content. Routing helps Angular configure the route and the component that needs to be displayed. Now I'm sure you're going to understand the concept of routing better when you work on it hands-on. So in the demo, we're going to be navigating to the login and the home pages of a web application with the help of routing. So let's head to our Visual Studio Code. So basically, the objective of our application is to navigate to home and the login pages. So when I click on the login icon here, it loads the login page. And here you can see the extension /login. And similarly with home, once you click on it, some new information gets added and the URL changes with a /home appended. Alright, so this is the main objective of our application. So to create it, let's head back to our VS Code. Alright, so here I've created a folder called demo_angular and I've created a file called demo routing. Now the first thing you want to do is open the index.html file and make sure that the base tag is added. Now although this is generally added when your app is created, if it is not, then add a base tag with href attribute which is set to a /. Alright, now this is generally done to tell Angular to construct the URL while navigating with a /. Alright, and the next thing you want to do is open your app.module.ts file and check if the app routing module has been imported. If not, go ahead and import it and then also mention it in your imports array. With that, the initial setup is done. Now to create the nav bar, the code that I'm going to be using is already explained in the previous video, that is Angular Bootstrap. I highly suggest you go through that video before watching this. So the code is already available. I'm just going to create a component and write the code for it and paste the code in it. So let's do that. Let me say nggc navbar. Alright, so this component is now created. Now here in my HTML file, I'll just get rid of this and paste the code for the navbar. So here we go. I've pasted the code for the navigation bar. And back in my app.component.html file, I'll just remove all the unwanted code here and just specify the custom HTML tag for my navbar. So let me just create one here. Alright, let me save this. Let me just run the application and see if it's displaying correctly. Alright, so when I open the browser, the navigation bar has been created along with these different options, that's home, about, services and login. Alright, and we also have the Simplilearn icon here. Alright, now the next step is to generate the components to display the login page content and the home page content. Now again, I have used Bootstrap to define the user interface for these files. You can easily find the code online. Just search for Bootstrap login templates, and depending on your requirements, you can choose the appropriate one. So first, let's create the components for my two files, that is for the home component and the login component. So let's go ahead and do that. NGGC, I'm just going to call it login for my login component. All right, and then I'm going to say NGGC home for the home component. All right. So I'm just going to copy the code for the login component. So back in my login.html file, I'll just paste the code here. Okay. Also note that I've added the Simplilearn logo in my assets folder and then just provided the source for it here in my login component. All right. So next up is the home component. And if you've seen the previous video, that is Angular Bootstrap, you might have seen that we created 3 different components, that is intro, courses and footer, which included the content for the intro message, for the courses and the footer message, correct? So here we're going to just paste the code for all of these 3 and then just display it when the home button is clicked. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'll just paste it here. So this basically has all the content. One thing I want to tell you is that in the previous video, we made sure that the code was written in 3 different components. However, for this, I've just added all the code in the same component. Now, I agree that this is not the best practice. So if you want, you can go ahead and create 3 different components and separate the code into these 3 components and just add the custom HTML tags in your home component. I'm just hoping you're following me right now. And also here in my assets folder, I've added a video and the YouTube logo that needs to be displayed when the home icon is clicked. Alright, so now that we've created the home and the login components, the next step is to configure the routes for the application. Alright, so here you can see that we have a file called app-routing-module.ts file. So here we have the routes and the router module that is imported, and we also have a constant called routes, which is strongly typed to routes from the router package. All right, now this array is used to define all the possible routes in the application. Now each route is basically an object with a path. So here in my routes array, I'm just going to go ahead and create the paths. That is, we have 2 different routes, right? One is for login and one is for home. So I'm just going to create a path object. So let's say path, within curly braces, I say path. And then the path that I'm going to give is login. This is basically what will appear on the URL. All right. And the component that needs to be navigated to is nothing but the login component. So let me just say login component. As you can see, the login component has been automatically imported. Now same with the home path. So let me just say path home, and the component that needs to be rendered is the home component. All right. Now the next step is to link these routes to a button in the nav bar, that is the home and the login button, right? So we're going to make use of the nav tag and an anchor tag for this. You can see that we have a nav tag and an anchor tag which encloses the login and the home components. All right. Now we're going to make use of two directives from the router package called router link and router link active. Now these are specified within the anchor tag. The router link basically holds the path to the page, and the latter, that is the router link active, specifies one or more CSS classes that will be applied when the router link is active. Alright, so to do that, let me just add router link. Alright, in our case it is home here, and we're going to have another directive called router link active, and we're just going to say active here. Alright, same for the login icon here. Let me just copy this, and instead of home, the path we created for this was login. Alright, so this is how you can bind the route to your specific button on your UI. Now, despite of all this, how are we specifying where these components are to be displayed? Right? The answer to this is using the router outlet directive. Now again, this directive is available in the router package. So we have to add that in our app component.html file. So here, just go ahead and type router outlet. Alright, so with that, we've created a simple navigation bar which has different options, that is home, about, services and link. And once the user clicks on the home icon, it displays the content that is in the home component.html file. And once the user clicks on the login component, it displays the content in the login.html file. Alright, it's as simple as that. So now let's go to the browser and see if it executes correctly. So alright, we have the navigation bar, and once I click on the home icon here, alright, yes, we see that all the content has been loaded. You can see we have the intro section, we have the courses section and the footer section as discussed. And in today's video, we'll be learning all about React.js. So let's jump in and see what's in store for us. So we'll be covering topics on what is React, why React, features of React, React prerequisites, and its industry trends. Let's go ahead and begin with what is React. React is a JavaScript library used to build fast and interactive user interfaces for both web and mobile applications. Now, one thing that makes React extremely powerful is the fact that it's open source. Any user can access its source code, modify it, and enhance it. In a typical model view controller architecture, React defines the view part of the application. It is also responsible for how the app looks and feels. Fun fact, React was built by Jordan Walke, an engineer at Facebook. Now let's go ahead and see how React works in real time. Consider a typical web application, say Instagram. The entire UI of the web page is divided into several components. We have the search component, a profile description component, stories component, and a post list component. These components make the code easier to debug and always remain discrete. Components also make development and maintenance of web applications faster, as multiple developers can work simultaneously on different components of the same web application. Now let's see why React is so popular these days. React helps in creation of dynamic web applications. It also provides performance enhancements. Now there are several performance enhancements like virtual DOM and one-way data binding. We'll learn about these topics a little later in the video. React uses reusable components. Now this helps decrease the development time. React involves unidirectional flow of data. React also has a small learning curve. Compared to other frameworks like Angular, React is much easier to learn. React can also be used for mobile applications. React recently released an extension called React Native that is used for developing mobile applications that are cross-compatible. It also has dedicated tools for easy debugging. Now let's dive in to the features of React. First, let's understand JSX. JSX is a syntax extension to JavaScript. Using JSX, we can add HTML to the JavaScript file. All coding in React is done using JSX. It also helps in making the code easier to understand and debug. Ultimately, JSX is a combination of JavaScript and HTML. Now let's consider a small example. Const simple here is a JavaScript notation. H1 tags indicate HTML. Again, the semicolon indicates JavaScript. Note that the semicolon is not mandatory. However, it's a good practice to include it. Moving on, the next feature is Virtual DOM. DOM, which is an acronym for Data Object Model, actually defines how documents are accessed and manipulated in a web page. It represents the entire structure of the web page in the form of a tree. Now let's see how this actually works. React creates a virtual DOM that is the exact copy of the real DOM. Traditionally, whenever something changes in the web application, all objects in the real DOM are updated. This makes it extremely slow. Let's see how React counters this. Now consider two objects whose states have been changed. React now compares the virtual DOM with the virtual DOM snapshot that was taken right before the update. By comparing the new virtual DOM with the pre-update version, React figures out exactly which virtual DOM objects have changed. Now React only updates those objects on the virtual DOM. This makes a big difference when it comes to speed. Coming to the next feature, performance. React uses virtual DOM. As discussed earlier, virtual DOM impacts the speed of the web applications. We also took an example of Instagram and learned how multiple components can affect the development time. They help improve performance drastically. The next feature is one-way data binding. This means information flows in only one direction. One-way data binding is specifically used when information is displayed and not updated. Remember that the components of React are functional in nature. That is, they receive information through arguments and pass information via their return values. The next important feature is extensions. React has many extensions that we can use to create full-fledged front-end applications. It provides server-side rendering, which means that the application is rendered on the server rather than in the browser. React Native, which is a React extension, is used for developing mobile applications. There are many other extensions that React provides for every scenario in web development. Now let's look at a few of them. React Native lets you build mobile applications using only JavaScript. A React Native app is a real mobile application and not just a web application running on your mobile devices. Thousands of applications like Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest, Skype use React Native. The next popular React extension is Flux. Flux is the application architecture that Facebook uses. Flux implements a unidirectional flow, which makes it easier to understand what actually is going on. Now let's see how it works. When we trigger an action, the dispatcher will get notified. The dispatcher receives actions and dispatches them to the stores. A store is what holds the data of an application. Stores will register with the application's dispatcher so that they can receive actions. Data from stores is displayed in views. Actions define the internal API of your application. They capture how anything might interact with your application. The last feature of React is debugging. React applications are easy to debug thanks to the large and active developer community. You can practically debug React codes within your browser. Now notice the small React extension icon at the top right corner. This developer tool allows the user to inspect the code and also easily debug it. Moving on, let's learn about the building blocks of React. Components, state, and props are the essential concepts that one should know before implementing React. They are the foundation on which React is built. Now, what exactly are React components? Components are the building blocks of any React application. React divides the user interface into multiple components, wherein each component defines how a particular element is viewed in the application. React components remain discrete and are processed independently. Another feature is reusability. Components can be reused multiple times across the application. This reduces the development time. Consider the following code snippet. A component is implemented as a JavaScript class having some state and a render method. State is the data which we want the component to render. The render method is responsible for how the UI looks and feels to the user. The next concept is state. State of a component is an object that holds some data. This data influences the output of a component. Every time the state of an object changes, the component is re-rendered onto the screen. Now let's see what props are. Props, or short for properties, allow us to pass arguments or data to components. Properties help make components more dynamic. It is important to define all the properties, their types, and their default value. Props are passed to components in a way similar to that of HTML tag attributes. Now consider the following code snippets. This shows exactly how properties are passed to components. Also, detailed illustrations on components, props, and state will be shown in the upcoming videos, so stay tuned for that. Moving on, let's go through some of the things that you should know before you can actually start working on React. You should be familiar with programming concepts like functions, objects, arrays, and classes. One should also have a basic knowledge of JavaScript and a familiarity with HTML. Don't worry if you feel like you're not good at them. Once you start working on them, you'll get a good hang of it. Finally, let's go through the impact of React on the IT industry and get insights into the salaries of React developers. Statistics show that React developers earn way more than other web developers. According to PayScale, the average salary for a React developer in the United States is a whopping $91,000. The average salary for a React developer in India is 7.25 lakhs per annum. Over the recent years, React has gained immense popularity and is being adopted by many companies. According to the data by Google Trends, React has had a better growth scale compared to other frameworks like Angular and Vue. Statistics show that front-end developers have wholeheartedly adopted this lightweight framework, foregoing other available options. If you are skilled and have a knack for front-end development, React can help you gain fantastic career opportunities. Lastly, talking about a few companies that use React devotionally, we have Facebook, Instagram, Netflix, Dropbox, WhatsApp, among others. In today's video, we'll be learning all about React installation on Windows. So without further ado, let's get started. To set up the React development environment, we need two things installed: Node and a text editor of your choice. So let's begin by installing Node.js. We can head to the official Node.js website, say download Node.js. So here you can see the Windows installer. Depending on your system, you can either download the 32-bit version or the 64-bit version. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the 64-bit version. Since it's already installed on my system, I'm not again installing Node. You can follow the installation guidelines and download it. Once you're done with Node installation, you can go ahead and download a text editor of your choice. So I'd suggest VS Code. So let's head to the VS Code page, say download VS Code. Click on the first link and download the 64-bit version for Windows. Once you're done with the installation of both Node and your text editor, you can start creating. So for that, let's create a folder. I'm creating it on my desktop, while you can create it in any of your drives. Let's call it First React. Now open your command prompt. Now you can type in the path for the folder that you just created. So say cd users first React. Now go ahead and type in the command npm install -g create React app. Okay, so this command installs all the necessary React.js modules. Now to check if the version is correctly installed, you can type in create React app version. So you can see the version here. Now let's continue and develop your React application. Type in the command create React app and you can give a name to your application. So I say my app. Now this should take a couple of minutes. Okay. Once you've successfully created your application, they say to begin by typing the following commands. So let's do that. Say cd my app and npm start. This should typically start your application, and here we go. Alright. You can also open your application in the text editor that you've downloaded. So let's go ahead and open VS Code. VS Code, file, open folder, go to your desktop or the drive that you've saved your folder in. First React, my app, and I say select folder. So as you can see, all your modules have been imported. You can click on app.js and start editing. In today's video, we'll be learning all about the most basic infrastructure of React.js called components. Without delay, let's begin and look at what's in store for us. So we'll be touching on topics like what are components, types of components, nesting components, higher order and pure components, and a brief description about component lifecycle. Alright, to begin with, what exactly are components? Components are the building blocks of a React application wherein each component represents a part of the user interface. Now to make it more understandable, consider the Facebook homepage. The entire UI can be broken down into several elements. Say we have the credentials component, the sign up component, the image component, and the logo component. Notice that each component adds something to how the homepage looks. Alright, reusability is one of the salient features of React components. One component can be reused several times across the application, and this improves the development speed. Components can also be nested. One component can internally consist of several other components. In its minimal form, a component must define a render method that specifies how exactly the application looks and feels. A component can also receive properties from its parent components. Also, you'll get a better understanding of all of these when we start working hands-on, so don't worry. So, moving on, let's look at the different types of components. First, we have the stateless functional components, and then we have the stateful class components. Now, functional components are typical JavaScript functions that return HTML. Now, they can be contained in a .js or a .jsx file. Coming to class components, these are regular ESX classes. However, it's mandatory that they contain a render method that in turn returns HTML. They can also be contained in .js or a .jsx file. Okay then, let's go ahead and build our first React application using components. Alright, so I've opened my text editor, that is VS Code, to build my application. Also, I suggest you watch the React installation on Windows video to help you get started. The video briefly explains how to install Node and how to start building your first React application. In my case, I've opened a folder called React Component Tutorial, and here in my source folder, I have app.js. Now, app.js is the main component that gets rendered to the DOM. Let me show you that. Here in index.js, you pass app.js, which is a component that gets rendered to the React DOM. So app.js consists of several other components that can be nested. So as you can see, app.js is a functional component. And before moving on, let me get rid of all the unnecessary code. So let me delete all of this and return an h1 tag that says hello, welcome to Simplilearn. Let me save it, and if you look at the browser, you'll have hello, welcome to Simplilearn. Now let's go ahead and display another message. Say h1, this video is about components. Right, let me save it and let me check the browser. It gives you an error. So JSX uses a conventional rule which states that all HTML tags have to be enclosed within a div tag. So for example, I say div and I enclose it. So let me save and check my browser again. Here you go. So multiple HTML tags have to be enclosed within the div tag. Moving on, let's create our first functional component. To do that, I'll first create a folder in my source folder, say components. Within that, I'll create a file, say functional component.js. Alright, so the first thing we have to do is import React. So I say import React from React. The general syntax for a functional component involves the keyword function and say functional component. Now you say return an h1 tag, or I've already used h1 tags, so I'll say paragraph and I say this is a functional component. Alright, before explaining to you how these components are exported and imported, let me show you the general syntax for a class component. So I create another file, say class component.js. I again import React from React. The general notation is using the class keyword followed by the name of the class extending from the base class React.component. So going ahead, I say class component extends React.component. Now the key feature of a class component is the usage of a render method. So I say render, within braces I say return a paragraph tag saying this is the class component. Alright, so moving on, let's see how these components can be nested into the main component, that is app.js. Components can be nested into the main component using import and export keywords. So as the name suggests, export feature is used to export a particular file or a module, and import is used to import a particular file or a module into the current existing module. So we have two different types of exports. You have default export and just export or named export. So a default export is used to export just one object, be it a function, a class, a variable, from the file, and there can only be one default export per file. And when you're importing it, you can specify the address and use the word import before it. So let me show you how it works. Let's go back to our editor and then functional component. And here I say export default and the name of the functional component, that is functional comp. So let me save this, and going back to my app.js, I say import name of the functional component, that is functional comp from, and I pass the path, this components / functional component. Also, let me get rid of these unnecessary files here. Now let's define functional component in our app.js component. So here I say functional comp. Let's compile it and check our browser. Here it says this is our functional component. Moving on to my class component, it's the same syntax here as well. I say export default name of my component, and in my app.js I import it. Import class comp from the path, and again I'll have to define it in my return method. I say, so let me compile it and check my browser. It says this is the class component. One unique feature of default export is that I can rename the file while I'm importing it. So for example, I can rename it as say FC, and while I'm defining it, I'll have to make sure I use the same naming conventions. So I say FC again. And when I check it, it says this is the functional component. There's literally no difference. The next type of export is the named export or just export. So a named export can be used to export multiple objects, be it functions, class, etc. from a file. Now there can be several named exports from a single file. One hack is that while you're importing, it cannot be renamed. So let me show you how this works. Okay, so let's create another class in our class component. So I'll just copy paste this. Let me give it another name, say class comp1. And the message that I want to display is, hey, I'm another class. All right. So when I'm exporting it, I don't want default. So let me take it off and say export here. All right. In my app.js, while importing it, I want to import both the classes. So I'll include them within curly braces here. I say class comp, comma, class comp1. And then again, I define it here, class comp1. Let's compile it and run it, and here we go. Here you can see, hey, I'm another class. So we've successfully exported both the classes from the class component and imported it back in our app.js component. One advantage of using named export is the fact that I can choose to import the classes that I want to. Now say for example, I do not want to import class component here. So let me take it off, and here let me comment this. Now let's compile and see. Hey, I'm another class. The second class got imported while the first class I was defined earlier is not imported here. Alright, so next up we have higher order and pure components. Now I won't get into the nitty-gritties of it because they're advanced topics, but to give you a brief insight, higher order components are basically functions that take in a component and return a new component. The whole ideology behind higher order components is to facilitate the reusability of component logic. Okay, so let's see how this works. Let's go back to our code editor. Let's create a component in our components folder. Let's call the component click.js. Alright, so here we define a class. I use the snippet RCE. Here we go. We get the entire format using the small snippet RCE. And here I'm going to make use of a button. Now say I use the tag button and I'll say clicked one time. Every time the user clicks on the button, the value gets incremented. So for this, I'm going to use a variable say count, and I'm going to use the concept of states. So let's go ahead and define our variable count and initialize it to 0. So for that, I'm going to use another snippet called rconst. And here, this dot state equals my variable count, initializing it to 0. So let's define the count variable in our render method. So I say const count equals this dot state. So every time we click on the button, the count value has to get incremented, right? So we make use of an event called onClick equals this dot update click. Now update click is going to be another method that we have to define now. So every time the button gets clicked, this method is called. So let's go ahead and define the function. So it is update click equals is going to be an arrow function, and I say this dot set state is nothing but count this dot state dot count plus 1. Okay, and here we say count times. Alright, so once this is done, let's import our component in app.js. So here again, I say import click from components click, and let's define it here. So let's check our browser. Every time we click on the button, the value gets incremented. Alright, so let's go ahead and create another component, say counter.js, wherein every time the user hovers the mouse on the button, the count value increases. So let's go ahead and do that. I say counter.js. I'm again going to use the snippet RCE to create a class component. And here in my div tag, I define a button and say incremented to, for now I say X. So now let's go ahead and add the event. Say button on mouse enter. I'm going to call the method this dot increment count. Okay, so once you're done with that, let's go ahead and define the increment count method. I'm going to copy the same code that I've mentioned in my click.js. So I say copy this. Alright, so one change is that I'll change the name of the method and call it increment count. Again, let's define the count in our render method. So I say const count equals this dot state. And here I change X to count. Now let's go ahead and import it in our app.js. So I say import counter from components and counter. And let's define it here. Alright, let's save it and let's run the code. Okay, so as you can see, you see another button here incremented to 0, and every time I move my cursor on the button, it increments. Mind you, I'm not clicking, I'm just hovering my mouse. Okay, to learn how higher order components work, we'll have to pass counter.js and click.js as parameters to give birth to an entire new component. So for that, let's go ahead and create another component for our HOC. Let's call it higher order.js. Okay, so I say import react from react. After that, I say const updated component equals original component. That's going to be an arrow function again. And within curly braces, I define my class. That is class, say, new component extends react dot component. Inside, let's define a render method that returns the original component with a modification, that is, I want to type the user. I want to append the user before the actual message is displayed. Alright, so let's go ahead and close the tag and return new component, and let's export this. Say export default updated component. Now we import higher order.js in our counter.js and click.js and pass these components as parameters. So let's do that. Let's go to our counter.js, and here I say import updated component from dot slash higher order component. And here, while exporting, I say updated comp and pass this as my parameter. Let's do the same to click.js. Here I import updated comp from higher order component, and here I pass this as a parameter. Now here in our higher order component, we've defined a property name and initialized it to the user. So we'll have to include this in our other components, that's counter and click. So let's do that. And here, right before incremented to, I say this dot props dot name. Let me save it. Let me do the same thing here and say this dot props dot name. So if you go back to our browser, here you can see it says the user clicked 0 times and the user incremented to 0. Okay. So this basically shows how React implements reusability of components. Moving on, our next topic is pure components. Now, another way to create class component is by extending pure component from React. A pure component avoids unnecessary re-renders. Now, how does it do it? it does not implement the should component update method. Now you'll learn about this method a little later in the video. Now this method enables re-rendering of components to the DOM. But a pure component, on the other hand, ensures a shallow comparison of states and props and checks if a re-render is actually necessary. Only then does it render to the DOM. A React component can be considered pure if it renders the same output for the same state and props. So let's take an example to explain pure components. So let's go back to our VS Code and create two component classes, one for a regular component and the other for a pure component. Now using this example, I'll show you exactly how pure component is more helpful. Okay, so let's create a pure component.js file. I say purecomp.js. So here I'm going to use a snippet rpce that is going to create a pure component class. Let me get rid of this export. And here in my div tag, I'll display the text, say I'm the pure component. Alright, now let's go ahead and create a regular component. I may call it regular component.js. And here I'm going to use the snippet RCE. And the message that I'd want to display is I'm the regular component. So to draw a comparison between the regular component and the pure component, let's create a parent component for the two. So let me create one here. I'll call it parent component.js. And this is again going to be a regular class component. And here I display the message, I am the parent component. To change the state of the component, we're going to make use of a constructor. So let's use the snippet rconst. And here let me create name. You can give anything and I say Simplilearn. Now we make use of the component didMount lifecycle method to set a time interval. Now don't worry about this. We're going to learn about it a little later in the video. So moving ahead, I'm going to make use of the method and say component didMount. And here I say set interval. And the first argument is going to be an arrow function and the second will be the time interval. And I'm going to be setting it to 3 seconds. Now within the arrow function, I'll make use of the setState function to set the state of my property. However, I do not change the name. I keep it Simplilearn itself. Moving on, let's import pure component and the regular component into our parent component and then pass name as a property. So to do that, first import purecomp from pure component and then I say import regular comp from regularcomp.js. And here let's say regular comp name equals this dot state dot name and I say pure component name equals this dot state dot name. Now let's include the property name in both our regular and pure components. So to do that, let's just say this dot prop dot name and here I again say this dot prop dot name. And finally, let's import parent component into our app.js component. So here I say import parent comp from, okay, and here let me define parent comp. So now if you look at the browser, we have I'm the parent, I'm regular component Simplilearn, and I'm the pure component Simplilearn. We've got the result as expected. Now to check if the pure component is actually re-rendering or not, let's include simple console.log statements. So here I say clg snippet and here I say pure component render. And in my regular component, I do the same thing. I say console.log regular component render. Now let's do the same in our parent component as well. Here I say parent component render. Alright, so let's go back to our browser and inspect it in our console. First the parent component gets rendered, then the regular component, and then the pure component. After that, for every 3 seconds, only the parent component and the regular component is rendered. For the same state and prop, the pure component is not re-rendered. So in conclusion, pure components optimize React codes and also improves performance. So coming to the last topic, component lifecycle. So basically, component lifecycle explains the stages the component goes through. The entire lifecycle of a component can be divided into 3 parts. We have mounting, updation, and unmounting. So the first thing that gets invoked in the lifecycle is component will mount. It is invoked right before the initial rendering occurs. Then we have the rendering method. Now once a component is inserted into the DOM, component didMount gets invoked. Coming to the next phase, we have updation. When a component receives props, component will receive props gets invoked. Set state is called when the state of the property changes. So every time there is a change, React decides whether the next component's state should trigger a re-render or not. To do that, should component update method is called. Component will update is invoked right before re-rendering. After re-rendering, component did update is called that makes updates to the DOM. And the last phase is unmounting. Component will unmount method does all the necessary cleanup and erases all the allocated memory and cycles. In our previous video, we learned about React.js components in detail. And now, moving ahead, let's learn about another striking feature of React.js called props. Props, short for properties, allow the user to pass arguments or data to components. A parent component can pass additional information to its children using props. Properties help make components more dynamic. Props are passed to components in the way similar to that of HTML tag attributes. Now we'll look at this a little later in the video. Props in a component are read-only and cannot be changed. One thing to remember is that props are sent by the parent to the children components. Hence, the children components cannot make any changes to these props. Now that we've learned about props in brief, let's go ahead and create our application using props. If you're new to this tutorial, I suggest you go to the React installation and React components video on our channel. So back in my code editor, that is VS Code, I've opened a folder called React Props. And now I'm going to create a component, a class component, and I'll call it class props.js. So let's create the class component. I give RCE, the snippet. And here I display a message saying an h1 tag basically. Alright. Now let me get rid of export here and import it in my app.js main component. Here I say import class props. Alright. Now we define the class component in our render method. Let's say. Alright. Now if we go back to the browser, you see hello learners, welcome to Simplilearn. Now let's say we want to individually welcome every student. Instead of retyping the message for everybody, we can pass their names as props. Now let's see how to do that. Now we pass the name as a property from the main component, that is app.js, to the child component and render this onto the browser. So let's do that. So here, while I'm defining my child component, I say name. I save it, and here in my child component, instead of learners, I use the keyword this dot props dot name. Let me save it, and if you look at the browser, we'll have hello learner 1, welcome to Simplilearn. Now let's go ahead and welcome learner 2 and learner 3. So I again say class props name equals learner 2. Alright, so if we save and look at the browser, we'll have all the 3 learners displayed on the browser. We can also pass multiple props to the child component. Now say for example, we want to welcome the student from a particular place. So we say welcome learner 1 from place X. So I can here define another property, say place, and say place. Similarly, I can do it for the rest too. Say place Y. Now let's go back to our class props.js component and here say hello learner 1 from this dot props dot place. Let me save it, and if you look at the browser now, we have hello learner 1 from place X, place Y and place Z. We can also display whatever we want between the opening and closing tags when invoking a component. Now this is facilitated using props.children reserved keyword. Now let me explain to you how it's done with an example. Here, let's split the self and closing tag into an opening and a closing tag. And in between them, let me display a message within the paragraph tag. Let me say, and in my child component, after my h1 tag, let me use a paragraph tag, and here let's use the reserved keyword this dot props dot children. So let's save it, And now if you look at the browser, you can here see the message displayed child component. So props.children can be used when components do not know about their children ahead of time. This is commonly seen in components like sidebar and dialog that represent generic boxes. So let's go ahead and create a button tag and check again. So here I'll split it and add a button tag and say click. And let's check our browser. Here we go. We get the output as expected. Alright, we saw the usage of props for class components. Similarly, we can use it for functional components. So let's go ahead and create a functional component. Let me call it, I say import React from React. And then I say function props. And here I return an h3 tag. I'll say this is functional component, and I'll return another h3 tag saying hello learner. So let me save this and let's export it. Export default function props and import it in our app.js again. Import function prop from function prop. And here in our render method, let's define it. Let me call function prop name. Let me give learner 4 and place say A. Let me close it. And back in our functional component, instead of learner, I say props.name. Let me save it. Now if you look at our browser, it gives us an error. It says props is not defined. So let's go back to our code editor and pass props here to our functional component. Also, let me define hello props.name from props.place. Let me enclose it within the div tag here. Let me save it. And now if you look at our browser, here we go. We get the output as expected. So let's begin and learn what exactly is a state in React. Typically, a state is an object that stores the values of properties belonging to a component. Now these values can change over a period of time either via user interactions or network changes. And the state helps facilitate this functionality. Every time the state changes, React re-renders the component to the browser. The state is initialized in the constructor. A state can also store multiple properties. A method called setState is used to update the value of the state object. Now this function performs a shallow merge on the new and the previous state. Conventionally, a shallow merge ensures that the previous state values are overwritten by the new state values. Moving on, in our previous video we learnt about props, and although props and state dictate and control the behavior of a component, they have significant differences. So let's go ahead and draw a comparison between the two. Firstly, props in a component are used to pass data and event handlers to its children, while state on the other hand is used to store the data that has to be rendered on the web page. Props are immutable. Once set by the parent, they cannot be changed. State holds volatile data and can be changed over time. Props can be used in functional and class components, while state is restricted to class components. Props are set by the parent component, while a state is generally updated by event handlers. Now that we've learned all about state, let's go ahead and build an application to see the working of state. Alright, so in my code editor, that is VS Code, I've created my application, say state, and here in my source folder, I have my app.js file. Now here, I'm going to get rid of all the unnecessary code that I'm not going to be using. Also, I suggest you go through the React installation on Windows video to help you get started with creating your first application. So let's create our class component, say class app extends react.component. And inside, I have a render method that returns an HTML tag. Let's display a message, welcome. Let's follow the JSX conventions and enclose all the HTML tags within the div tag. So I say div class name equals app. We also have to import the app.css file. Import app style.css. And so we save it, and if you look at the browser, we have welcome. Now let's beautify our code. To do that, let's add some styling. So here in my app.js class component, I say styles equals, and I say font style, and I set it to say bold, and I say color, say teal. And here in my h1 tag, I say style equals this dot styles. So let me save it, and if we look at the browser now, we have welcome in teal and it's bold. Now let's go ahead and create a class component to understand state. So first I create a folder and I call it components, and inside this folder I create a class component and I call it new comp.js, and I use the snippet RCE to create the class component. To give you an insight into what we're doing today, we'll display a message asking the user to subscribe to Simplilearn. Once the user clicks on the subscribe button, we instruct them to click on the bell icon. And finally, we display a thank you message. Now to do all of this, we're going to make use of state. And as mentioned earlier, we initialize the state object in a constructor. So let's use the snippet rconst to create our constructor. Now in the state object, we initialize a property, let's call it message, and we display a message saying subscribe to Simplilearn. Let's save it. And here in our render method, let's say class name equals app, and let's create an h3 tag, and within the tag I display the message. So I say this dot state dot message. Let's save it, and now let's import it in our app.js component. So I get rid of export here, and here I say import new comp from components and new comp, and let's define it here and say new. So we save it and look at the browser, it says subscribe to Simplilearn. Alright, again, to make our code look more presentable, let's add in styles. So I'll just copy the same styles that I've added here and I paste them here, and instead of bold I make it italic, and I change the color to say purple. And again in my h3 tag I define style and initialize it to this dot styles. So let me save it, and now if you look at the browser, it's in italic and it's in purple. Okay, so moving ahead, let's create a button that reads subscribe, and once the user clicks on it, the button should read subscribed, and the message displayed above should instruct the user to click on the bell icon. To do that, let's first create a button. The message that I want the button to read is subscribe. However, this message gets changed once the user clicks on the button. So instead of explicitly mentioning subscribe here, I create a prop. I say sub and I say subscribe here. And back in my render method, I say this dot state dot sub. So let's save it. And if you look at the browser now, you have a button which displays a message subscribe. Now once the user clicks on the button, the message displayed should change to click on the bell icon to never miss an update. So let's create an event handler for that. So here, button on click, I call another method, and let's call the method button change. Okay, so this method should update the state and change the message and sub values. To do that, we make use of a setState method. Now a state can be updated in response to event handlers, server responses, or prop changes. Now all the updation can be done using the setState method. Now this is the general syntax used by the method. We'll however look at this further in the demo. Now the setState method conventionally enqueues all the updates made to the component state and instructs React to re-render the component and its children with the updated state. Now let's go back to our code editor and look at the working of this method. Now here I define the arrow function, button change. If you are not familiar with arrow functions, I suggest you read up on them. And this is the general syntax. And here I say this dot set state. And inside I change my message to hit the bell icon to never miss an update. And my sub value changes to subscribed. Let's save this. And now if you look at the browser, when we click on the subscribe button, the message changes to hit the bell icon to never miss an update. So moving ahead, let's use a bell icon so that the user can click on it. Once he clicks on the image changes and a thank you message appears on the screen. So for that, I have two images. I have bell A and bell B. So I drag and drop both the images in my components folder. Alright. Now let's import these images into our new comp.js file. Here I say import bell A from bella.png, and again I say import bell B from bellb.png. Alright, let me save it. To display the image on the screen, we make use of the image tag. Now this tag has two attributes. One is the source attribute that specifies the URL, and the other is the alt attribute that specifies an alternate text for the image. So here in my component, I make use of a paragraph tag that will help display the image in the next line, and then I use the image tag. Now since my image changes once it's clicked, I have to define a property and pass the event handler click that will update the image. So here, before specifying the source, let's go back to our state and define another property that is image URL, and let's set it to bell A, since that is the image that I want to display first. Let me save it, and here in my image tag, I say source equals this dot state dot image URL. And then we have the alt tag, and I do not want to display any message, so I leave it as it is. Now let's save it, and if you look at the browser, we have a bell displayed. However, now let's change the dimensions of the bell. I do not want such a huge bell. So back in my VS Code, I define style with width, say 30 pixels, and a height with again 30 pixels. Let me save this. And now if you look at the browser, we have a smaller icon. So once the user clicks on this image, the image changes and the message displayed here gets updated. To do that, we'll have to define an event. So let's go back to our VS Code, and here in my image tag, let's say on click, I define a method, say this dot image change. And now we define this method here. I say image change. I make use of an arrow function again. And again, I use the setState method. I update the image. So I say image URL is now set to bell B. And the message is updated to thank you, happy learning. So let's save this now. And if we look at the browser, we see the image, and once clicked on it, the image gets updated and the message changes. So finally, let me refresh the browser once and show the full execution. Let me refresh. Following the instructions, let's click on the subscribe button. And now it says hit the bell icon, and once I do that, the image updates and the message changes. So what exactly is Node.js? Now consider a scenario where a user interacts with a web application. The user only interacts with the front end of the application. But there's a lot of work that goes behind the scenes. Now in a web application, there's a front end, a server, and a database. The front end is developed using JavaScript and frameworks like Angular and React, while the server is built on Java, PHP, or Node.js, and the backend database that stores the data usually consists of MySQL or MongoDB. So Node.js is an open source, cross-platform JavaScript runtime environment for running server-side applications. It is used to develop I/O-intensive web applications like video streaming sites, single-page applications, online chatting applications, and other web applications. It is used by large, established companies and newly minted startups. Node.js was developed by Ryan Dahl in 2009, and at the same time of this session, its latest version is v13.3.0. Now that we know what Node.js is, let's go ahead and look at why it was so prevalent in the field of web development. Here are a few points. First up, Node.js is extremely fast. Being built on Google Chrome's V8 JavaScript engine, its library is extremely fast in code execution. Node Package Manager has around 50,000 bundles for developers. So whatever functionality is required for an application can be easily imported from NPM. All APIs of Node.js library are asynchronous, that is non-blocking. It means a Node.js based server never waits for an API to return data. Node.js dramatically reduces the processing time while uploading video and audio files. It is also an open source platform and is easy for beginners for web development. The above reasons more than justify the popularity of Node.js platform and why it is being adopted by a large number of organizations and businesses today. So now moving on, let's familiarize ourselves with the parts of Node.js. Node.js consists of several components. Now let's look at them one by one. First up, we have modules. Now modules are like JavaScript libraries which are used in a Node.js application to include a set of functions. Now we can use required function with a parenthesis to include a module in a Node.js application. Node.js application has many modules to provide basic functionality needed for a web application. Some of them could be HTTP, util, fs, URL, query string, stream, and zlib. Next up, we have console. The console module provides a simple debugging console that is similar to the JavaScript console mechanism provided by web browsers. Now the console can print messages to stdout that print standard output messages and stderr to print the error messages. The next component is cluster. Now Node.js is built upon the concept of single threading programming. A single instance of Node.js runs in a single thread. To take advantage of multi-core systems, the user will sometimes want to launch a cluster of Node.js processes to handle the load. A cluster can be added to an application in this way. Here's a small code for you. The next component is global. Now global objects in Node.js are available in all modules. Now these objects are functions, modules, strings, etc. Some Node.js global objects are mentioned in the table. You have dir name, that is a directory name, file name, exports, module, and require. The next component is error handling. Now Node.js applications experience 4 types of errors. We have the standard JavaScript errors, system errors, user-specific errors, and assertion errors. Now errors in Node.js are handled through exceptions. Now for example, let's handle an error that would occur when we divide a number by 0. Now this error would crash the Node.js application, and so we should handle this error. Here's a small code for you. Next up, we have streaming. A stream is an abstract interface for working with streaming data in Node.js. Streams are objects that let you read data or write data continuously. There are 4 types of streams. First one is the readable. These are the types of streams from which data can be read. Writable, these are the types of streams to which data can be written. Duplex, these are both readable and writable streams. Lastly, we have transform. These streams can manipulate the data while it is being read or written. Moving on to the next component, buffer. The JavaScript language has no mechanism for reading or manipulating streams of binary data. Buffer is a module that allows handling streams that contain only binary data. An empty buffer of length 10 can be created by this method. Next up, we have domain. Domains provide a way to handle different I/O operations as a single group. Domain module intercepts errors that remain unhandled. There are 2 types of methods that are used for intercepting these errors. Firstly, we have internal binding. In this case, the error emitter executes its code inside the error method. Next up is the external binding. Now here, the error emitter is explicitly added to a domain via its add method. The next component is the DNS. The DNS module enables name resolution. For example, it is used to look up the IP addresses of host names. DNS module is used to connect to a DNS server and perform name resolution by using the method dns.resolve. The DNS module is also used for performing name resolution without a network communication by using the method dns.lookup. The next component is the debugger. Node.js includes an out-of-process debugging utility accessible via a V8 inspector and built-in debugging client. This Node.js debugger is not feature-packed but supports simple inspection of code. It can be used in the terminal by using the inspect keyword before the name of the JavaScript file. In order to inspect a file, say myscript.js, you can use the following method. Now that we are familiar with all the major parts of Node.js, let's go ahead and learn about the Node.js Express framework. Express is a flexible Node.js web application framework that provides a wide set of features to develop both web and mobile applications. You can assume Express as a layer built on top of the Node.js that helps manage the server and the routes. Now let's have a quick look at some of the core features of Express framework. It is used to design single-page, multi-page, and hybrid web applications. It allows the setting up of middleware to respond to HTTP requests. It defines a routing table that is used to perform different actions based on the HTTP method and URL. It also allows dynamic rendering of HTML pages based on passing arguments to templates. Now moving on, let's take a quick example of a simple Hello World program. Now this is developed using Express framework to gain a better understanding. Alright, first up we have the var express. Now this is used to import Express framework into our Node.js application. Now the app.get method is a callback function with parameters request and response. The request object represents the HTTP request and has properties for the request query string, parameters, body, HTTP headers, etc. The response object represents the HTTP response that an Express app sends when it gets an HTTP request. Now the application will listen to the defined port, which in this case is 8081, and variables host and port will contain the address and the port respectively. Lastly, we have the console.log, which is used to show the address and port in the command prompt. So this is what the command prompt would look like. And finally, the output is displayed on the web browser. Having learned about the Express framework, now let's move on and look at the Node.js use cases. Now it is no doubt that Node stands out for its speed and intensive data exchange. So top industry leaders like NASA, PayPal, Netflix among others incorporate Node.js. First up, we have Netflix. The world's leading internet television network with over 117 million users is one of the top companies that trusted their services to Node.js. The reasons why the company chose to use Node.js were application scalability and data-intensive application. Now you must be wondering what application scalability is. It's basically the potential of an application to grow in time, being able to efficiently handle more and more requests per minute. And data-intensive application allows millions of people to stream Netflix simultaneously. Next up is Walmart. Now Walmart is the world's largest company by revenue with around $514 billion according to the Fortune Global 500 list in 2019. Again, the reasons why the company chose Node.js were asynchronous I/O and efficient handling of concurrent requests. Now asynchronous I/O, which is a form of input-output processing, allows other processing to continue before the transmission has finished. Node.js is able to efficiently handle concurrent requests with the use of thread pool and event queues. Uber. Uber is an American multinational ride-hailing company offering services that include peer-to-peer ride-sharing, ride service hailing, and food delivery. The reasons why the company chose Node.js were asynchronous I/O, quick iterations, and active open source community. As mentioned earlier, asynchronous I/O permits other processing to continue before the transmission has finished. Now quick iterations. Now Node.js is continually being updated and added new features that help in further improvement in the performance of web servers. And finally, active open source community resolves many problems that an organization may face in a particular scenario. Next up, we have NASA. Now, NASA is an independent agency of the United States federal government responsible for the civilian space program as well as aeronautics and aerospace research. The reasons why the company chose Node.js were reduced access times, handling of data-intensive tasks, and the fact that the servers are active 24/7. Now, NASA has lots and lots of data, and using Node.js has really helped them in reducing the access times. It is also continuously handling and working with large streams of data. Node.js is highly stable, which helps in keeping the server active 24/7. Next up, we have PayPal. Now, PayPal is an American company operating a worldwide online payment system that supports online money transfers as opposed to traditional methods like checks and money orders. The reasons why the company chose to use Node.js were the fact that Node.js has extremely fast build times. It allows tasks to be carried out with fewer lines of code when compared to other server technologies like Java and PHP. And Node.js, being data intensive, efficiently handles a large amount of data. Next up is Medium. Medium is a popular online publishing platform developed by Evan Williams and launched in August 2012. The main reasons why the company chose to use Node.js were A. Data-driven applications. Now these applications are ideal for being interfaced with Node.js servers. B. To run A/B tests. Now A/B testing is essentially an experiment where two or more variants of a page are shown to users at random, and statistical analysis is used to determine which variation performs better. Lastly, Node.js server maintenance is simpler than its counterparts. Moving on to the last topic of this session, industry trends. Now, Node.js developers are in demand across the globe since many companies are adopting JavaScript libraries. According to Forbes, it is one of the top 10 most in-demand jobs. According to NodeSource, the total number of Node.js downloads increased by 40% in the last 1 year. The use of Node.js in production has increased dramatically since its release in 2010. With early adopters such as LinkedIn, PayPal, and Netflix, among others, Node.js has seen an exponential increase in its use in web development. The popularity of Node.js is also accounted to JavaScript. Now, since JavaScript is the most popular language, as evident from a survey conducted by Stack Overflow in 2019, many developers can start working on Node.js library with not much of a learning curve. Node.js developers are being offered better salary options than other web technology developers. According to PayScale, the average salary of a Node.js developer in India is around 6,13,000 rupees per year. The average salary of a Node.js developer across the United States is around 105,000 US dollars per year. In this video, we'll help you install Node.js on your Windows system. So without further ado, let's begin. The first thing you need to do is download Node.js from their official website. So go ahead and type download Node.js. Navigate to their official website, and here you can see the 64-bit version. So go ahead and download that. Once the download is done, go ahead and run the downloaded Node.js installer. Accept the license agreement. Keep the default settings as it is. And then say install. So with that, we finish the installation process. Once Node has been successfully installed, the next crucial step is verification. Now this process ensures that Node has been properly installed. To do so, we first open the command prompt and then type in a few commands. To verify the successful installation, we type in this command, node-v. Now this command returns the version, and if it returns the version, it means it has been successfully installed. So here we go, it returns the latest version. Now the final step is to update the Node package manager. Now this NPM is bundled with Node.js, which consists of all the repositories and packages required for development purposes. So to do that, type in the command npm install npm -- global. Now that we're done with the installation of Node, let's go ahead and implement a small program. For that, we make use of a text editor. In our case, we've installed VS Code. So go ahead and download VS Code. Once you're done with the installation, this is what VS Code looks like. So go ahead and click on File and create a new file. It's going to be a simple program where you're going to print a hello world message on the web browser. To do that, we make use of HTTP modules. So Node comes with built-in HTTP modules to transfer data across it. So for that, we make use of a require method. We create a variable first, say var HTTP equals require, and just say HTTP within single quotes. Now the HTTP module can create an HTTP server that listens to the server ports and gives a response back to the client. To do that, we make use of the create server method. So let's go ahead and type the code. Say HTTP dot create server, and internally it consists of a function. Now the parameters to this function are request and response. Now the response is basically used to write to the client. So we say response.write, and here we type in the message. We say hello world, welcome to this tutorial. Once you're done with that, you end the response. So the server listens to a port number to display the message. By default, it listens to the port number 8080. So we keep that as it is and we end it. Save your file, say demo.js, maybe demo1.js, and say save. Now to run the program, you have to open the command prompt. So open your command prompt and mention the path to your file. So in our case, it's our desktop, say it on the desktop. So cd desktop. And now to run it, say node demo1.js. Now you navigate to your browser and say localhost 8080, and here we go. Our message is successfully displayed.
So let's talk about the Node.js architecture and understand why it's so good. So to begin with, Node.js has what's called a single-threaded event loop architecture, and this allows you to be able to handle many concurrent clients at the same time. It's just a very flexible way of being able to scale up your support for many clients. And then in addition to that, we have the JavaScript event-based model along with the JavaScript callback mechanism that allows you to have this standard approach to being able to connect with and talk and discuss interactions between the client and the server. It's good to have these kind of standards where you're not using something that's unique to a specific framework or a specific technology. This just makes it so it's more accessible for everybody. So if we look at the actual Node.js server itself, everything centers around the concept of the event loop. And the event loop has an event queue, an operation completed via requests, threaded pull, and then it'll actually do the actual computation or the file system interaction. All of this interconnects in a nice seamless loop. The great thing again with Node.js is that it's not new technology. It's been around for almost a decade. It's very, very well tried out. Many of the largest websites out there are running Node.js. So let's now dig into each of the parts of the Node.js architecture. So let's talk about requests. So the way that the request works is that you have your framework such as Angular on the client, and that will then send a request to the web server. And there's many ways that those requests can happen, through web workers, through forms, and through other interactions. But at some point, a request is sent to the server. And so these requests can be for data, they can be for deleting data, they can be for updating data, they can be for interacting with services as mentioned before, but the goal is to have some kind of request. Now, once that request actually hits the server, and then we start actually getting into the queuing and threading process that centers around the event loop. And this is where Node.js really excels, because it's able to use that single-threaded model to be able to manage from just even a few requests to tens of millions of requests. So it receives the actual request and starts the event queue. And this is where that single threading process starts, is by queuing everything up appropriately. And then it then maintains the threads within a pool. So you have the queuing process as one action, and then you have a threaded pool which manages those threads as well. And then we have an event loop which goes through and actually receives and processes those requests. And then finally, what we're doing is we're actually then going to be interacting with a system, and that could be a database, it could be a cloud system, it could be an API, file system, but we're interacting with something that's outside of the Node.js server. So the Node.js server itself is doing some actions on the server, but then it's also interacting with things outside of its own server environment. And so let's talk a little bit about that workflow. So requests come in, they go into the event queue, and they get spiraled through the event loop. And then we have non-blocking operators, which are going to be doing the input-output polling, such as KQ, ePoll, and other services. And from there, we're also going to be then interacting with the threaded pull, and we're using the blocking operations to manage that threaded pull. And that threaded pull is going to now then go outside of the server and interact with something beyond the server. So whether that is a database or file system or API or microservice, these are the things that can be interacted with. So let's go through what NPM is. So NPM itself stands for the Node Package Manager. No great shakes there. As the name says, it's responsible for all the packages and modules that are bundled within Node.js. So the Node Package Manager itself really has two key functionalities. Now, the first is that it is a central repository for all packages and modules, which you can then search through online. You can go to search.nodejs.org, and you can find all of the packages and modules that are out there. The second is that it's also a command line or terminal line utility that allows you to install those packages, so you can actually go through and you can see the version management and dependencies within those packages, and you can actually control the packages themselves. So why would you use NPM? So NPM is really useful for being able to extend the project you're working on. So when you're building out a project, one of the concepts I like to use is the concept of Lego bricks. Big fan of Lego. And what's great about Lego bricks is that they're all individually by themselves, very small, very specific functionality. But if you actually get a whole collection of Lego bricks together, you can build like crazy cool things. So think of when you're working with the Node Package Manager itself, itself is that each of those individual pieces that you're working with, each of those individual packages are their own Lego bricks, and by themselves, you can then edit and update and maintain that piece separately from the whole environment. As long as your inputs and outputs, really the piece where you snap the Lego in or when you connect the Lego to something else, are interacted and open and well documented, then you can actually then use those modules effectively throughout your project. So you can actually then be able to do that. You can do version control on your codes and dependencies. You can do testing very easily. And then once you actually get to the point where you go, yes, I want to release a new module, you can do that effectively using NPM, and it will actually go through and do the actual deployment for you. So let's go through the NPM installation. So the actual package manager itself is included with the installation of Node.js. So if you've installed and you're running Node.js locally, then you've already installed the package manager. But you can also access it through command line or terminal window on your data server or in your server farm or via the cloud. If you haven't now downloaded Node.js, here's the website where you can go down to install it, and there's Windows and Mac versions of that code as well with the installers, which allow you to get up and going very quickly. You want to be able to run the installer and accept all the default settings. To begin with, you want to kind of have the standard setup so that you are most familiar with the normal settings before you start getting to the point where you're a master and you're tweaking things. There is a way that you can open up the command window or the terminal window. And once you've actually installed Node.js, to verify that it's actually installed, you can write the command node-version, and it'll actually then pull out the version of Node.js that you have installed, and then you'll be able to see that you've got it actually up and running. And then you can also do the same thing for NPM. You can do npm-version, and it actually will then show you which version of the Node package manager you have running, so you can actually take full advantage of that program and verify that it's actually up and running. Now, so we're actually going to go ahead and actually run a demo of using NPM. And to do that, I've got three windows in front of me right now. So I have this window here, which is my terminal window, where I'll be doing all of my instructions. Then I also have a folder which shows where I'll be putting all of the files. And then finally, I'll actually have a text editor. In this case, I'm using VS Code because it's free, but you can use any text editor you like to be able to go in and show what the code that's been created by NPM in the JSON file, so you can actually see what it looks like. And then we'll modify it a little bit. So first thing we want to do is we want to go ahead and create a new project folder. So I'm going to go in, I'm just going to move into, do change directory, and go into the project folder, and we'll see down here that we have an empty project folder, but for this one I'm actually going to go ahead and I'm going to create a new directory in this one, and I'm going to call this one Simplilearn. And there we are, we've created a new Simplilearn folder, and we are going to move into the Simplilearn folder. And so we're now in the Simplilearn folder. There's nothing in there right now. So the first thing we want to do is we want to go ahead and initialize this folder as a project folder for working with NPM. Now to do this, you will have to have already installed NPM. If you have Node.js, NPM comes with it. And if you want to see whether or not you have NPM installed, so you can just do npm-version. And that will actually tell you what the version of NPM you have installed is. And it also verifies that NPM is installed. So I've gone ahead and I've been able to validate that I have NPM installed. So what I'm now going to go ahead and do is I'm going to initialize this folder. So to do that, just do npm init. And you'll see that the path is that we're already in the Simplilearn folder. And then when you do that, it's going to ask you some questions. So what is the package name? We're going to go with the defaults for right now, and then I can show you how we can edit those in a little bit. We're going to go with just say yes to all of these just by hitting return. And you'll see here that we're going to create a new folder called a package.json folder. This is the instructions that we have in the folder. Do we want to go ahead and create this? We want to. And it's going to go ahead and do that. And we can see now in our folder here that we actually have package.json. So we go ahead and open this up with VS Code. Here we are. We can actually see what all of the information is. We can go ahead and we can actually go and update this metadata if we want to. I'm going to leave it as is for right now because I want to show you a couple of other things. So a lot of times when you're actually working with NPM, and the reason why you're using NPM is that you want to take advantage of packages that are freely available in the open source community that are supported by Node.js. And one of those is a package called Express. And Express is a lightweight framework for building out web applications, similar in concept to Angular or React.js. I like using it, and it's also a great way to be able to show how we can install this using npm. So to install this, you just start with the command npm and then you type install, and then we type the name of the package. We hit enter and it goes ahead, and what you'll actually see is a couple of things. One is we have a dependency in our package path. We also have, so this is in our JSON package, that is now a dependency that's written in there. We can also go in and under our node modules, we actually see that we have, we scroll down, we should see Express. There it is, Express. Now, if we decide that we don't want to use Express, we can actually just come in and we can write command npm uninstall. I can type Express. Oops, I did a typo there, so let's try that again. npm uninstall Express. And a couple of things can happen. One is in our JSON file, the dependency for the Express file has now been removed. And we can also see that under our node modules, there are no extensions there. So this is kind of cool. This allows us to be able to see that we can easily add and remove packages. So let's just go ahead and I'm going to install Express again. So install Express. Oops. npm install Express. All right, so it's gone ahead and it's installed Express. Now, one of the things that will often happen is that when you're working with a package, the actual JSON package, so you'll receive this file, and you want to be able to go ahead and install all of the sub modules that come with it. So you can go through and you can manually install them like this, or you can actually run an install command so you can actually install all of them at once. I can just show you what that looks like, because we're going to actually go ahead and simulate as if we're going to install Bootstrap, which is another popular framework. Bootstrap. And we're actually going to go with, and then we'll save that. And what we'll see is under the packages that Bootstrap isn't listed in there. We do have Express. There it is right there. So if we now come over to our new commands, we can actually write the command npm install, and now slight typo, let's try that again. Let's do npm install Okay, it does help to save your file. So let's go ahead and let's run npm install. And when you do that, what we'll now actually have is not just Express, but we'll also see that Bootstrap has also been added. Now, I don't recommend that you use the star symbol, which will install the latest version of Bootstrap, because you obviously haven't tested your application against that, but it gives you an idea of what's happened here. Now, if we want to, we can actually go in here and we can say uninstall Bootstrap, and it will actually remove that from your JSON package. So there we are. That's how you work with using npm, from getting started with a setup for a base initialization of your package, going through to creating the first package, being able to set up and control the naming convention for each of the items within the metadata that provides the instruction for the package, how you can then put in dependencies such as Express and Bootstrap, how you can install them and remove them, and actually do all of this through command line. If you have any questions, please let us know.
Django is a popular framework nowadays, and you must have heard it. Almost every website and web applications uses Django in some way or other for their web development. So in today's session, we'll discuss what is Django framework. Let's start by discussing what is a web framework. A web framework is a software framework that is created to support the development of dynamic sites, web services, and web applications. It supports creation, development, and publishing of the web applications and websites.
Hi guys, I'm Anjali from Simplilearn. Now, if you have been following our playlist on Python, by now you have probably completed all the basic concepts of Python. So today we'll use these basic concepts in creating a website using Python again. Now, this application is called Django, and before we move into actually developing the website, let's better understand what Django is. So Django is a high-level Python web framework. So when you compare Django to many of its other counterparts, such as Flask, which also uses Python, it provides very limited freedom. But then again, this limited freedom does mean that it makes development much faster, and that is the goal of Django. So if you're a complete beginner with web development and also sort of with Python, this is the place to start. So Django has a free and a paid version, but since we are just learning how it works, we can go for the free version. In fact, the paid version is only required when it's utilized by companies where they perform a lot of modifications to the point that it's actually unrecognizable. Now, some of the companies which are using Django are Instagram, Bitbucket, Pinterest, and even NASA. Now, there's another important thing that we need to understand about Django, which is its design pattern. So Django follows the MTV design pattern, where MTV stands for Model Template View. These terms may seem very remote to you right now, and I don't think there'd be a point of me explaining what they are as of now. So once we move on to the demo, where I'll be teaching you how you can create the web framework, we can better understand how this design pattern works. And with that, we are finally ready to move into actually creating our website. So there are certain prerequisites to Django. To perform these, open your command prompt. So the first thing we need to ensure is that your system has Python installed. Now, of course, if you're learning Django, you probably already know Python. And for this purpose, you would have had Python installed previously itself. We'll just check. So type in Python version, and if you do have Python installed, your version number will appear here. Now, the other thing we need installed is pip. So once again, pip would also be installed on your system, so it comes with Python itself. And so yeah, I have pip 19.0.2 version. Now, once those two things are done, we'll move on to a virtual environment. So a virtual environment is basically this environment that we create to isolate our application. Now, this is necessary in Django because often we make applications, we have completely built the application, and now we do not want to touch them. We do not want to create anything new. We do not want to update any packages that are already being used. So if you're creating a new application for which you need to update the packages, we don't want the implementation of that to hamper with the implementation of our current application. So this is why we completely isolate them. So for that, the first thing you do is you need to install the virtual environment wrapper. We'll use the pip command to do so. So pip install virtual env wrapper. So if you're using any other system such as Linux systems, and then press enter, but in case of Windows, put a dash and win, which signifies Windows. So I already have my virtual environment installed. So now we have Python, we have our pip, and we have the virtual environment. Now let's create a virtual environment. So to create the virtual environment, type in mk virtual env and the name for your virtual environment. So previously I had made a virtual environment py1. This time I'll go with py2, and that should create your environment. So a virtual environment is created, which is py2, and as soon as it's created, you'll notice that now your commands start running in py2. So when you're creating an application, the application itself is not created at this place. It's just the environment files that's stored in here. So now all this is done. The final prerequisite is, of course, to have our web framework, we need to install Django. So let's get to that. Pip install Django. So now that Django is installed, we are finally ready to start our project. So the command to run to start your first project, Django-admin start project, and followed by the name of your project. So I'll just name my project the Django project. So I just cleared my screen. Now, if you go to this location where we created our project, you'll see the project folder is created here. And inside the folder, there's yet another folder with the same project name and a manage file. Now, this manage file is usually what we will be running to compile our programs. And then within the folder, you have certain Python files. So we'll open all this in our IDE, and I'll be using PyCharm, but you can go ahead with any other Python IDE. In fact, you can even use a notebook. So you can select your project from here, the panel on the left, or you can opt for open, browse through your folders, and then select your project. So the project we created just now is the Django project, which is this one. So I'll open it, and your project will appear on the left side panel here. You can see within it, there's another folder with the same project name, and there's the manage.py file. Now within this folder, again, there's another folder .idea, and then there is the init settings URL and the WSGI file, although we won't be making changes or modifying any of these files. So we'll check out what these files are one by one, although we won't be making modifications to most of them. The idea folder probably won't be existing in your project. You can completely ignore that. Now we'll have a look at what each of these Python files do. So the first file, which is the init file, as you can see, it's empty. The reason is that the very presence of this file is only to inform that this package here, this is not any ordinary folder, it's a Python package. So you don't really need any content within this. Now the next file that we have here is the settings file. So the settings file is the central configuration file. This is modified only when your application goes into the real world. Other than that, we just leave it as it is. So some of the values that you would be modifying is, for example, the debug value. Now, when the debug value is true, which in our case it is, whenever an error occurs in any of your code and you're trying to run that page, all the errors appear on the page. But now, if you are putting your website into the real world, you do not want that all your errors will be displayed on the page for obviously security reasons. So then you can just change this value to false just before you upload your page. Next, you have the URLs page. As from the name, it's very clear. The URLs page is where you have your URL stored. So basically, this file maps the URL of a page to the function that the page will be performing. So now you have the wsgi.py code file. So this page contains an application callable which the application server uses to communicate with your code. And finally, we have the manage.py page. This is the page used to interact with your project. So we never ever touch the manage.py page. The settings page does change when your website goes into the real world. The URLs page we will be actually modifying during the course of our project. Again, the wsgy.py page, we leave it untouched. So now that you know the basics of what each file already present does, we can start our demo. So before we start coding our website, there's a dummy development server which is provided with Django. So we'll just check that out first. Just go to your command prompt and move into the path of your project. And then you just type Python manage.py run server. And as you can see here, the development server has started and it's at port 8000. So go to your browser, open any browser of your choice, localhost, and at 8000 port. And as you can see here, since we have installed our Django and we ran our server, so our Django page has appeared here and it says that our installation worked successful. So far all good. We can now start building our project. So what website are we creating? Well, I was thinking of a very basic website where you'll have the front page. The first page would have probably like 3-4 genres, and within each genre you'll have a piece that is an article, a novel, or even a poem of that particular genre. So the user gets to click the genre on the first page, and the minute he or she does so, we move on to the next page where we have our article within that genre displayed. We'll also include a registration page just to see how that works with Django. So before we move on, guys, I want to tell you that this tutorial will completely concentrate on how Django works. So we will not look much into the details of how our page is displayed. That is, we won't go in depth into HTML, CSS and so on, but rather just stick to Django and its functionality. And another thing that we need to know about Django before we start developing is that every page in Django is called an app. So when you go to a website, say Facebook for instance, you have multiple tabs, right? So there's a tab for the profile. You click on it and it immediately takes you to your profile. Now, if this entire thing, that is Facebook, was built on Django, then your profile would be one app. And then there's another tab which takes you to your messages. The page where all your messages are displayed, that would be a second app. So that's how Django works. Every small thing, every component or every page of your website is an app, and you need to ensure that you can describe exactly what an app does in 1 or 2 sentences. So a page should not have multiple things happening on it. If a page is for displaying messages, that should be the sole purpose of the page. So yeah, that's the basic of apps and how they are a part of Django. So how do we create this app? Just open your command prompt, move on to the path where your project is stored. Now in here, you'll type in the command to create your first app. So that's Python manage.py start app, and then the name for your app. So I'll name my app genre. So basically on my first page, I want all my genres to be displayed and every article is put under a particular genre, hence the name. Enter, and your app should be created. So I go back to my PyCharm, and as you can see here, we have our app genre created in here. Now under this app, there are more number of files. So what do these files do? We'll discuss that first. Well, first is our migrations folder. Now inside this migration folder, there'll be a number of files which will be created. Once we go through our project, we'll see every time we execute a particular command, a new file is inserted into the migrations folder. So this basically connects your database with your source code, and that might seem very complicated, but actually Django makes it extremely easy. And then you have the admins page. Now this admin file or this admin page that Django provides is extremely useful. So it's like this dummy admin page where you can actually go and you can view your entire database there in a very formatted way. You have all the models that you created there. You can insert more values, you can delete values, you can edit values which are already present. So right now the admin page will not be existing. There's no point of us going and checking it right now since we have not created any models yet. Again, what is models? I'll come to that too. So that is the next file I'll be telling you about. Now, if you have gone through object-oriented programming, Python or Java or any other object-oriented programming, as a matter of fact, you probably know the concept of classes. Now, over here in our models file, we create classes, and each of this class is actually a model. And by that, we mean it's a database. So when we create a class, we have a number of attributes in this class, and each of this attribute forms a column in our database. So that is what will be happening here. And once we create our class, or what we call model, that is when we can actually view the admin page. And we'll see how this page is extremely helpful. The next important page is the views page. So guys, if you remember, initially I told you that Django has a design pattern, which is the model view template, where model is already discussed They are the classes. Template, as you probably guessed, is the look of the page. So that's basically a HTML files. And what brings the model and the template together? That is the view. So view adds the functionality. Now, whenever you receive a request from the user for a particular URL, view will describe the response for this request. But view is not responsible for giving the response. That is another file that we'll be creating, as you'll see in some time. So now when I go back to my web page here, there's no URL for this. This is just a domain name. But once we start creating our website, the very existence of each web page is linked to a presence of a URL. So that is exactly where we'll start building. Under our Django project folder, we have this URLs page. There's already a URL path present here. It says admin, which is, as you guessed, it's the URL to the admin page that is by default provided by Django. And over here, there's this another parameter. So what this parameter is, it's the response that is to be given for the request that you receive. Now, just in this manner, we need to add the URL for our first page, which is going to be the genres page. So I say path, genres. And then in here, I'll insert the action. So I've not created any action yet. So I don't know what to put in there either as of now. But guys, think about this. So if our website has 10 pages, does this mean that we'll have 10 different URLs going in here? That would be quite haphazard, wouldn't it? So we need a more organized way of doing this. And for that very purpose, we will use genres, the app, as our base app. So if from genres, we are moving on to our second page. So say our genres has our 3 genres, which is fiction, inspiration, and something else. So the user clicks on fiction. And this immediately takes the user to the second page where the content in fiction is displayed. So then our second page should be a sub page of genre in a way. And every other page that we move to from our first page should be the same. So for this purpose, what we can do is we'll go to our genres app, the package, we'll create another URLs file within genre, and in this URLs file, we'll define the URL for our second page with reference to our genres URL. So how is that done? Well, the first thing you need to do is you must copy paste this statement here into our URLs page. For this page, we do not really need to import include, so I'll remove that part out. And I also need to define my URLs pattern, so copy paste this too. But again, admin is already defined there completely. We do not require that. Now here we'll say, if the user wants the page genres, this is going to be my first page. That is my front page. So what will be the response to this? The response will obviously be defined in our views page. Right now, we have not created anything in our views page, but we will soon, and we will name the response for the URL genres as index, since that is usually what the purpose of the front page is. It's usually to display the index. So we'll have view dot index, and then following this we'll also give a name to this very particular call, and the purpose of that I will explain later. Just name this index for now. It's not view, it's views. And also we need to now import views. Okay, so we define that if the user goes to this page genre, then we will be displaying whatever's defined under views.index. Of course, we have not created that yet, and we'll move on to that in a while. Now, the problem is every request that is made by the user, the first thing Django does is it checks the URLs page under your main project, which is this page. And under this page, we have not defined the action for genres. And it would be very repetitive to define this again. So what we do instead is we'll just include the file where we did define the function for genres. And that is genres.urls. So the user gives a request for the genres page. Django checks out this main URLs page. It sees it matches the URL to this very particular pattern here. And for that, it knows that the response is to include the genres.url page. So it includes this page. And within this page, we of course have the function or the response defined. So now the next thing is to create the response. So now under this views file, we'll create a view. The first thing is we need to import the HTTP package. The request is always HTTP, and this time the response that we are providing is also a HTTP response. We'll change this later because we'll need a more defined response, but for now we'll stick to a very basic display on our first web page. So let's import django.http, import HTTP response, and now we can define our function which will tell what response to provide for the particular URLs. Now here we say that if the user gives a request for this URL, our response is views.index. So within views, we need to define a function named index. So def index, and this one takes request as a parameter and returns a HTTP response. And that response could be a simple text. Of course, you can also have HTML tags, and just for the purpose of formatting so that our text looks pretty bold, I'll put this into our header. Just say hello world. So that's done. This is the response that we'll be providing for that particular URL. Now the thing is, we have this page here, settings, and in settings, if you scroll down, you'll see there's a list of apps which are installed, and in this list, our app genre is not mentioned. So before we run our server, we'll add our app to this list. So that's done. Now go to your web page, the one where you ran your local host first. And this time, okay, so my server's not running. I need to start my server first. Type in your command python manage.py run server, and it says that there's no issue and our server is currently running. So you go back to the page where we ran our local host. So the last time we ran our local host, currently your page would still be on that if you have not done any modifications. I did a few in between, hence I got this page. Now if you check out localhost again, you'll see that there's an error. This is because now we started defining the URLs in our URL page. So when you don't give any URL as such, Django checks out the two URLs defined here and says, hey, what you typed in here, whatever your request was, does not match any of the URL patterns. So now we want to check out the genres page and enter. And as you see here, hello world is displayed. So of course, this is a dummy page. We need to do something way more. We need to create a web page, and that is what we'll get to. Okay, so now that we viewed our dummy web page, the next thing we need to do is actually populate this app with some data. Now to populate the app with data, of course, we need to first store the data, and that is stored in a database. So with Django, you would have probably already noticed here, there's this file called SQLite3. So this is the database management system that comes along with Django. It's already set up to be used, just a small command, a small tweak that we require, and everything will work perfectly fine. So what this does is basically all the data that you enter through your model will work along with this. So that means that there should be a communication between your SQLite and your source code. Now, if I go back to the terminal where I ran my server, you'll see here there's an error line which says you have 15 unapplied migrations and your project may not work properly. Right now, what we designed worked right because we didn't have any data stored. But from now on, we will be storing data. So we need to ensure that the migrations are done right. And by migrations, we mean that our database management, that's SQLite, is synced pretty well with our source code. So first of all, stop your server, and now you run a command to do the syncing, which is python manage.py migrate. And as you hit this command, the syncing is happening. So when you say that the migrations are complete, what you actually mean is when Django looks at your installed apps, this is an app that we created and we just added it a while back to this list of installed apps. But everything else in here in this list was already present. So these are some default apps which Django, or this project in particular, will already work with. And many of these apps require to access some databases. It could not do that until now. But now that we finished our migrations, when Django checks out these apps and needs to run them, it can easily access the database, take whatever data is required from there, and perform its functions. Again, if we go back to a command prompt and run the server again, you'll see that this time we do not get the error of the unapplied migrations. So that is how you sync your database with your source code. Now, once we create our models, it means that we have added some new classes. There are some new tables which are going to be added. So again, we need to perform the migration function, which we'll look into later. Now let's get to creating our classes. So as I mentioned earlier, models are basically classes. Now there are two classes that we will be creating for this particular project. The first class will have all the genres and the second class which will hold all the articles. So let's begin coding. Now my first class, I'll call it collection. And every class needs to import from models.model. Now within this class, all we need to define are its various attributes. So I'll explain this again. The class is basically a table and all your attributes of the particular class are the columns. So the first thing is the collection name or the genre name. Now the collection name would be something like fiction or inspiration or non-fiction. Could be anything, and all these are strings. So when you're inputting them, so in Django basically that's the char field type. So you say models dot char field, and a compulsory parameter here is you have to insert the maximum length. I'll give it 100 characters. Next thing, we'll have a description for each genre type. That again would be char field. Enter a max length. Give it 500. And then we'll also have an image or a cover for each of the collection or each of the genre. So that would be, I'd say, call cover as in collection cover. So this again will be a char field type, as I'm going to enter the link for the image over here. Now the links would be pretty large. So I'd say a length of 1000. So that's our first class. Now we'll define a second class, which is for the particular articles or the pieces which are inside the collection. So here we'll just go for one article within a collection, and I'll name this class as piece, as in a piece within a collection. Again, this class too imports from models.model, and we will enter the column names now. So every piece will have a title, which would be the name of the piece, and that too would be of char field type. Give this a 200. And then all of these will have a particular type. That is, whether it's a book, it's a novel, it's a poem, or it's a blog post. That is what will go in our type variable. Next, we'll have the artist name. For a book, that would be an author. For a poem, that would be a poet. So we'll go for the general term, which is artist. The year it was published. Now the year would be an integer. So we have a different field type here, the integer field, and that does not require a max length. And finally, again, for each piece, you'll have a cover. So I'll name that piece cover. Again, we'll pass the link of an image here. So char field with the max length of 1000. And yeah, so our two models are created here, class collection and class piece. Now once again we'll do the migration, and what will happen is that the database will link with this model, and then we can finally view the admin page and see what exactly that admin page is that we've been talking about all this while. But before we move on, we are missing out on something. So we have our collection and we have each piece. How do we link the piece with the collection? Well, this is where the concepts that you probably learned in database is going to come into use. This is where we'll use a foreign key. So although we are writing a code here, this is exactly how a table in a database will be created. So every item would have a primary key, and now we are going to use foreign keys in our class piece to link each piece to a particular collection. So if I say Dan Brown's book Origin, so that should be linked through the foreign key with our collection fiction. So let's create our foreign key, and I'll name it collection, but this time with a small c. Models.foreign key. So to the foreign key, you pass the table name to which you're making the reference first, which is collection, and then you pass on an action as to what will happen to a particular piece if the collection that it's linked to is deleted. So what we want is, if suppose fiction is deleted, then automatically origin, which is tied with fiction, should also be deleted, and that is called a cascade delete. So you say on delete models.cascade. And now we are finally done creating our models. So now that our models are created, we know these particular models are created for our application or our app genre. So you go back to the settings page, and here we had previously inserted this app genre, but back then it was not really required. It was just that there is this other app that is not included in the default apps given by Django. So let's put in the name there. But now that we actually have a database associated with this app, we need to specify this app in its complete structure. That is the configuration. So if you go under genres, and then there's this file apps, and under apps, you can see this class genre config. Copy this, go back to settings. So genre.apps.genreconfig. So now when you run your server, Django will check the list of installed apps and will be able to access the database associated with our newly created app too. But there's more to it than that. Remember how previously we made migrations so we can link our database with the source code? Now we got to make those migrations again because now we created new models. So every time you create a model or you make some changes to your models, you always need to do your migrations. And this time, since our migrations is specific to a particular app, the syntax is slightly different. So you can also use this terminal down here. It works just the same. And Python manage.py, make migrations, and your app name. Enter. And as you see, it says the models, collection, and piece have been created. Now, what this migrations exactly does is it converts these models that you have written in coded format into an SQL form. So that's where your tables and everything's stored. And now if you check your migrations folder, you'll see there's a new file under it. That is the current migration that you attempted. So now that the migrations are made, you can finally run your project. So once again, an overall migrations. So I'm back to my command prompt since the black background makes it easier to see the text. Break out of your server, and we finished our migration. So now we can run our server. No issues, and there's no error with the migrations either. Let's now check out our genre page. Of course, it'll look the same because although we created our models, what the models will be reflected in is the database. The overall look of the page so far has not been changed, so it's the same. So I'll repeat that once again. Every time you make a change to your model or you add some new class to your model, first run the migrations for that particular app. That is Python manage.py, make migrations, and your app name, and then you run a migrations in general. So that's Python manage.py migrations, and then you can run your server. Okay, so our database is created, but right now it's empty. So our next step is to populate our database. For that, again, open a command prompt, and now you need to enter into the SQL's shell. So the command for that is Python manage.py shell. But before that, I'll just go to the path where my project is stored. And now in here, I'll execute my command. So once you get these 3 arrows, you know that you have entered the shell, and over here, you can execute your SQL commands. Now, before we input values into our tables, what we need to do is we have to import these tables, because even within this project, there are multiple number of tables. There are some tables which were in there by default too. So from genre.models, import collection, piece, which are the name of our tables, and enter. So our tables are now imported. Now first we'll populate our table collection. Okay, so collection has 3 columns. There's the collection name, there's a description, and there's a cover image. So go back to your shell. So we'll have an object here, collection1, which will be equal to collection. So this would be the constructor for our class collection. And within this, we'll insert our values. So our first attribute is collection name, and that's equal to fiction. Our second attribute is the description, and we'll say enter the world of fantasies for the description of fiction. And finally, we have the attribute called cover, which is the collection cover. And in here, I'll just enter the URL of an image I found online. So that's it. We have entered the values for our 3 attributes. Now press enter. Now let's view if this is actually stored in our database. So for that, you execute the command, your table name, which is collection.objects.all, and it's empty. So what's wrong? We created an object in which we inserted all the values, but then still our database seems to be empty. So this is because so far this collection object that we created is only stored in our shell's memory. We have not actually committed this to the database. So the command for committing this to the database would be our object name, which is call1.save. And once again, we'll execute the command to check everything that's present in our database collection. And now you can see finally that there is an object present. And now we can also check the value of the various columns in our table collection for this particular object. You can say call1.collection name and gives you the collection name. Similarly, you can also check its description. Now, as I mentioned previously, every object that you create in a table has a primary key associated with it. So the primary key basically holds the uniqueness of that particular row. So we can also check the primary key for a particular row or an object. Just go for call1.pk and it says the primary key is 1. Now the primary key is also known as the ID of the object. So you can identify it as ID2. Again, you'll get the value, which is 1. Now, if you want to change the value of any of these columns, that can also be done very easily on the shell. So suppose I want to change the description, say call1.description, and initially it was enter the world of fantasies. I want it to be welcome to the world of fantasies. So welcome to the world of fantasies. And now if I check the value of call1.description, the value has changed. So that's pretty simple, isn't it? Now, if you think this is simple, there's a much more simpler way of adding values to the database, which we'll see just in a while. And that is where we'll put in more objects. We'll have a few more genres and we'll also add elements to our table piece. So now we can look into how to create our admin page. So now that we learned how to input or populate our database through the shell, let's go for the easier and the more efficient way, which is through the admin. Now, before we do that, we need to create an admin. And for that, go to your command prompt out of the shell. Now, in your command prompt, type the command python manage.py create super user. Okay, so once you do that, they'll ask you to create a username and we'll just go for admin since we are creating ourselves as the admin. Enter an email ID. Just go with admin123@admin.com and a password. So since this is not a production environment, I'm going to just bypass the password validation. But if your website is going into the real world, then make sure things are secure enough. And our super user is created successfully. So now we can go on to a browser and here we'll just type admin. So this is our admin page. You can see here there are two tabs, groups and users. But the main reason that we require the admin page does not seem to come out here. We expected there to be our database tables present here so we can directly go and edit them or add some values to them. But it's not there. So what is missing is that we need to go back to our Python page and over here, go down to the admin file. So here we need to add the models that we want to appear in the admin page. Basically, we need to register those models with the admin page. And for that, the first thing we do is we have to import the model. So from .models import, and our two classes are collection and piece. So we have not added anything to our table piece yet. We will later on, but anyhow, we'll just register both of them at one shot. And you type in here admin.site.register collection. Copy paste this and change the collection to piece, which is our second table. And that's it. So with just these two lines of code, you should have your collection and your piece tables appearing in the admin page. Now, when I move back to the admin page and refresh this, you'll see that our tables have appeared here. Click on collection and there's one collection object here. Click on that. You can see the values of the attributes. And through this admin page now, I'll show you how you can add more objects. So just press on save and add another. Here we can enter our second collection's name, which in my case is inspiration, and description would be inspired to do more. And for call cover, which is the collection cover, I have another link that I just took from the net. Save, and we'll add one more. So we'll have 3 collections now. And our third collection would be horror. The description, let's say the fear is real, although we hope it's not. And finally, we have the collection cover. Paste the link here, save this too. So now we have 3 objects under collection. Now, as you see here, all our collection objects just say collection object with a number in bracket. In the similar manner, when we were also going through our shell, every time we executed the command collection.objects.all, we got just the name collection object and a number. But we want something more meaningful. So when I look at this table of collections, I know that the first one is the collection fiction. The second one is the collection inspiration, and so on. So for that, go back to your code. So go under your models.py file, and under the class collection, we'll define a special method which is _str. Now this is an overriding method, that is, this method already defined, but the value returned by this method is not of much meaning to us as of now. So now over here, we'll return something that we actually want to see when we look at the objects in our table collection. And what I want is, I want the collection name to appear. That would be quite clear as to what object is at which position. So I say collection return self.collection name, and that should do it. Now in the similar manner, we can have the same function for piece 2, and for piece what we want to return is the title. So that's it. Now if I go back to my admin page, refresh this, as you can see, we have something much more meaningful under our table collection now. The objects actually have a name. Well, the objects don't actually have a name, but we are displaying one of the attributes of the object, and that gives more clarity as to what the object holds. So now we'll start creating our views. Now, as I mentioned earlier, our website would be such that the first page that the user goes to is probably going to be the genres page, which will have the URL genre/ and with nothing following it. So the function for that particular URL, or the response for that particular URL, we defined in here in our URLs page under the genres app, which is we'll be calling the index function in views. That is this function. Now from that page, there will be certain links, and when the user clicks those links, he or she can move to another web page, and that is the web page where the particular article present inside our collection would be displayed. So I'll just put down in comment what pattern of the URL we are matching for each of these parts. So the first one that we are matching is just genre followed by nothing. Now our next path would be genre followed by a number. Now this number 1 here is actually the ID of the collection that the user chooses. So if the user chooses the collection fiction, which is our first collection, that has a primary key 1. So immediately the user should be sent to the next web page, which is genre/1, where 1 represents the ID of the collection chosen by the user. So now for path, let's pass the expression that will match this particular URL. And that expression's actually just an integer number, since the front part, that is genre/ is already matched. And this integer number, we are going to store it in a variable because we'll require that variable later. So you can just say int : and collection ID. Now when you do this, and genres ID. So when you do this, what happens is that this 1 gets stored in this variable genre ID, and this pattern will match this URL. Now when this URL is matched, what response do you want to give? That is, what do you want to display on that particular web page? That will be defined in another function. We'll define under views. We'll name it details for now. Of course, details is not defined. We'll do that in a while, and give a name to this too, which will be the same details. So now we are able to recognize this URL. What we need to do is next we need to define details, which will give a response to that URL. So go to your views page and you create your details function. Now what is displayed in this details function greatly depends upon the genre that is chosen by the user in the first page, which is stored again in genres ID. So over here, you pass not only the request, but also genre ID. And inside, you'll return a HTTP response. The collection, the genre ID is, the HTML tags also need to be within the quotes. Copy paste that in here, have quotes here too. And now one more thing we need to do is, so genre's ID is an integer, but we cannot concatenate an integer with a string. So we need to convert this to a string, and that's it. So let's go back to our web page and run this page. So the first page, which is genres, displays hello world. Now if I enter genre/1, which is what we created newly, run the code, you see here the genre ID is 1. In a similar manner, even if I enter 5, although we don't have a collection 5, it'll display the genre ID is 5. Now these are dummy web pages, so this kind of a display is fine. Of course, once we actually start building our view, which we will do very soon, things will be more defined. Now let's get to actually creating a good view. So what we want here is, first of all, we do not want to display any large text. So let's delete that off. We need to import our models because this is where our database is. And of course, we need to fetch information from our database to be displayed on our view. So from .models, import collection and piece. Now in our index function, what we'll do is we'll first collect all the objects from our table collection. We'll have a variable which is all collection, and then to collect all the objects, we'll use the same SQL command that we used. So that's collection.objects. So all your objects in the collection table will be stored in all collection. Now we'll store this as a dictionary so that we can iterate over these objects and display them one by one. So we say context equal to all collection is the key, and the value would be our variable all collection. So that's done. Now we need to iterate over this. So do we do that within our views itself? But there's no point of doing that, because while we are iterating over every object in our collection table, we also need to display them in a certain format. That means that we need these objects to be somehow embedded in a HTML file. And this is where we create our very first HTML file for our first page, which is the genres page. So to create our HTML page, inside genre, create another package, and you name this package templates. Now inside templates, create another folder and give this package the same name as your app name, that is genre. And now inside genre, we can create a HTML file. I'll name this file genre template. So all our template or our HTML files will be in this path. Okay, so before we actually develop the genre template HTML file, we'll go back to our view and complete this section off. So now what we are saying is that we have a template, we have a HTML file, and that file will define how we need to display the objects in our collection database or our collection table. All we need to do here in our index function is actually pass these objects to our HTML file. So for this, we have a function render, and before we actually use the function, we need to import the library django.shortcuts, under which we have this function render. This is already imported on top. I did not see that, so I'll just remove that part out. And now that you have the render function, you use that to pass your object. So what this render function does is basically, we'll pass context to it. It will type context with the template name that we pass, and it will return a HTTP response object. So you pass your request, you pass the path to your template, that is genre/templates/genre/genre template .html. So now you have passed your template to, and finally the object, which is context. So that's pretty much all you need to do for your very first view under the views file. Now we need to develop our genres template. So for our HTML file, first thing we'll change the title. Let's display our app name. So in this particular case, since I'm making a dummy website, I'm not giving it a name or anything, just going with our app name. Okay, so now we need to display our objects which have been passed from the views folder. Now the render function basically passes an object which is called object_list. So we'll create a for loop, say collection in object_list. So this way we can iterate through all the objects in our object list. And now see, this is an HTML file, but this line of code here, this is the Python code. So pretty often this will happen that you need to embed a Python code within your HTML file. So what you do is you insert your Python code within curly brace followed by the percentage sign. This will tell your compiler that, hey, although this is a HTML file, this line here is actually a Python instruction. So now we're able to extract each genre. In fact, I'll name this variable as genre obj. Now we need to decide how exactly we want to display these objects. So what I want is, first I want the image of that particular collection or the genre to be displayed, which is what I've stored in one of the variables. And then just below the image, I want the name of the genre to be displayed. Now this name should be clickable so that the minute the user clicks on it, we can move on to another page. And then just below the name, I want the description for that genre to be displayed. Okay, so first we have the image, img source, and in here I need to insert the link for that particular image. So the link I actually already stored in my database. As I showed, we did that through the shell and then later on through the admin page too. So how do we access that particular link? Well, just like you would in a Python code, you can access it through the variable name, and every time you're accessing or you're displaying just the value of a variable, you insert the variable name within double braces. So double braces and then genre obj dot call cover. And now I'll give it some height and width to make it look a little more appealing. We'll have minimal formatting here because the objective of this tutorial is not to show you how to write your HTML code, but how Django works. And next I'll have the name. As I said, this particular name would be clickable. So inside href, I will insert the URL of the page the user should be taken to once he clicks on the name. So that URL is what we defined here. Okay, so it's genre followed by the primary key or the ID of the category that he clicked. So that would be genre slash, and we stored it in genre ID. So that's the link the user will be taken to. And now the name that will be displayed. And then after that, finally, we have the description to be displayed. So that'll be in a h3 header. Again, double braces because we are going to just print out the value of a variable. And then after each object's details are displayed, we'll break a line. For better formatting, what I'll do is I'll have all of this embedded within a div and have it aligned to the center. So that's it. We have created our HTML file here. One more thing, I'll just say end for. So that's it, our HTML file or our complete display for the first page has been created. So once again, I'll explain what will happen in the case of our first page only. When the user enters the URL /genre followed by nothing, Django will first check this URLs page, the main URL page. It'll see the path has matched here and the action for this has been defined as you include the genres.url page. So it goes to the genres.url page, includes this, and in this there's a function defined as a response for this particular URL, a very well-defined function which is in our views file. So it goes to the views file, and in the views file we have completely defined our function index. Over here we collect all the objects in our collection table. We convert that into a dictionary so that it's iterable. Then we pass it using the render function. So the render function will take your template and it will tie that along with the context, which is the dictionary, and it will pass an object, a response object, to our HTML file. This response object will be called object.list and it is iterable. So we'll iterate through the object. We will display each object in a sort of formatted way, and that is it. And then the render function will pass this object, all collection, to our template. And over here, we will iterate over the all collection, which is the dictionary. And using this HTML code here, we'll print out the objects in all collection in a formatted way. So that's it. And One more thing, make a small correction back in the views file. So initially I had inserted the entire path to genre template.html. So the thing with the render function is that it automatically knows that it must look into the templates folder. So you have to only give the path after the template, that's genre/genre template. Now let's go back to our browser and in here put in your URL. And there you go. So that's our first web page. You can see the image for our genre is here. And then you have the name and then you have the description. Okay, so that's redirecting us to a page where there's an error. It says that this path is not found. So when you look at these error guys, you will understand better as to how the matching of the URL patterns take place. First, this URL pattern, just this part after your port number, that is checked against the URL in your main URL file, that is Django projects.url file, where we have defined just genre, and then after that it will check the files that we included in the genre's URL file, that is genre followed by the genre ID. Now we had defined a dummy page for this previously and that was being displayed too. So I'll go back to the code and figure out what the error is. The error is here, of course, I wrote genre ID, which does not signify anything as such. Now, because here we have this object genre obj. That is where all the objects from the collection table are stored one by one. So what we actually need to access is the ID for genre obj. Now I'll go back to my browser. So now I'm back to my browser and as you can see here, we still have our front page. Click on fiction and yeah, we got our dummy page back. So now our next step is to design this page. Go back to your code and again, designing the page means we need to start putting content into our details function. Now before we start designing this function, we need to populate the piece table. So again, let's go back to our admin page. We'll add the data through the admin page since that's much easier. Here you have piece and click on the add button. First we'll add for fiction. The title we'll give, let's insert the book Origin by Dan Brown. So the artist would be Dan Brown and it's a novel. And the year is 2017. That's the year of publication. And for the piece cover, I'll just put the book Origins front page cover. I'll just put in the image here, a link, save and add another. Now for inspiration, I'll put in the poem If and type would be poem. Artist is Rudyard Kipling, Kipling with single P. The year of publication would be 1895. And for the piece cover, another link. And finally, we'll add one to horror. The title would be The Pet Cemetery, written by Stephen King. And again, this is a novel. It's published in the year 1983. And then link. And we save this. So we are done for each of the categories or each of the genre. We have added a single article. So now that our table piece is also populated, we can start designing the view for this. So for our details page, let's start with removing this HTTP response here. So first what we need to do is we need to extract the object that the user selected from our genres page. So we say collection dot objects dot get pk equal to genre ID. So what we are doing here is, as you can see above, we use the query collection.objects.all, which returned all the objects in our table collection. Now here we are telling that, okay, I want just one object from my collections table, and that particular object is the one whose primary key matches that stored in the variable genre.id. And since genre.id is defined in this file, and it's basically the ID of the genre that the user selected, this will be a number either 1, 2 or 3. That is 1 for fiction, 2 for inspiration and 3 for horror. So now that we got that object, we will use this object cItem to extract from our piece table. So for that we say piece.objects object dot filter, and to this we pass, and the category that we filter on is the collection, and that is our foreign key. So remember, when we created our table piece, we had a foreign key named collection. So we are saying if collection is equal to C item, then extract that particular object from our table piece, and then we will return this again through the render method. Pass the request, and in here we'll have the path to an HTML file, just like we did in the previous case, but this time a different HTML file because we want to display this slightly differently. And then finally we need to pass the context. So we haven't created the context yet, which we will. Now, although this is just one item, every time you're passing it through the render function, you need to make a dictionary out of it. So just copy paste this here, name this P item, pass in here P item. And just now I did create a HTML file in the same path as before. That is, under templates you have the genre folder, and under that I created a HTML file called detail template. Nothing's filled yet, but now that we have created a file, we can put in the path here. So just copy paste this and change the genre to detail. So that's done too. Now all we have left is to actually code the HTML file. So I'll just copy paste this here and then make the required correction. So in P item, and this would be piece object, you align its center, and piece obj is the cover. We do not really need a href here, so delete that part out, because this is the final page. We are not redirecting to any other page from here. Of course, when you're building a complete web page, this ideally, when you click on the name of an article, the article should open. We wouldn't be including that part here though, because it does not bring out any new functionality of Django. Piece obj, and here, so piece obj dot title dash, and then we'll print out the author or the artist name. So piece obj dot artist, and finally we can have the year, also what this particular article is, that is the type. So that's pretty much it. We'll change the title to. So now that this is done, we'll just end the for loop. Also, this is not called cover, but now we got to change it to piece cover. And now we'll go back to our browser. So this is our genre page. Refresh it once again, and we'll click on one of the genres. And yeah, as you see, the particular piece related to that genre gets displayed. The Pet Cemetery by Stephen King, which is a novel published in the year 1983. So now we're back to our code, and well, our first and our second page is designed. It's working fine. So now we are not going to create something new. Instead, what is already created, let's modify that. Now, so far, the functions that we wrote work just fine. But Django provides this thing called generic classes or generic views. What this does is it makes writing these functions extremely easy. So now you have 4 lines of code. The exact same thing can be done in like 2 or 3 lines of code. In fact, it's not just the easier method, this is also recommended. So I'll tell you how that is done. First of all, we need to import the generic package. So from Django.views, import generic. And now let's delete this entire thing. So our first function is basically listing out all the objects in the table. So you have multiple objects, all of them are being listed out. Now this kind of a function would belong to a generic class. So far I was defining functions. Now I'm speaking about class. So is it a function or a class? Well, it is a class. It's definitely a class, but I'll show you how this class is called as a function. So first we'll finish writing the class. Now we have the class index, and this particular class type is a list view because we are listing out objects. Now under this, first we'll have a template name, which is the path to our template. And now to return our query set. So previously we were always returning a dictionary. Now we can return a query set. We have a function def query set, and under this we just say return collection.objects.all. So the same query we were using previously, but now we do not need to take the objects from the query and then convert them into a dictionary, then pass it on using the render function. We can simply do this one statement and all our objects will be sent to our template, where now in the template, so far we were saying all collection because that is the key that we were using in our dictionary, but that is no more. We are not using the render function anymore. When this query set passes an object, it's received by the template file in a variable named object list. So you replace your previous variable with object list, and that is it. With that, we finished the method for displaying our first page. Now we'll move on to the second page. So the second page is slightly different because this time we are not listing out multiple objects. We just have one object and we are basically giving out the details of the object. That means that this class, which we'll still call details, is a detail view class. So we say generic dot detail view. Let's delete all of this first. Now the function of this detail view is basically to display the details of an object. So what we need to do is first we need to define a model. Now our model is collection because we are receiving the primary key from the collection, and each of this object actually is a part of a collection. The object would not exist if the related or the counterpart genre of that object did not exist. So our model is collection and our template name will be again the path. So that's genre detail template .html. And that's it. So this is even smaller than our generic view. Now in our detailed template, initially we had the name of the key in our dictionary. Again, this time we don't have a dictionary pass. So what is the value here? Well, the value here would be collection.piece_set.all. So this will return all the pieces related to that particular collection. And everything in small this time. Now we are almost done. Go back to your views and you see this is a generic detail view. Now the thing about the detail view class is it always accepts one parameter. Go back to your URLs file. As you are passing here a variable genre_id of int type, you don't need to do that anymore. You can simply say pk and pk will be passed to this class. And now that's the problem. So here we were calling functions, but now we have classes defined, not functions anymore. So we need to figure out a way of calling this class as a function. So for that, you just say as_view for both of these classes. And that's it. As simple as that. Now you can call your classes as a function, and since you use the generic view, now things have become so much more simpler, much smaller. Our code looks very neat. Now let's go back to our browser. Go to our front page. Let's see if everything's displayed right. Yes, it is. So our changes worked out just fine. Click on one of these tags and as you can see, the page has loaded. So much less code, very few lines of code, but things work just as fine as before. So our web page is all built, but let's add something new over here to make it look a little more like a website. One of the most common things that you find in every website you go to is a navigation bar. So let's add the navigation bar. Go back to your code. Now in here, we need a navigation bar in both our pages. So typically what you might think is the way to go about it is add the code for navigation bar in your genre template and detail template. But as you know, whenever you code, repeatability is something that you should be always against. Minimum repeatability. So instead, what we do is under genre, the same folder that has all our templates, create another HTML file and name this base. So this will be our base template, and we will add the code for creating a navigation bar in here, and then we'll just include this base in our other templates. So first let's create our navigation bar. Now we'll be using Bootstrap to create the navigation bar. And every time you work with Bootstrap, the first thing you need to do is in your head section, include these 3 links. So if you have worked with Bootstrap, you probably already know you need to go to the Bootstrap website, copy these links, paste them here. So you're basically able to access some style sheets which are stored in some other system. And once that's done, you can start building your navigation bar. So in your body, you have nav class, navbar, and navbar default. So this is the class for creating your basic navigation bar. But actually we'll go with inverse instead of default. So this has a dark theme navigation bar. It will look better on our white background website. Within this, create a div tag of container fluid. So basically what the container fluid does is that your navigation bar will occupy the entire page and will fit according to the page width. Now under this you have the navbar brand class, and the first icon I want is my home. Okay, so I put in home here, and when I click on home, whatever I want to be redirected to, whichever page I want to be redirected to, put the link for that or the URL for that in here. And I'd like to be redirected to the genres page since that's our home page. Now other elements we can include in our navigation bar. We put them as list elements. So class, navbar, and we want these elements to the right of our navigation bar. So we say navbar right. Now I'm not going into the details of this since again this is not a part of the Django tutorial. So we'll quickly just create the navigation bar. Now every element to the right will be listed out. And I'll have a registration button. So that'll be under genre/register. Now I have not created the view for this URL yet. In fact, this URL is not even identifiable yet. But for now, I'll just put that in and we'll run it all together. And finally, at the very right end corner of my navigation bar, I want to display the username. That is whichever user is currently going through my website. Now, yeah, right now we have not designed the features for all of this. We don't have a registration form itself. So a user does not mean anything to us right now. But very soon I'll show you how you can create a registration form. You can have users register to it. So then this will start making sense. So we'll say li class, and in here, the way you can extract the current user of your website is you say request.user. And that's it. That's pretty much all we need right now. Just check all the tags again. We have the navbar inverse, which is the type, the look of our navigation bar. Container fluid. And here we actually need to specify that it's a header. So we say div class navbar header. Well, this would be closing right in the end. So I'll just format this once. And finally down here, you insert two Python statements. You say block content. Content is a variable, so you can have any other name here. Just say block content and then end block. So why this, I'll explain to you in a while. So basically this entire part creates your navigation bar, but you require this navigation bar to be present in multiple pages. So here, when you say block content and end block, it's basically the content that will fall in each of the pages. So if I go to my genre template page, I can simply include the base template here, and then everything inside the genre template page, all this instruction to actually create that page will come under a block. So what we'll do here is we'll go to our template pages, and here we will extend our base.html file. So extends genre/base.html, and then the body, the instructions within the body will be the content of the block. So you say block content and then end block. Now we do the exact same thing with our detail template. So now this way we created a common base file for our navigation bar, and the content for each of these templates will be by turn included within this tag here. So we'll have the navigation bar present for every page. Now when we move back to our browser, you see the change here. There is a navigation bar. If you click on home, we'll be redirected to our genre page, and then click on one of the categories, and you have been redirected to the next page. The navigation bar is still present. So we also have a user here. Currently, the only user we created, the super user, it's the admin. This will change soon once we start registering people. So next step is to create a form where we can actually have users register. So for our registration page, the first thing we need to do is we need to create a URL. And go in here, let's copy this line. So the recognizable URL would just say register. So it would be genres/register. And that would call a views function called user form. And we obviously haven't defined this class yet. So yeah, this is also going to be a class. We are going to use the generic view to create this too. It's going to be pretty simple, but since it's a class, we need to call it as a function. So as view will still exist, and we'll have user form. But before we start actually creating a view for the registration page or writing a HTML file, we need to create a blueprint for the form. So why a blueprint for the form when we did not create a blueprint for our other pages? I'll tell you why, but first we need to comment this particular line because it will result in an error. And now we'll check out our admin page. Yeah, so this table here is what we'll be using to store our usernames. So the table's already present here. We'll just tweak it a little. That is, we'll take the username, we'll take the email address, and we'll take a password field. All of these actually have a password. If you click on them, you can see here, the password is hashed. So these are the three fields that we'll collect from the user. So we'll use the basic form, just selecting exactly what we need. So for that purpose, we need to create the blueprint. So to create the blueprint, under genre, create a Python file, calling it forms. And now in here, we'll import that table we just saw, that database. So we say django.contrib.auth.models import user. There are two imports here. And then we'll import the module forms. Okay, so now we can create a class called user form which will import from forms.modelForm. And in here, we'll have a class called meta. So meta basically means the definition or a description of your class. So inside our class user form, we'll have a description for our class. And in that description, we give a model name. So our model name is user because we'll be using that particular model I just showed you. And then we'll specify the fields that we'll be using from this model, because we are not taking all the fields. We're going to ignore a few of them. So we say fields, create a list here, and within the list, we'll enter the name of the attributes that we'll be actually using for our particular form. So we have username, email, and we'll take a password. Now, unlike username and email, password is not just any char field. So over here, we have to specify the password type. So you say forms.char field, and within brackets, you say widget equal to forms.password import. So password input. So from this, your Django will know that here we basically need to take the hashed values and not just store what the user inputs as characters. So that's it. With that, we have created the blueprint of our form. Next thing is we can actually go to the views and begin writing the view, the class view for our form. So the class to create our form would be called user form view. Actually, before we proceed, we need to import this. So let's do that first. Import user form. Also need to import some other packages. Here we'll import a few packages for user authorization. That's authenticate and login. And now we can begin writing our user form view class. So to user form view, you pass the object view, and we also need to import a class for this. So let's do that. From Django.views.generic, import view. Okay, so the first thing we need to define a class for this form, and that would be the user form. And once again, a template for this form, which will define the outlook this form has. So you give a template name, which is a variable name. Actually, you can have any variable name here, just something that makes sense. Now, I don't have a template page already. So I've not created another HTML file for the form specifically, but I know that I'll be creating it, the pass genre / and the name of the HTML file. So that would be form template. Now, the minute we are done writing this view, I'll show you how we do the template. That's just basic HTML code, so I'm pretty sure you know how to work with that too. Now with forms, there are two things. There's the get method. That is basically when the user wants a form. So you give the user an empty form. And there's a post method. That is when the user puts in his or her details into the form. So with our class, with our generic classes, these methods are already defined, and within 2-3 lines, you can completely define the functionality of these. So first is the get method, to which we pass self and request. Now the first thing is you provide the form to the user, and this form is empty. So you say self.form class, and you pass nothing to this because, as I mentioned earlier too, the form is empty. And now what you do is you return this object through the render function. So basically when you do this, the form is combined with the HTML file and an object is returned. So basically when you do this, what happens is, as I mentioned earlier too, the render function works in the same way. It passes the object of the form, the content of the form, to the template, and it basically sends out a HTTP request. So that's your template name. And then finally the form itself. And as we did previously, this will be a dictionary. And that is the get function. Now we'll move on to the post. Again, you pass self and request. Now when the user enters the data and then hits the submit button, that's when the post function will be called. All the data will be stored in a particular data variable, and that is what we'll be defining in the first line. So form equal to self dot form class and request dot post. So all your data will go into this post variable. Now the next thing that the post function has to do is check if the data entered by the user does make sense. So for that you say if form dot is valid. So if the form is valid, save this data. So you say form dot save. So where exactly are we saving this? Well, as I showed you previously, Django provides this table for user, this database for storing the users and the group users. So that is exactly where we'll be storing the data received through this particular form. Now, if the data is valid, we can separate out the various fields, receive their cleaned format. So first we have our username. Say username equal to form dot cleaned data, and that will be username. And then you have the password. So remember, when the user entered the data itself, it was stored in these fields. But now we are getting a cleaned version of that data and storing it in these variables, username and password. And now, unlike how we can usually put the equal to sign and assign values to certain variables, this kind of a process is not possible for passwords, because passwords are not just storing some char field data. It has a hash value. I'll show you that once again. So you see here, you go to the users, admin, and if you check this out, the password is not actually stored as just characters. It's hashed using some algorithm and then it's stored. So in this particular case, we cannot say that password is equal to this value. There's a certain function through which you pass the password such that it's stored in the required format. So for that you say user.set password and then you pass password variable. And finally you say user.save. So guys, over here actually we are saving the data in the shell, not in your database. And once our data is cleaned and everything, it is then that we are saving it into the database. So that's why we have two save statements here. So now that the user has entered their data and they have hit the submit button, we have saved the data in our database. What's next? Well, now what we want to do is we need to redirect the user to the index page. Basically, once the user is done with the registration process, there's no point of the user staying on the same page again. So we redirect them to the index page. Now along with this, we'll also combine login. So if the user's password and username are authenticated and the user is in active status, that means that the user has logged into our website. So now we'll see how this is done. Create a object new user, and this object will hold a user if the username and the password that we pass here to this authenticate function is actually valid and they match. That is, they form a pair. So the username will be the variable username and password will be the variable password. So if the new user does exist, that is if new user is not null, if the new user is not none, we'll check the status of the new user. So what is the status? Again, I'll take you back to that database. Go to users. Well, since we're in the middle of the code, we cannot access this page. But basically this database or this table which stores the usernames has a field called status, which you probably would have noticed. And next to the active user, there's a green tick. So if the user has that green tick, if the user is active, that means his session is in progress. So it's basically like logging in. So you say if new user dot is active, you log in the user, so you send request and the new user object. And once the user has logged in, you return the user to the index page. And this is where you need to use a function redirect. Before we use that function, we need to of course import it. So here, redirect is within this same shortcuts library. We'll just add in redirect here. So index page is basically called genre. So that's where the user will be taken. Now, if this user is not authenticated, that is, there is some invalid data entered, we basically give the user back a form, an empty form, give them another chance to fill it. So for that, we just copy paste this line here, the render, put that down there. And that's it. With that, we are done creating our view for our user form. Now what we are left with is actually creating this HTML file. So let's do that. Again, go to genre, your main folder, and create a HTML file. Now remember what we named our HTML file in this view. That's form template. Make sure it's the same name. So let's start creating the form. The first thing we do is, for the form 2, we want to add the navigation bar. So go to any of your HTML files and copy out these lines here. Registration. Then you have the block content, which is exactly where you'll be putting all your content. That goes here. And then we'll start. And then we'll add the end block. Again, copy paste that too. Okay. So now we can start typing out our HTML code. So first is our form tag. Now this is going to be an extremely simple, straightforward form. And now the thing with Django is, whenever you're having a form, an interactive form, make sure to include this CSRF token here. So CSRF stands for cross-site request forgery. That can be sent actually from, and it's a type of cross-site scripting attack that can be sent from a malicious site through your visitor's browser to your own server. So to prevent this, Django provides a very simple technique, which is where you provide this CSRF token. Now make sure you're always providing this whenever you have a post method and you're not redirecting, or you're not using the URL of, or you're not using an external URL, because that means that your current page's CSRF token is being sent to an external web page, and obviously that kind of a leakage would hamper the security. Okay, so we'll be taking a username. Again, email is also type text. And finally the password. And after all the fields, you have finally the submit button. And that's it. So our HTML page is also ready now. So now you need to move on to the URLs page and uncomment this, because now we actually have a response. Also, this is called user form view now. I'll just stop the server and run it again. Although this is not really necessary, if you just go back to your page, refresh it, everything works fine. Okay, now we will move on to our web page. Okay, so our home page is working fine just like before. Next, you click on register and here's your form. So as you can see here, the navigation bar is present for the form too. Now we'll create a new user named Simply with the email ID simply123@gmail.com and a password. That's it. Now click the submit button. And the minute we click the submit button, as you can see, you got transferred back to the home page. And in here, if you see the right hand corner, you'll notice that we had admin before, but now it's Simply. So that is because we just now created a user Simply. And the minute you create a user, by default, that becomes the active user. Now to check this, we will move on to the admin page. And this is our landing page. So now what happened is that since the other user that we newly created is the active user, that means we got logged out of the admin's profile. And to view the admin page, of course, we need to be logged in as the admin. So I log back in. And as you can see here, under the users group, you'll notice we have a new user created simply with the following email ID.
Video on GitHub Copilot at Simplilearn. In this video, we are going to explore the powerful capabilities of GitHub Copilot and how it can transform your coding workflow. GitHub Copilot is an AI-powered code completion tool that is going to help you write code faster and more efficiently, whether you are building simple scripts or complex applications. In this video, we will cover how to set up GitHub Copilot, how it generates code suggestions, and how you can use it to enhance your coding experience. Plus, we will walk through some practical examples and show you how GitHub Copilot can assist in debugging, improving code quality, and even learning new coding techniques. By the end of this video, you will have a clear understanding of how to integrate GitHub Copilot into your development process and leverage it for maximum productivity. So let's dive in and see what GitHub Copilot can do. So let's start with understanding what is GitHub Copilot. GitHub Copilot is an AI-powered coding assistant that was created by GitHub in collaboration with OpenAI's Codex. It is designed to understand the context of your code and provide intelligent suggestions as you type. Whether you are writing a simple function or tackling complex logic, Copilot is here to make coding faster, smarter, and more efficient for you. Now, let us discuss some of the key features of GitHub Copilot. The first one is code completion. GitHub Copilot can help you complete your code by suggesting the next part of your function, or even an entire block of code based on what you are currently working on. Next is provides smart suggestion. It doesn't just fill in the missing lines of code, but also Copilot suggests complete functions, fixes errors, and even proposes improvements based on the pattern. It learns from millions of open source projects. Next, it provides multilingual support. It works across many popular programming languages including Python, JavaScript, TypeScript, Java, Ruby, and many more. No matter the language, Copilot is just ready to assist you. And finally, Copilot is context aware, meaning Copilot understands the context of the code you are writing, meaning the suggestions it makes are tailored to your current task. It doesn't just suggest random snippets, but provides relevant solutions based on your code. Now let me show you a small demo. So I have given the prompt, write the code for Fibonacci series. And as soon you press enter after this, you could see all over here, it has started giving the suggestions. And finally, it has given me the code. So you can see how easily it is able to complete the given code. Now let me show you the next one. Suppose I'm creating a function to add, okay? Function add, and you could see it has already given me suggestion, which is automatically completing the given code. So I'll just press on the tab and you could see it has given me the given function. Now, in order to subtract, this is also showing. So I'll just click on tab and press enter, then again tab, and you could see it has given me two functions, one for addition, one for subtraction. Let us see, does it has any more suggestions? So you could see it has already given me the multiplication one. Now, similarly, for division, it has given me. So based on what you are trying to do in your given project or what is your task, if you are interacting with GitHub Copilot, it will make your work a lot more easier. Now, let us move ahead to the next part. where we will be installing GitHub Copilot in our VS Code. So to get started with GitHub Copilot, just right click on this. And in order to access GitHub Copilot, you need to have the paid version of this. So you need to take the subscription for Copilot. So Copilot for individual is around $10 per month. Then for business, it is around $19 per month. And for enterprise level, it is $39 per month. So we won't be taking this. We are going to take it for individual. Just click on start a free trial. And since I have already taken it, so it will direct you to the payment page. But for me, it's showing a different one because I have already taken the subscription of this. Now, based on this, you will be directed to GitHub Copilot for your ID. Now, just click on this. And you could see all over here, there are a lot of IDs present. Azure Data Studio, JetBrains IDE, Vim Neo Vim, Visual Studio Code, and Xcode. So for all these IDEs, GitHub Copilot is there. Now, we want to use it for Visual Studio Code. So let us understand what is the prerequisite. So the first thing is you need to have subscription to Copilot, like I have said to prior. So in order to get the subscription, just click on this link and you will be directed to that page where you need to buy the subscription of Copilot. Next is compatible version of Visual Studio Code. So guys, for this, in order to use Visual Studio Code, you must have a proper version installed. So here it is mentioned 17.8 or later. So in order to install Visual Studio Code of this version, just click on this given link as suggested on the documentation and you could easily download it all over here. Now download Visual Studio Code from here. So you could see there are three options given: free download, free trial is there. But we are taking for the community purposes. So just click on this and here you are going to get started with downloading. Since I have already installed it, so I won't be doing it. Now, the next thing that we have to do all over here is account integration. Now, let us go on the extension panel and type GitHub Copilot. So you could see all over here, I have already written GitHub Copilot and this extension is showing. So you have to search it all over here in the search bar and you need to install this. So I have already installed this all over here. And after this, what do you have to do? Guys, you need to sign up all over here to your GitHub account. So in order to have GitHub Copilot, you need to have a proper GitHub account in which you should be having a paid subscription of this. So after this, what all over here, it is going to suggest you to sign to the GitHub. Now click on the given link and open the authentication page, type the code or password which is being asked. And similarly way, your GitHub Copilot will be all set. Now let us set up our project. For this demo, we'll be creating a simple JavaScript application that will fetch the data from an API and it is going to display it on the web page. So for the same purpose, what we'll need style.css, index.html, demo.js. So let us create this folder. So I have already created a folder called test and under this, these three files are present. Now let us go to our index.html file and let us ask Copilot to create basic HTML structure and you could see all over here. So it has created the given structure. Just click on tab and you could see all over here that our basic structure for this is already set. Now let us move ahead. Okay, so if something you want to add extra all over here, like for someone I would say who don't have any experience with these programming languages, I would suggest first learn them and then move to this tutorial. But since I'm already having a knowledge of HTML, CSS, so I find some things are missing, like I need to update my title all over here. So I would say this as an JavaScript API demo. Now we have the viewport content, okay, we have the title. Now we could see all over here that this thing was missing. So I'll just add it up. So let us see, it is showing any other suggestions. Now let us cross verify that the code we have got is sufficient. So While looking at it, we could say that this is just a basic structure. So our head is closed all over here, our HTML is closed all over here. Okay, we have the script. Okay, now if I talk about, now there is one more thing that we have to do all over here, that is to create a div container, okay, where we are going to keep our demo.js file, and this will be done in the body. So click on the body all over here, okay, create a div container, and let us say give the ID all over here. So you could see all over here when I created div, so it has already given me the given suggestions. So H1 would be JavaScript API demo, button on click, fetch the data, get the data from the button, and div ID output. So which sounds pretty much sufficient because I wanted these functionalities. Now let us move ahead to the next part. Now in this section, what we are going to do, guys, we will be creating a JavaScript file to fetch the data from a given API. Now in this demo.js, let us ask Copilot create a basic API to fetch data from the server. Okay, so it has given already a suggestion. I would just click on enter, but see, it's giving me express. So this is a part of Node.js which we don't want it. Now what I'm going to type, fetch data using async function. Okay, now let us see. So you can see all over here, it has created the function where the function name is fetch data, and it is given for the response equals to await fetch, and then it's giving the JSON file all over here, await fetch https JSON placeholder typecode.com, then the data it is awaiting from this API, and finally it is printing the log data. Now with the help of fetch function, we are trying to fetch the data. So you could see all over here that as we typed the function name fetch data, okay, and it has suggested the entire function body based on the knowledge of common API fetch patterns. This actually shows that how Copilot can help you suggesting commonly used code snippets. Now let's process the data we fetch and display it on our web page. So in our fetch data function, what I want to do, we want to loop through the data and display the titles all over here. Okay. So now first, before doing what we need to do next, let us follow this page. Okay. So you could see all over here. So we have the user ID, ID1, title, something is there, completed false. Now let us replace this with something else. Okay. You could see all over here, I have changed the URL for this, and in this I could see we have the given user ID, title, and the users are increased, okay, but the user ID for them is same. So we have a lot of data like this, and this is for the post data. Now let us do something else. So what I want to do next is that I want this fetch function to fetch the data, and the idea all over here is to loop through the data and display the titles of the posts on the page. So I want to update my this JS. So let us write a prompt all over here. So we are going to update the Copilot. Now I want to update demo.js file, and I want you to loop through the data given by the URL and display the titles of the post. So update it. So we have given the prompt. Now let us see what is generating. Now you could see all over here, it has given us this function. Okay, now fetch data dot then data for each post, and then it has given the, we can say, catch if and else block. Now you have two options all over here, either to accept it. If you are understanding that this logic is correct, you can accept it, or you could click on discard. So mostly it has given us the correct code. Okay, now you could see as you click yes, it has already gotten integrated into your VS Code. Now as a software developer, so let me check what extra things that I need to do. Now we could see all over here, we have the basic thing set up all over here, but few things are missing. So what I'll do first, so after this, okay, so this function should be kept inside it. Now I will cut this, okay, and paste it right all over here. Now what next thing I want to do is I want to create a container. So let us create a container, constant container, and this will equals to document. So just click on tab and you could see it is automatically completing. The next line that I want to do is, so this function I have to update it. So but you could see there are other suggestions which are given. So I'll just right click all over here and you could see data for each post. So it is changing for post. It is used the arrow function, and here the element, it is asking document dot create element div. Now it is changing the inner element, okay, so asking the inner HTML file, and it is accessing the title, and now it is appending finally the given title which has accessed all over here. So basically we have created a container, okay, to take up the title, and this has been appended in this div container. So we don't need practically these things. So I just will close this. Okay. Now, the next thing that we have to do all over here is to call our fetch data function. So click on tab and you could see it has suggested it. Now, in this, we have written the basic structure to select the container element that Copilot has suggested all over here. Then we have applied the for each loop, which is a very common method to iterate over the arrays and process each element. So in this given example, we saw like how Copilot has accelerated our development workflow by suggesting the right approach. Now, in the next process, let us add some basic styling to our page to make it look better. So GitHub Copilot can also assist in generating styles. So first open your style.css file all over here and let's start styling the page. So let us ask Copilot to add some basic style for container and text. So let us ask add some basic style for container and text. Now you could see all over here, it has already given us. Now click all over here. But before that, let us add the styling for our body. So write dot body, and you could see it has given us the suggestion. Just click on tab and it will be auto completed. Now the next thing that we have to do all over here is we could see font family is there, font size is there. Okay, we have the background color. Okay, we have the padding, we have the margin. Okay, now let us change a bit all over here. Let it be 20 pixels. Okay, so and margin we could say this will be around say 10. Okay, background color is white, color is black. Okay, what we can do with the color all over here, we could change the color. So let us take another color from this. Let's say it is some sort of this color. Okay, so okay, just add it up. Now next thing for this color, we'll also change this. Let us move to the whitish color. Just click on this and it's done. Now we have the line height. Okay, but we don't have the data container. Okay, so for the data container, what you could do all over here. So when this ends, so write a hashtag. And click on tab. So we have width, okay, but here I want to also add display. So add the display all over here. Say we'll keep the display as flex, okay. Now, and we could keep the flex wrap as wrap. Then do we have the gap all over here? No, we don't have the gap. So just add gap, and we could give gap as around, say, 10 pixels. So edit this around 10. So guys, one word of caution, like you don't have to blindly accept the suggestions which Copilot is giving. It is going to give you basically a template, and after that you need to keep improvising it, because ultimately you have to interact with this tool. And the core idea all over here is that you don't have to write this, you don't have to hard code this. Ultimately you have to adjust it, and you need to see it like, is it on the right range? So those are the important things to note of. Now let us add the data container div. So click on hashtag data div, okay, sorry, it will be data container, and click on tab, and it has given us a certain blueprint of this. So here what I actually want is to keep display, okay, flex wrap and gap as 10 pixels. Pretty much fine for this. Now after this, all over here, this is our data container, okay, div, and okay, for this we will keep only display, flex and gap. And for this container one, we can add the background color, and also we could add the padding. So let us add the background color, and say our color could be this, okay. We could change the color based on this. So I want this color to be bit, okay, let us keep the background color as black, okay. Now here the next thing is padding. So let us add the padding all over here. So padding, you could see around 10 pixels, okay. Now we have done rightly all over here. Now I want to give the border radius, okay. So add the border radius all over here, and we could keep the border radius around 5 pixels. Then moving ahead, we need to have the box shadow, okay, that's another CSS, and we could keep it around 0 pixels, 10 pixels, okay. So it has given me this suggestion, but I actually want to go with different one. So 0, and here I want to add 2 pixels. In next one I would keep it as 5 pixels, okay. Then I could use RGB, okay, and similarly let's keep it for the trial, okay. Later on if we want to adjust it, we could adjust it. So our box shadow is done, okay. Now finally we'll add the width. So if I talk about the width, you could see I need 200 pixels for this. So let us keep this. So our data container is done, data container div is done, okay. Now since we have not added any image, okay, so that's not required. So for body we have done. Now by mistakenly I wrote this also, so but this is not needed because this is covered in both of them. So in this we have added some basic styling. So after repeat. So after adding some basic styling to the body and creating a responsive container for displaying our post, we notice that how Copilot is providing the right CSS suggestions, making it easier to get a clean and modern layout. Now it is a time for a test. Now let us see if the test app is working as expected. If there are any errors, then GitHub Copilot can help us debug by suggesting the fixes. Now let us try to run this. So, and I'm very much sure that there are some errors happened in this code, which I might have deliberately done, but let us see how it works. Now just click on 5 and you could use web as Chrome. Now, in order to run this application, we'll be installing one more extension. So just click right on extension and type live server. So just right click on this and install it. Now after this, open your HTML index.html file and just open with live server. Now you could see all over here that Copilot has created a basic HTML structure and it has given us a title. Now let us see if we are really getting the data. So based on our CSS, we could see our CSS didn't get applied here, but our logic is right all over here. Now after clicking this button, it's also not working. Now let us see if Copilot can really help us in deducting the errors that we have committed. Now, as you can see all over here that let us first verify what is the CSS. So we have body, data container dev. Okay. Now what we have used, so we have used body dev h1, okay, and there is nothing mentioned as dev container or data dev. So let us ask Copilot. So let us ask Copilot for the same. Say, I want to check the CSS applied in my style.css when taking in respect to my index.html file. Also, after clicking the button, it's not giving me the title. Please resolve. Now you could see all over here that it is showing that the body tag should be placed outside the head tag. Okay. Now the fetch data function should be defined in the script.js file, which is missing. Okay. So we have not defined the fetch data function properly. So it has given us the proper code. Let us copy and paste this. Now you can see all over here that I have copied this. Okay. And I have updated my index.html file. Now the next task, it is saying to rename it. So let us rename it with scripts or .js. So let's type, okay. So this file has become script.js and you could see all over here that with the respective script.js file, we have, particularly done all this thing. Now, if you could see all over here that I have created the same functionality, but it's time to finally update our style.css. So let us see what suggestions it is given by our style.css. Let us copy this. Let us delete this and let us paste this. Now finally click on autosave. Okay. Now right click all over here and you could see our CSS has been modified a bit. But still clicking on get data, our function is not returning the given output. So what we can do for the same, so we will again interact with GitHub Copilot and you can ask after entering the, okay, so after clicking on get data, it's not displaying the output. So you could see all over here, it has given me the basic demo.js file. So now we will again rectify it. So go to your script.js, okay, and okay, just paste it all over here. Now next thing what it has told us that to update it. Now it is telling us that this is correctly linked. But right now, as you can see all over here, the name has changed. So we'll update the name. So for the same purpose, just copy all over here and go to your index.html file. Okay, click on everything, delete it and paste it. Now see where demo.js is written. Just replace script.js. Now what is the next advice it has given? Okay, so as you can see all over here, let us see whether it's working or not. So since our VS Code is still in autosave, so we don't need to save it manually. So we can go again. And as you can see all over here, when I'm trying to refresh it, it is already giving me the title of the respective thing. Now, if you want to play with the CSS, you can still interact with the GitHub Copilot like I was doing. But actually, now I want to do some modification. So whenever I'm refreshing it, I don't want this title to be displayed. Whenever I click the button, then only it displays me. So let us type to the GitHub Copilot and ask that what suggestion it could give us. So go to your Copilot and say the issues which you are facing and make your prompt much more clear, okay, because it's a generative AI tool and here we have to interact with the tool as much as you can. But your prompt should be very much clear, because if you give any prompt which is not complete or which has very less information, then it is not going to revert you the right answers. So keep that in mind, keep your prompts. So how you can make your prompt efficiency very good is by creating an application, or creating small mini project and see like how you are interacting with it. So let us ask Copilot now, like I don't want the titles to be displayed whenever server is live. I want click the get data button, then only it displays the title. So you can see all over here I have given the prompt and let us see what it has given me. So you can see all over here it has given me the updated index.html file. So let us update this. Let us click everything. Okay, now let us move ahead to our script.js file. Okay, so guys, as you can see, I have asked GitHub Copilot regarding the issue which was coming, and I have updated my index.html, script.js and style.js. Now let us see what exactly we have done. So what we have done all over here, that the thing which we are not doing is to first clearing the previous data. Okay, so for the same purpose I have added this code given by Copilot. Then we were looping. Okay, this one we have done already. Now after clicking the button, we want to change the background color. For this we have added this functionality. If we are getting any API error, so it's going to catch up from this code. Okay, so we have done little bit of adjustment, and also in our index.html we have also added a button functionality also. So this fetch data functionality, okay, which is going to redirect to this function, which is finally returning the given data, or basically the title from the given APIs. And style.css have been updated based on it. So you can see all over here we have updated font family, we have done transition, we have done padding. Okay, we have added a new functionality for hovering, okay, for which the background color is blue, and we are transforming it with the scale of 1 to 1. And then we have added the container. Okay, so these are some of the basic CSS classes that we have added and updated it so that with respect to our index.html file. Now let us try to see our application. So my live server is on, and for you, if you have stopped it, so just select all and what you can do, open with live server. And there's a shortcut for this also, that is Alt L or Alt O. Now let us direct. So you can see all over here we have seen that our title is a little bit bold and there is spaces, and you can see the hovering functionality. So you can see currently our color for the button is white, okay, but whenever I hover around it, so it changes to blue. And you could also change the text style all over here in this button. Now let us see whether this is actually working or not. So right click on get title, and you could see this amazing functionality that it is also changing our background color. And we have got the title from this API. Okay, let me show you the API, which is https json placeholder typecode.com/post. So this is a dummy API from which we are getting the data.
By 2025, if you are not using AI to code, you might be falling behind. That might sound extreme, but the truth is AI is changing how we develop software at lightning speed. Whether you are a beginner or an experienced programmer, AI tools are opening up new opportunities you might not have thought possible. In this video, I will show you the top AI coding tools that will make you feel like you have got a full team of developers at your disposal. No matter if you're working on web apps, mobile projects, or data science, AI coding assistant can seriously boost your productivity. Before we get into the list, let me quickly explain what AI coding tools actually are. These tools use advanced machine learning to enhance your coding experience. They can suggest smart code completion, generate full code snippets, and handle repetitive tasks for you. Think of them as a helpful assistant, always there to make coding faster and easier. So now let's check out the best AI coding tools used in 2025.
So welcome to the demo part of best AI coding tools for 2025. So in this, I will show you top 5 coding AI tools, right? First, we will start with ChatGPT. So I'm not talking about the simple one because simple one is everyone know, but recently ChatGPT launched GPT 4.0 with Canvas. So we'll open this. Here I will write, give me login page code using HTML, CSS and CSS. Okay. See the magic. See, like this. So right now it's in beta version. Okay. So I guess those who have paid version, so they can, use this. So now, see here. What if I want to change these background color, only particular background color? I don't want to change all the code, but I just want to change these color, H2 color, or you can say display, it will block or something else. Okay, I want to change the padding of this particular class, right? So here what I will do, I will select this, and one pop-up will come, ask ChatGPT. So now you can just, here you can write, please change background color to blue. I don't know which color is that, but again I want to change it to blue. See, it will change only the background color. See, rest will be the same, right? See here, edited. So this is the best upgrade I can see with ChatGPT with coding, for coding. Okay, so let's see one more. Okay, so here what I will do, let's change the padding. Okay, here I will write increase, what is this, border radius, border radius. Okay, see here is 8, it will increase. See, it did 16, and the rest all is same. So this is one tool. Okay, ChatGPT 4.0 with Canvas. The second is Gemini. Okay, I'm not going to use Gemini into Gemini prompt, but I will open one thing, Google Colab. Okay, so here is Google Colab, and I will open new notebook. So here you will get Gemini inbuilt. Here you can see Gemini inbuilt. But first you have to log in. See, start coding or generate with AI. If I'll click on generate with AI. So it will ask me like this. So I will write, give me code to find odd and even in C++. Okay, you can write anything. So I will write enter. See, it's generating and code is here in minute of seconds. Okay, if I will write in Java, the code is here in minute of seconds. Okay, in seconds it will give you. So this is the second. You can use Gemini as well in the while giving prompt here, or you can open Gemini, right? You can open Gemini as well, but it's better if you are using Gemini for code, so use in Google Colab. Why? Because you can use or you can run code directly. Okay, let's try to run it. Let me run it. See, it's running. Wait. Okay, some error is there. Invalid syntax. Why? Okay, why it's giving error? Because I opened this, notebook only. Okay, this is the Python notebook, right? That's why it's giving error. Okay, let me run this in Python. Oh my god. See, it's running nicely in Python because it's Python notebook. Okay, so these are the odd numbers and these are the even numbers, and numbers are already given here, right? So this is the second one, and the third one is Claude. Okay, I have to log in it first. So here, so in Claude as well, we have many models. You can say Claude 3.5 Sonnet and Haiku is there, and some more things are there. Okay, and here I will write. Okay, please give me code to make snake game in Python. Okay, so see, now it's generating. So some tools are to generate code from the scratch, and some tools are the suggestions tools. Okay, we will see the next one, the suggestion tool, what I am talking about. Okay, so here all the details for this particular code, and yeah, so third model is Claude. So this is how you can use Claude. So there are many models of Claude, like I told you already. 3.5 Sonnet is there, Haiku is there, and there is one more. Okay, where I can't see. Okay, but again, it's it's paid thing. Okay, and the next is Codium. Okay, so I will show you Codium. This is the Codium, right? This Codium is this. So I have already installed this Codium into my VS Code. Okay, see, Codium generate control plus I. See, this is the command. Just write. This is again Python one. Okay, give me code to find the prime numbers in Python. Okay, just submit, and the code will be here. See, okay, code will be here. Or if you write here, find the prime numbers. See, it will give you suggestion. Okay, if I will write def define prime, and then see, again suggestion. If I will write this, again suggestion, then yeah, the code is complete. Okay, so it will give you suggestions as well. Okay, this is a Codium. So just like Codium, so this is our fourth tool, Codium, and just like Codium, there is one amazing tool which is called AWS Q Developer, Amazon Q Developer. This is the amazing tool. Okay, so recently they jumped into this thing, AI thing, AI coding, and you can install it to Visual Code directly as well. Okay, you can go here, and from where the extensions are there, you can write Amazon Q here. Okay, this thing you can install. Okay, it's like this Codium only. Yeah, let me show you some videos. Where are the videos? Okay, so how Codium works. Okay, not here. I will show you in this. See, this is how Codium works. Again, same thing. See, if you write this, again the suggestions will come. Okay, lambda function to publish user, like Codium. Okay, so the fifth one is our Amazon Q. Okay, so there are many models like Copilot. This GitHub Copilot is there. Copilot is there. GitHub Copilot is there for this AI coding, AI developer tool. And if you are curious to make a website within a second, so there is one more app called, not app, this tool, you can say, WebSim. Okay, see what you like to create today. I will write here Amazon, but okay, let me first, yeah. So, but they use Sonnet 3.5, means Claude. They are using Claude. So I will write here, I want to create Amazon.in. See, it will create website for you. No coding, nothing, all. Directly it will give you website. Okay, it's loading, I guess. So this is how you can use WebSim. Right? See, OnePlus Node, this came. Okay. I just gave Amazon.in and the website is here within a second. Okay. So these are some, important tools to learn or how to use them in 2025, for 2025. Using AI tools for coding is essential to be in the race. Okay. So these are some coding.
So what exactly is MongoDB? It is a document-oriented NoSQL database. It was initially released in August 27, 2009. MongoDB replaces the concept of rows of conventional relational data models with something called documents. It offers developers the flexibility to work with evolving data models. Since it's document-based, MongoDB allows embedded documents, arrays, and represents complex hierarchical relationships using a single record. It is also schema-free, which means that the keys defined in the document are not fixed. As a result, massive data migrations can be ruled out. But you must be wondering, when there's something like SQL, why is NoSQL or MongoDB used? There are a few reasons why MongoDB is widely used. First up is flexibility. MongoDB's notion of documents that can contain sub-documents nested in complex hierarchies is really expressive and flexible. Flexible query model. A user can selectively index some part of a document or a query based on attribute values, regular expressions, or ranges. Next up is native aggregation. Native aggregation allows its users to extract and transform data from MongoDB and either load them in a new format or export it from MongoDB to other data sources. It makes it extremely compatible. Lastly, as mentioned earlier, the schema-free model. Now, applications get the power and responsibility to interpret different properties in different ways. Now that you know what MongoDB is and why exactly it's used, let's have a look at the characteristics of MongoDB. Firstly, it's a general purpose database. Now, MongoDB can serve heterogeneous loads and multiple purposes within an application. Again, it has a flexible schema design. Document-oriented approaches with non-defined attributes that can be modified on the fly is a key contrast between MongoDB and any other relational database. Next up is scalability and load balancing. It's built to scale both vertically but most importantly horizontally. Using sharding, an architect can share load between different instances and achieve both read and write scalability. When it comes to load balancing, this happens automatically and transparently to the user by the shard balancer. Again, we have aggregation framework. Now, MongoDB offers an extract, transform, and load framework that eliminates the need for complex data pipelines. Native replication. Now, data will get replicated across a replica set without complicated setup. Security features, both authentication and authorization are taken into account in MongoDB. Next up is JSON. Now, JSON is widely used across the web for front-end and API communication, and as such, it's easier when the database is also compatible with the same protocol. Lastly, we have MapReduce. Now again, MapReduce is an excellent tool to build data pipelines, and MongoDB uses MapReduce readily. Now let's quickly have a look at the working of MongoDB. Data is stored in documents with the help of key-value pairs. Now the data is stored in the BSON format. At the back end, MongoDB converts JSON data into a binary format known as BSON. MongoDB also makes provision for nested data. Now all of these documents are stored in a collection. These collections hold multiple documents, and since MongoDB is schema-less, the documents in one collection need not be similar. Now again, these collections are stored in the entire MongoDB database. As mentioned earlier, MongoDB makes provision for nested data. This makes fetching of data extremely efficient when compared to other databases. Now you must be wondering where exactly MongoDB can be applied or used. So let me help you with that. Several areas of technologies use MongoDB as their DBMS currently. Some of them are Internet of Things, mobile applications, real-time analysis, personalization, catalog management, and content management. Now all said and done, let's look at some of the companies that use MongoDB currently. Companies like Toyota, SAP, AstraZeneca, Adobe, Verizon, Cisco, Barclays, and Google, among others, readily deploy MongoDB as their database management system. In this video, I'm going to help you install and set up MongoDB on your Windows system. You will have to navigate to the official MongoDB website. And here, you can see software. So go ahead and click on Community Server under Software. And you can see that the current version is 4.4.4 and the platform is Windows, and make sure that the package is MSI. Alright, now go ahead and press download. So this could take a while. Alright, so once it's downloaded, go ahead and install it. Now since it's already installed on my system, the installation process will be different, but you just need to follow the steps there and finally install it. So once you're done with the installation, you can go to your C drive, and here you can click on Program Files, and you can see that MongoDB is installed. And inside of it, you have the server folder, and then you have the 4.4 folder, and then you have the bin folder. Right? So here you have the application, that is your Mongo and the MongoD applications. Both are executable files. Now the MongoD file or the application is the daemon process. Now this is the background process that makes sure you retrieve the data from the database, access the data. So it does all the background tasks. So after the installation, now you need to create a path to this file. By doing this, you don't have to always go to the bin folder and then execute the file. You can directly execute the file on your command prompt, right? So for that, let's just go to our environment variables. But before that, let's just copy this path, right? And here under the user variable section, click on path and say edit, and go ahead and just paste it, right? I've already pasted mine, so just go ahead and paste it and click on OK and say OK, right? So now you've created the path successfully. Now let's head to our command prompt and run the Mongo file. So here you can just directly type Mongo since the path has already been created. So just go ahead and say Mongo. And here you can see that your Mongo server has been generated. And with this, you know that your MongoDB has been successfully installed and your server is up and running, right? So just for confirmation, let's see if there are any databases and how much space they've occupied. So you can right now just type show DBS, and when you click on it, it says admin, config and localhost, and all of it is 0. So with that, you have successfully installed MongoDB on your system and it's up and running. All right.
In this particular tutorial, we will be learning what MongoDB is all about and their advantages and some practical demonstrations. So let's get started now. So here in MongoDB, we would like to discuss about what is a MongoDB. So as we know, the MongoDB is known to be a traditional document-based database, okay, which stores the data in a document. Okay, NoSQL means it doesn't say like no to SQL. Instead, it says not only SQL. That means it is not only SQL, but it is supporting the other approaches too. Okay, so the document-based, when we talk about it, actually represents the typical hierarchical relationship using the single records. That means how the records are related with each other. So that's how exactly it represents. And it is a pure schema-free environment, so that you really do not need to have a schema before you go and develop this program. So it is a pure schemaless environment. Due to that, it is giving you far more better flexibility when you talk about completely unorganized environment. So what is NoSQL? So here the idea about a NoSQL. So it is completely into the non-relational database. Like traditionally, if you see any non-relational database, you talk about typical NoSQL, it's purely into the document base. Here, NoSQL does not use any tables like in rows and columns. A traditional RDB based approach, if you see, there they are using a complete table structure, like they talk about columns, they talk about rows and all about. So here in NoSQL, it stores the relationship data in the documents. So the different type of NoSQL databases are available, like you talk about document based, you talk about key value based, you talk about white column based and graph based. Different options are available for the NoSQL, but the one which we are using at MongoDB, it is a purely document based database. Now here we would like to go ahead with some demonstrations, like talking about like how MongoDB installation works and the other aspects. Okay everyone, so now we're going to start working on the first option called MongoDB installation. Okay, see, MongoDB installation is very simple. If you open on a website and go for this website name called MongoDB download. If we talk about MongoDB download, you're going to see the official website called MongoDB community download is available. When you click here, so you can see it is taking the current version to 4.4.6. macOS, it by default detected my platform. However, you can select, depends on which platform you have it. And after that, you will be clicking on this download. Okay, so it will get ready for. If you are from Windows, I would say in this Windows, you can select appropriate option. Like two options are available. You can talk about MSI or talk about zip. My recommendation is you can stick to the zip portion, because it won't start any MongoDB services behind the scene. That is really helpful, because you really do not want the MongoDB to be there running unnecessary, even if it is not required. My suggestion is to stick to the zip file. So here, once the MongoDB is there, so you will be seeing there are two files available inside the MongoDB folder, inside the bin. So once you download the zip, you will find two different type of files are available. Let me mention those. So inside the bin folder, you will see two files. One is called MongoD. Okay, the other file which is available called Mongo. MongoD is to basically start a MongoD server, and the Mongo is actually the client which will connect with the MongoD. Clear? So if you are in Windows environment, so once you are inside this bin folder of your zip file, you will get the MongoD. So you have to double click on this. It'll start a new command prompt. So you do not need to do anything further. Just minimize this command prompt and go inside the bin folder again and click on the another binary file called Mongo. So it will get start as a client. Okay. Since I am using the MacBook, here the concept is little different about how MongoDB can be used. Okay, so this is just a basic way of how the Mongo is being used into your code. Okay everyone, so now as we are in the MacBook, so here to start MongoDB we have a very special way to start with. So here I'll start with my terminal, and here I would like to paste one very simple command to start my MongoDB database, that is called MongoD, and after that you have to say --db path. It is the place where your database will be starting. And one more important thing I forgot to mention, like MongoD would not start automatically inside your Windows machine unless inside your C drive you have to create a new folder name called data, and under this you have to create a new folder name called db, because automatically when the MongoD starts, it looks inside the C drive data inside a db folder. There your all records will get stored. So do not forget, whenever you're trying to use the MongoD, so you must have this particular folder structure in place in your local machine. Otherwise this is not gonna start. Every time you start your MongoD without this location, it automatically terminates. So to avoid those, make sure that you have this DataDB folder ready with you. However, you can also change the location of this particular folder structure, for which we will discuss it little later on. But as of now, we can see I'm giving my location that is called --db path /datadb. I hit enter. You can see now my MongoDB is starting now, and since it's stuck, so I have to start the new terminal now. So here I open the another tab and type Mongo, and the moment I type Mongo, now you can see it is now connected with my MongoDB, and now it is ready. That's the first thing you need to remember. Okay, now to check which other databases are available to you, so you can just type show DBS. So it will show you the number of databases which are already there inside your existing newly installed MongoDB. But you can go back and create new database too. Here you can see some databases are already present. However, you go back and create the new databases into your system. And to create this database, we have a very simple option available here, name called use SimpliDB. If I say use SimpliDB, it automatically creates this database and take you inside. Let's see. Now you can see you say use SimpliDB, it automatically creates, though it is not there, but automatically takes you in while creating those. Okay, so that means you are in current database name called SimpliDB. So if you're not sure which database you are in, so you can just type DBS or DB, and it will show you that your current database is SimpliDB. That's it. So your database is set, and we are all good to go ahead with our next level development.
Hello everybody and welcome back. In the previous videos you have seen like how to create a database and how to identify whether my database is there or not. So if you remember, previously we have created our database using use keyword. So if I just see my databases which we have created last time, so how we can check this out? We can say show space DBS. Okay, so you can see we have got database list, but we do not have any database which we have created last time is registered here. That's quite surprising, because when we have created our database, it should be listed here, but it is not. Let's do one more time. I'm saying use SLDB, and I'm saying switch to SLDB. Now, when I say once again show DBS, so I still don't see my databases listed here. There is a reason. The reason is, according to the MongoDB rule, unless we have minimum one record or collection stored inside my MongoDB, it really can't show in the list. Now I want to tell you about a few important things. Now, here when we talk about called MongoDB, in this MongoDB, compared to the relational database, here the table, which is actually in RDBMS it is called, here it is called collection. Okay, DB is still called DB here. Okay, that means the database will be still called database, but row, what you use this word in a traditional RDBMS, here it is known as called document. If you remember, I told you like it is a document based database. So here every single record what you try to insert, it is not called a typical row, it is instead called a document. So every table is called collection and every single row it is called document. That's what exactly the difference is. Okay, now here once it is ready, we will go ahead and talk about our next feature now. Well, we have to basically go and create a new collection. Okay, so what you can say, db dot create collection, and here I can pass my collection name. I can say demo collection. So once it is done, I can see it is collection is created. In typical language, I can say the table is created, and now when I try to see same show DBS, I can see my database is now listed. Okay, that's how exactly it works. So the very simplest way of how we use in my code. Well, in our previous examples, we have seen like how we can create a collection, and we can give the name, and I can see the details are listed when I say show DBS. But there's again another alternative option available where you can just do that without even saying db.create collection. Well, if I want to create a collection, I really don't need this particular functionality called create collection. I can directly use this statement name called db.sl student dot insert, and here we would like to add the property like a name, and here we can say admin. Now what is that meaning is, when you say db.sl student dot insert and I hit enter, you can see this n inserted one, and surprisingly when you try to say press enter, you will see this SL student is not a collection which we have created earlier. So what this line does, this line not only create the collection for you, but also add a record inside with this property called name, because that is a MongoDB, and MongoDB is always following the JSON based structure, and due to that it goes with the key and value pairs. So DB is a predefined keyword, SL student is a collection name, insert is a command through which you are trying to insert a record. Now to check how many collections are there. Okay, so we have one property called show collections. When I say show collections, I can list down those number of collections, or else I can say tables in a typical RDBMS language which are there added in my system. So SL student in which I can see the record is inserted. So if I want to confirm, I can simply say db.sl student.find. Find is a function through which I can list down those number of records which are added. I say find, and you can see that the records are received. At the same time, when I say db dot the name called demo collection, okay, db dot demo collection dot find, I'll find no record. Reason because this collection was created but there was no record which was inserted in. But you will see when I write this command called slstudent.insert, it not only create a new collection for me but also insert the record into my table, also called a collection. That's where exactly it is giving you the advantage when you want the collections to be created along with the data. This is the way how you can really do this. Clear? But whenever you talk about db.create collection, many people always think about what is the significance of having this db.create collection. Look, db.create collection is having its own significance. We never recommend this technique, okay, to create a collection, because when you create a collection you always bring some restrictions, some terminology which missed out whenever you talk about this line. So having this db.create collection, you can also offer some additional capping which is not possible when you use db.collection name.insert. So you might be thinking what those cappings you're talking about. Let me try to brief you. When I say db.create collection, and here we are providing the first name called suppose student. Okay, when I say student, so after this is student, additional parameters what we can pass is this. When I say capped colon true, what do we say? Capped colon true. So you are enabling the capping. After that, the next parameter I'm going to pass, that is known as called size. In this size, we are providing the size. Suppose I'm saying 5 to 4, and also we are saying 2880. That is the size of 5 MB, and here we are giving call max colon 5. What exactly that meaning is? See, the meaning is very simple. Whenever we try to bring this create collection option, so capping true means you are enabling the capping. So what does that meaning is? It is trying to say in this particular collection name called student, maximum number of documents can be either 5 or less than 5. Clear? And the collective size of documents cannot be increased to more than 5 MB. That means you're trying to say either by adding the total number of 5 records, the collective size of 5 documents will reach to 5 MB, okay, or else the maximum number of 5 documents can be stored. So whichever fills earlier. You may have a total number of 4 documents which are pretty heavy and they reach to the size 5 MB, and beyond that the next document won't be added, or else you can have the 5 documents which has not yet even reached. So any option will help you to achieve this. So that's where exactly you can offer the capping, but this is only possible when the user is trying to say db.create collection. This option is not possible when you're trying to use this. So that's the benefit of having this db.create collection, and this is what we always recommend. Well, now we would like to talk about our next feature here inside the same MongoDB. So we now know how to create a collection, how to create a database, and how to switch from one database to the another database. Now we will tell you like how to insert a document. So far we have already seen how to insert a document inside the MongoDB. Now we would like to also show you how we can insert the documents using multiple techniques. So remember one thing, MongoDB comes with two different types of documents. One is called relational document and second is called embedded document. Mostly while working with MongoDB, we always recommend you to use embedded documents because that helps you to scale up your application without any hurdle. Okay, the embedded documents means what? That means the I would say the parent record as well as the child records both stores in the same location. Fine. So how exactly that is? Let's take a look about this example. Here we would like to insert some records by saying db dot student. I do not have a student collection, but I'm just telling you db dot student dot insert. Here we would like to add some records. What I'm trying to say, the registration number. I'm just saying 1 2 3 4. You can give anything. Now the next one we will talk about called name. This name we can say student1, followed by the next one. I'm talking about which course the student has registered, so we can say course. Inside this course we would like to say the course name. So let's say course name. We are giving the course name called MCA. Okay, followed by another property called duration. Okay, I'm giving this duration is called 3 years, like that. After that, this curly braces is closing. That means, see, the idea is like you see the course is an embedded document, because from course you have got few more properties like in course name and duration. I'm closing this and starting the another property, and that is called address. Okay, sorry, let me remove from here and from address. And address we can say one more curly braces, and inside this address we can say city. I'm giving the name called what? Bangalore. The another one we are using that is called state. Let me remove this state colon KE. Okay, and the third property we are using that is known as called country. Here we are saying IN, that is called India. So it is closing here. Okay, and it is closing here. So the inner document and outer document both are closed. Hit enter, and now you can see the records are inserted. One thing you might notice, the course and the address, these two are embedded documents and they do not have any primary key of its own. Instead, the course and address both are directly dependent on the student object or the student database. So I will say student have the registration number, fine, and the primary key. So the primary key will be associated with the most outer document, and the inner documents are directly associated with them. And now when I try to say db dot student dot find, you can see now the records are fetched. I can understand many of you are thinking every time while adding the record we do not add any object ID, and here you might have observed and there also you have observed. Then what exactly that ID is? Now let me brief you. This ID is nothing but a unique primary key your MongoDB has offered you. That means MongoDB says whichever data you are inserting it. So by default with every single document, MongoDB will associate this by default property called underscore ID, which you can't even ignore. However, you can override. I haven't provided any underscore ID as a property because this is a predefined property associated with every single MongoDB document. If you want to override it, you can override from this value to any value, because if you do not pass any value, this value will be automatically provided. That is a typical hexadecimal value. However, if you want to override it, you can override the value of underscore ID, but you can't change the key name. Let's try with some another record. So the same record, if I try to add Let's go. I'm using call student2, and here I'm saying 1 2 3 4 5. Here if I want to override it, I can just say underscore id colon. Now I can give the value called what? 101. This you need to remember. So I'm overriding this value with 101. Now adding it, now records are added. Now let me call find. Now you see this time the records when I fetched. So in this record, the first record contains a default underscore id. In the second record, it is the one which I have provided. And remember one thing, in MongoDB, you really can't offer any property other than underscore id as a primary key. Here there is no concept of having the like in composite key which you used to do in traditional IDBMS. Here you have only underscore id, and this is the only property which you can override it, else by default the new value will be given to you. So this is the first way of how the insert document has been done. We'll be telling you the other ways where the other documents are also added. Okay, so in the previous examples you have seen like how we can add the records, but I also tell you there is another alternative options are available if you want to insert the records in a bulk. That option is also possible in MongoDB. How we can do? Let's try to understand. Here we would like to use one very simple concept called var my emp equal to, now starting with a typical object like this, and after that I'm adding this, and within this I'm adding the first property called emp id colon 1. After this, okay, now you can see it is not understanding, because that is a challenge when we talk about call the logical part, because you go with multiple lines, it is not supporting. However, we have to follow the same lines now. emp id 1, and we just give the second property called emp name. So emp id, just remove this, I just say emp id, and I say emp name colon admin. Okay, adding it here. So first record here, again I'm adding another one that is called emp id colon 2. Okay, and now colon manager. Okay, again colon 3 and colon QA. Add it. Okay, and this curly braces is closing. After this, your square bracket is also closing, and once it is done, you come down and say db dot new emp dot insert. Okay, and here you pass the name of the object called my emp, and you can see now it is telling you n inserted 3. That is known as called bulk insert, where you're inserting multiple records in a single shot. See how easy it is for you. Okay, now you simply use db dot, the collection name is what? Your new emp dot find, and you can see now all 3 records are inserted with its default object ID. Okay, so that is a really nice idea to have the ID to be provided. Okay, remember this statement. So you understood finally how we can add the records in a bulk. Going forward, we will also talk about which is related to your update as well as delete in your upcoming demos. Okay, but here that is the first thing which you realize it, how we can perform those kind of operations in very simple and straightforward manner. Okay everyone, so now we have got 3 records with us, and in case if I'm planning to perform update on any of my records, how will I do this now? So we have a predefined functions available name called update function. Let's see how this update function can really work. So we use this statement name called db dot, what is my collection name, which is known as called a new emp, okay, dot update. Okay, so what I will do, I will say db.newemp.update here. Okay, now when we talk about called update, we have a statement available. Okay, what is that? That is called emp id. We have a called emp name. So we say wherever the emp id is this, I want to change what? The name. How can I do this now? Very simple. To perform this, what I would like to do now, I want to basically add few more records to give you some more better idea. You can see now here we have a call admin id name. So I just do one thing, I just change the IDs 1 2 3, I just say 4, I say 5, I say 6. Okay, and I call this again. The 3 records are inserted. Now let me try to call find. Now we have total number of 6 records are available, where admin is repeated, manager is repeated, QA is repeated. Now let me try to update the record. Okay, now I want to say db dot new emp dot update. Here I would like to perform the property like in what? Name, I say emp name colon, I say admin. Okay, so I just close that and I use another curly braces with dollar set. Set means you want to set the new value. Here we are giving emp name. Okay, what I want to do, I say wherever the name is admin, change to what? Admin new. That name I want to change it. Close this, and run. Now you can see it is saying n matched to 1 and the record fields are updated like this. Let me check. Well, here I will see the value called admin new is updated, but I have one more admin called admin. It is not changed, and that is something which you need to notice. What you need to notice is like when you try to perform update. So what MongoDB does, it starts from the top, find the first record, change the value or modify the value, and come out from the loop. It doesn't carry forward its search process for the next level of results. And that is something which is, I really want to do that. So in case if you are planning to change those values multiple times, so what you need to do, let's take a look. Here in this similar example, here we have a call name admin, second property we have a call manager. Let's try to say managers are repeated twice, so we just want to change to new underscore manager, and I want to update multiple values. So what I will do here, I will put comma and say multi colon true. Okay, saying multi-colon true, that you want to say, hey, I want to update multiple search or multiple repetitions. Hit enter. This time you can say it is saying and match to and modify to. That means 2 records found and 2 records are modified. Let's check. There we go. We have got new manager is updated in both the location. That's something which is really awesome. because this is how you try to perform the multiple changes. Well, in our previous examples, you see like how we can perform the update part, but we have a one more beautiful feature available inside the MongoDB, and that is called how exactly we can perform upsert. Clear? Let's talk about upsert. Upsert is a combination of update and insert. Let me try to show you one magic here. Here, when we talk about called update part, you see now, here we are trying to say this point. Yeah, you see about multi-true we have used. Now here, this multi-true is we're trying to update, but let's talk about something called manager2. Enter. Now you can see it is saying no records found. Clear now, no records found. But there's a one concept available in called upsert. Upsert means if I try to perform upsert, it means if the records are not available, it will insert the record. I want to show you one simple example now. Here we are using multi-true. Okay, so as I can see, we're using something called name and we're performing this update part. So in this update part, we're using this $set new manager. So here, rather than using multi-true, we are saying upsert true. When I say upsert true, so what happened now? They say n matched 0 and up inserted 2 and modified with id this. That means when I try to call this find function, you will be seeing now we have a got the another record has been added. Are we clear now? As a new record. So upsert does what? Upsert says like if the records are found, I will update it. If it is not, I will insert it. That means if I try to call the same thing, manager2, fine, it is added as a new manager. Now if I just try to say not manager2, I will call QA, and here we are saying emp equal to new underscore QA. And now you can see it is saying n matched 1, n upserted 0 and modified 1. So it is clearly telling you like, hey, I did not find any inserted part, but yes, I matched one record, I found one record, and the one record is updated now. That is very, very beneficial feature when you really want to perform upsert. So that is the advantage of upsert. That is what's called update plus insert. Very important feature that depends on the requirement. If you want to add, you can certainly add this. So the way we have tried to add this upserted part, we can also try to perform the delete part also. Okay, so MongoDB also helps you to perform the delete part. And how you'll be trying to add it now? Let's try to understand. Here in my code, if I want to perform any delete part, I have this statement name called db dot, the option we are using it, that is now called collection name emp, new emp, sorry, dot, we have an option name called remove. In this remove, we would like to offer the property. Okay, and what we're talking about now here, let's try to add the ID here or the name which you would like to import. So I want to say like emp name admin new. So we just say p name. Okay, and then name is called what? Admin new. Okay, emp name admin new. When I say remove, you can see it is removing the first record. So you can see now the records are removed. Fine, because there is only one admin new is available. Okay, now in a similar way, if I try to remove the property called new underscore manager, new underscore manage with, hit enter. Now you can see the 3 records are removed. So it's not like update which removes update only one record. It can also eliminate more than one records at the same time. That's the benefit of remove. So now you can see we have already implemented some records. As I seen earlier, like we have performed the delete part now. Now when I try to say db dot new emp dot find, 3 records are available with me, 3, 4 and 6. Now when it comes to insert part we have seen, update part we have seen, delete part we have seen. Now it's time to basically fetch the records. So find function we've already seen, but in find function we also have some conditions, so-called queries. So in case if you want to limit the number of records into your application, you can also do that. Let's see, db dot new emp dot find. Clear now? So in find you can also pick up the specific records too, like when I'm saying dot find, and here we can just say name colon admin. Sorry, here to put curly braces. It says there is no record with a name called admin because it is an EMP name, not a name. So let me change back to. Now I can see it finds one record. So like that, you can also apply a condition, okay, into your code. Now, in a similar line, if you really don't want to offer any condition, okay, but you want to limit the number of records to be shown, so you have this function available name called limit 2. 2 means only 2 records. Now you can see, though I have 3 records, but it is only showing me 2 records because I have limit those number of records into my code. Also, we can perform sorting in case if you want to perform the sorting in ascending and descending order, that also you can also do. So here, rather than saying limit, we just put this option name called sort, and in this sort, on which property you want to sort it, that also you can mention. So we can just say emp name okay, and using ascending order or descending order, so you can just say -1. That is called descending order. Hit. Now you can see it is showing in a descending order. Now if I just say -1, if I just say 1, now it is showing you in an ascending order. So you can pick up the specific property behalf on which you can tell it should be either on descending order or ascending order. So that option really works very fine. Okay. So that's like how you can perform the queries. But remember one thing, you can also search the records based on their embedded columns too. Because if you see in our previous records, we have some records added. Okay, that is, let me try to say show collections. I will call SL student and student. Okay, db dot find. Okay, you can see we have records which are embedded records. Now if you want to search the records based on their embedded properties, like I'm talking about address, there's one property name called city. Fine, so if you would like to pick up those records, these are also possible. So how you can do this? Very simple. So you say db dot student dot find. Okay, so inside this find you can provide the specific properties, like my outermost property name is called what? Address. So we are using this option called address dot city. So we say city. Are we clear? Colon. I'm giving the city name called what? Bangalore. Clear? Let me close this. And that's it. Okay. So we have to start passing another curly braces here. Hit enter and you can see now I find 2 records. Because both the records belong to what? Bangalore. So I'm getting this city Bangalore with me. That's really awesome. Like you can also pass the city accordingly. A part of that, we also have the other details also, okay, in which you can have the conditions based on less than, greater than, or whatever values you would like to make it is available and possible. Okay, so that's how the conditions are satisfied. So suppose if you would like to pick the users, are we clear, where the range which you would like to consider, so those are also possible. Like you can see we have this property name called what? EMP ID 3 and 6. I just want to pick up only those records whose ID is greater than what? 2. So what I can say, db dot new emp, okay, dot find, and inside this find we can say the property. Okay, so what's property we're using? EMP ID. We are saying EMP ID here, colon, here we'll be using $GT. GC stands for what? Greater than, colon. We're giving the value called what? 1. Fine. Close this. Run. You can see you have received 3 records, 3, 4 and 6. In case if I just look forward for higher than 5, you will see only 1 record. So greater than, that's called GT. Okay. Same option, if I just say LT, you can see we have found 2 records. So less than, greater than. Okay. So that's how exactly you offer it. Okay. And also you can provide the condition so-called limit. As I can say find EMP ID the way we provided. So here I will not use less than. Okay. Instead I'll be providing another property. Let me show you what. So here in EMP ID, whatever we have taken, so let me try to take the property called find, and here we are providing EMP ID, and then we're using another curly braces, and we're using $in. Is very important property, $in, colon. Here you provide the details. I'm saying inside, so the property is 346. We are saying 3, 6. Close this, and you can see we got 2 records which matched with 3 and 6. That's the benefit of having this. Okay everyone, so in our previous example we have already seen many activities. This time we are trying to offer you something very interesting feature, and that is known as called working with indexing. See, MongoDB is one of the most popular tool, and one of the reason why it is very popular because it is having the facility of having indexing. Now what exactly the index does? So friends, main job of having this index is to basically give you the concept of like how one particular document, which is huge document, in case if you would like to perform any sort of indexing inside this, how you will be applying this. So to apply indexing into my code, let's try to understand why index is really required. Without indexing and with indexing, how you'll be making a difference into the code. So to make it happen, we would like to insert some records to confirm. Okay, so what I will do is in step number 1, previous records, if I see I have got 46341, depends on what earlier records we had it. So we had a call new emp. So db.new-emp.find. So we have total number of 3 records are available. So it's okay, we can have these 3 records with me. Now let me try to apply indexing. Without indexing, if I want to find the result, what outcome I'm gonna receive. So to know about how much time it's gonna be taking, if I have got large number of records with me, I'll be using this statement name called db dot, the name is called new emp dot explain, and here I'll be using one predefined functionality called execution stats. Execution stats. Okay, now here after this execution stats we'll be using dot find. We'll be using the first property here. Okay, and what user would like to find it, that you need to basically offer it. So we are giving the name called emp name colon, giving the name called QA. Okay, let's close. Okay, now when I pressed hit enter, execution stats is a predefined functionalities which will tell me when the query was executed, what exactly the query plan was. Hit enter, and now you can see a lot of details are available with me. Like you can see parse query, winning plan and everything. One thing you need to remember, by default here when I try to run, it says and return 1, advanced 1, need time, total, everything it is showing me. But one important thing which you will see here is total number of documents scanned. So it is telling me total number of document examined is 3. Clear now? And return 1, that means one result is returned and the total number of documents examined is 3 in order to find this record. Just imagine a use case here. When I say total number of documents examined 3, in case if I have got millions of records with me, that means to search the record, it will examine all the millions number of records to search the result, which certainly gonna be taking huge amount of time. And that's where exactly when you try to search the record, fine, when you have no indexing is available. Okay, so you need to understand one important thing is, by default index is applied on your underscore id. db dot new emp db dot new emp dot when I say db.newemp.getIndex is a predefined function, it tells me like, hey, by default index is applied on underscore id. That's a fact, because by default index is applied on underscore id, not on the other properties. So I need to identify which of the properties are required to be get indexes. MongoDB advantage is it is supporting multi-column indexes, and that's what exactly we would like to see. So let's see in our next demo. Now we will try to apply indexing on our own property. Okay, so to apply the index, what we need to do, we have to say db dot, certainly we will be talking about called collection name called new emp dot create index. Here you have to pass two things. Number one, on which property you would like to apply. Okay, and it has to be ascending or descending. So I'm trying to apply on emp name, and I want the index to be applied on ascending order. Okay, so here colon 1. hit enter. You can see now it is telling me like number of indexes before 1 and number of indexes after 2. That means earlier index was available only on one particular property, now it is applied on two properties. If you want, you can check. Now you can see there's another property is added called emp underscore 1. Now if I try to execute a similar query which I executed earlier, QA, now you'll be seeing there's a different statistics altogether. Here if I see in my code, see it will tell you total document examined 1. See now earlier the number of document examined were 3, but since this index is applied, now it is telling me the total number of document examined is 1. So performance is certainly improved. So to search your document, it won't be searching the complete collections. Okay, rather it will search what? Only that particular column in which it is actually applied for. So that's the benefit, in fact, I would say, when you will be using these kind of indexes into your code. Okay, so hope we all are clear and understood about this concept. So let's go ahead and get this implemented into our system. Well, this is the first way of how the index can be applied. So you can also apply index on multiple properties. Clear? So that we will show you one by one how it is. Okay everybody, so we have already seen in our previous example how we have applied indexes in our existing MongoDB application. So it is also a possibilities where we want to also apply the index on other number of properties too. As you can see in our existing database, okay, an existing collection. My collection name is new EMP, which contains two different properties. One is called EMP ID and second called EMP name. Just now we have applied index on our EMP name, but in case if I want to apply index on EMP ID, I'll be using the same technique. Okay, let's try to apply index on the same. So first of all, get indexes. I'm having this index applied on two different property. Now we would like to say db.create index, and here in this db.create index we can just, I will say db.collection name. So our collection name is called new EMP dot create index. First parameter is certainly the name of which property we are applying. So here we are saying EMP ID, and in this EMP ID we will just offer it has to be ascending or descending. Let me decide descending order. So we are saying -1. Okay, now let's press enter and check the status. Okay, now you can see earlier indexes which we have created, that was 2, and now it turns to 3. So it is very clear that index is improving. Now let's check this out. db.newemp.get indexes. Now we have a total number of 3 indexes are available. So you can apply index on n number of columns if you want. Okay, at the same time, the way we have created the index, in case if I want to drop an index, so we can also drop. So what we can do, db.newemp.drop index, drop index. And in this drop index, we have to provide which particular index we would like to drop. Remember this point. In case if you're planning to drop any sort of index, so you need to provide which index. So you should have that particular index name. Okay, so here we are providing my index name. So it should not be, I would say, the traditional name called EMP ID. No, it has to be EMP ID underscore -1 or EMP name underscore 1. So this should be the name. I'm saying EMP name. In case if you try this, you see it is saying index not found with the EMP name because internally it maintains with this name. Let's try this out. We say EMP name underscore 1. Let's try. And now you can see new index was 3, okay, 1. Okay. Now you can see we have a call emp id and underscore id. So now we have only 2 indexes left. There's no emp name anymore. This is how exactly you can drop the indexes. So it is very simple and straightforward way of how in MongoDB you can perform your activities. Hello everybody and welcome back. In the previous examples of MongoDB, you might have considered we have used lot many operations. In our last video, we have seen how to utilize indexing into our code. Now, in our next journey of our MongoDB, we will see how aggregation works. See, in MongoDB, aggregation plays a vital role, and aggregation comes with so many handy functions with MongoDB which will help you to perform and to apply some very simple code snippets into your ongoing I would say the requirement, which can make your query so much seamless. Now we will see how this aggregation really works. And to work on an aggregation, we have taken some default database name called aggregate.db, and here we have a call student as a by default collection in which we have some set of records are already added. Now, if I just want to apply aggregation, now I would like to tell you about what exactly the aggregation is. See, ideally when you talk about call aggregation, okay, so aggregation is nothing but a call aggregate, like RDBMS. If you see, we have a call aggregation there. So in a Unix command, like you talk about shell pipeline, means the possibility to execute an operation on some input and use that output as an input for the next command. That means the output of one particular execution becomes an input for others. So MongoDB also supports same kind of concept in aggregation framework. There's so many type of functionalities are available which we will see one by one into our next code. Okay, now here we want to confirm about a few important things. Now here let me try to bring some of the important well-known, I would say, the functionalities of our aggregation framework. First, we use a term name called $project. The project is basically designed for select a specific fields. $project is designed to select what specific fields from a collection. We used to talk about called what? $match. The match is responsible to filter out the operations. Are we clear now? It is designed to filtering out the operations. You talk about $group. Talk about $group. So it does the actual aggregation. Fine. We talk about call $sort. Okay, it basically sort the document. Okay, like that there's so many operations are available which we will see one by one in our aggregation behavior. Now my first example, the one which I want to execute, I have a called student record with me which contains the student name, okay, the section and the marks and the subject, on which subject the person or the student is appeared. Now here my first requirement is we want to filter data based on a section A, because students belong to the different sections. As you can see now, they belong to the different sections, section A, B, C, D. So I just want to filter the data based on a section A. Okay, so for filter out, I would like to use $match. Let's see how it works. So I just would like to filter out only those students who belong to the section A. So how we would like to use it now? I will say db dot student dot aggregate, and inside this we would like to use this square brackets and then curly braces and then use $match. With this I would like to use another curly braces and I say section A. Okay, and I close this, close this, close the square bracket, close this. Okay, so db.student.aggregate, aggregate should be always associate, Match is now the aggregate functionality section A. Hit enter and you can see now it lists down all those students who belong to the section A. Okay, very simple and straightforward example. Now we would like to use the second example. So we want to find out all the records where the section is A and we are using AND operator. Marks is greater than 80. There are so many students who have a different marks like 70, 90 and whatever. So we want to use both the conditions together. So how are you going to be using this now? Remember, not only the section A but also marks who are greater than 80. So similar thing, we have a call match. Okay, after this match we are starting this curly braces. Okay, so after this match we would like to bring AND. We say dollar and again colon. Again we are starting this square bracket now. Okay, we talk about what? Section A, number 1, and after this the first curly braces we would like to use marks. So we say marks colon and once again we would like to start curly braces and here we use dollar GT, that is called what? A greater than colon 80. Okay, all are closed. So you see like here we have got this square bracket and round brackets. So what else is left? So we have a call 80, we are using another curly braces needs to be closed here and then square bracket. Okay, and followed by again curly braces, again curly braces, again square bracket, again round brackets. Okay, let's see where it has gone wrong. So we are using this db.student.aggregate, we are use this square bracket, then curly braces, then we use dollar match. Okay, after the dollar match we are using another curly braces and we have a call AND operator. After this AND we have a call this square bracket, then curly braces, section A. After section A is getting closed we are using another curly braces, marks colon dollar GT. Okay, and we are using what? Colon 80. After that we are closing this and using two more curly braces, square bracket in this. Okay, so this where exactly you can utilize that. So db.student.aggregate and like this it will be able to get it now. Okay, so in a previous example that was the only missing point was after this this dollar match we didn't apply this curly braces. That was the only missing point which was there and now we have applied. Another code is giving me this outcome and I have only one user who's scoring greater than 80. Well, that was the first thing which we have it now. Along with this I would like to go ahead and talk about few more things. Now I just would like to bring selective fields, not all the fields. Like as you can see we have a call student name, section, marks, everything I'm getting it. So I really don't want to bring all the properties from this document. I would like to selectively take specific property. So let's talk about how we can use this. So we'll be using project. You remember about project is responsible to select the specific record. So I just use this statement name called db dot student, okay, dot aggregate. We are using it now. After that, now square bracket, then curly braces. Now we are trying to say dollar project. What we would like to use? Dollar project and colon. We are trying to use student name, okay, colon. Okay, remember one thing, 1 means I want those, 0 means I don't want. So whichever property will be enabling it by giving the 1 as a digit, that means it is it is expected to be displayed. So I'm saying 1, comma, I'm saying section, colon, 1, okay, and I'm also looking forward for marks, colon, 1. That's it. So now you can see now I am once again picking up only those like student, section and marks. Now if I go back and remove some properties, like I only want student and section, you can see I have only student and sections are used. Here if I just use this statement name call underscore id colon 0, now you can see only the names and sections are visible, id is not, because I really don't want id. By default id is shown, but if I say it's 0, that means the id will not be visible here. So like that you can select the columns or the properties accordingly. That was the one way. Now the other thing I would like to use, what if you want to find out the student name, section and marks from student? Once again, we want to find out the student name, section and marks from the student collection where the section is A. Okay, so here it will be the combinations of match as well as the project. How we can use this? Let's take a look towards my implementation. If you see the previous one, what we have used here, you remember about, we have used this statement called aggregate match. Okay, so now we would like to go back and utilize, after this $match, this is a curly braces, I'm giving section colon A, okay, section colon A, and after this I'll close this, okay, and close this again. I'm opening it up by using this option called project, $project. We're picking up the project right now, and here with this colon symbol we can use again and say student name, colon, we are using 1, comma, section colon 1 and 1, marks colon 1, and now closing this. Now you can see I got those. So the requirement was we want to find out the student name, section and marks from student collection where the section is A. So you are not only using the match, okay, but also using what? The selective details. Like this you can implement it. Okay, that's where exactly the projection really works. So projection gives you lot many opportunities which you can utilize it for your own, and also it comes with lot many predefined functions like in some AVG and all. So let's talk about those functionalities too. So this is the first thing which we have seen, aggregations are taken place. Now in case if you would like to perform the group, like if I want to find out the total marks, group by, okay, section, like each and every section I would like to confirm the total marks in every section, then how will I basically do that? So let's try to get this example also. So here let me try to go back, and we will not be using match here because I would like to use the group part. So after this curly braces we want to use $group, okay, that is called group by. In RDBM is how you use it. Here we use this curly braces again. Here we are passing this underscore ID. Okay, you have to provide underscore ID in a group because you cannot skip it. That part you need to be always remember. You really can't skip $ID whenever you're trying to talk about called group. This is a compulsory field, you need to have it. After that I'm using this section. In this section, we are saying dollar section because we would like to make it on a section basis. After this, closing, and here we are using what? Total marks, colon. Here curly braces, again dollar sum, okay, colon, on which behalf I want to use in marks, so I can say dollar marks. Naming convention is very important because it is a JavaScript, so it is a case sensitive. Okay, then, and you can see now section wide I'm able to get all the marks. Isn't it amazing? That's where exactly the aggregations are playing very important role while retrieving such kind of records. So hope you are clear about how we utilize this together. So in a previous example, we got it like how we are basically taking this marks in my application. Fine. So we are clear about how we are picking that up. But what in case if I would like to take marks for the specific section? So it is also possible. So we'll be using the same group, but the only thing is what we'll be bringing the match between, because here we are trying to get all the section marks. But if you would like to bring it only for the specific section, we know it very well what we need to do. So here, before I talk about called dollar group, we can use one more curly braces here. Okay, so we can use this option called dollar match. Okay, and here we are using this option called section A. Sorry. Here in dollar match we are giving this call section colon. Here we are giving A. So closing this, followed by the other areas like in group which you want to start now. So you can start with this curly braces. Hit enter, and you can see now only the specific section you're able to receive the records. And that's very simple now. Okay, so that's where exactly you would like to perform. And there's another option, like in case if you would like to perform an average. Suppose if you want to fetch the count of students in each section and total marks and average marks as well as. So total marks as well as the average marks we want to get it. So how are I able to take it now? So it is very simple, as you have seen earlier also into our code, how we have taken called group underscore ID section. We're talking about section total marks with the sum. We are also using this. After that, we can also use the average. Okay, so this is we have taken called group underscore ID sum. So here onwards we will start. So when we say sum marks, after that we can just put curly braces and we can just use count. Okay, and after this we'll be using this colon, curly braces, and use dollar sum. Okay, colon 1. Okay, and after that I'll put comma here and we use average, and inside this average I will use in curly braces we can say dollar avg. Okay, colon of what? Dollar marks. Very simple. So curly braces is closed. Okay, so total how many? 3 curly braces will be closed, 1 square bracket and round brackets, and now you can see you got the average markings in each and every section. So just imagine how easy it is for you to deal with the aggregations. So aggregation seems to be a very simple approach provided by MongoDB that really create a difference of how the aggregation changes the way how you react to. Okay everybody, so after going through the idea of like how we can utilize the concept of aggregation, it's time to talk about like how when it works with MongoDB. MongoDB is properly known for, I will say, for replication, that is called high availability, and that feature comes by default with MongoDB. You really don't need to install any software for this because it is a built-in feature for the MongoDB. So when you download that, it comes along with this, so no additional configuration setup is really required when it comes to the MongoDB part. Okay, so let's get started and talk about how MongoDB can offer the replication. See, the idea behind a replication is what? The idea behind a replication is like you are replicating it. Okay, so when you talk about replication, you are replicating your data to where? To the multiple childs. So here in MongoDB, we have one concept available. Okay, that is known as called master. Okay, and slaves. Okay, master is one and there will be multiple slaves. Okay, so these slaves where your records are actually stored, and this is a master which will be responsible to replicate the data to all its childs when the request comes. Due to that, in case if one particular node fails, so automatically the data will be taken from the other nodes. That's the beauty of having this master and node slave process. So to make this possible, we have a very simple option available. In MongoDB, we have one concept like called MongoDB Atlas. So there we can go and get our cluster ready. So here we start with the concept name called MongoDB Atlas. Let's search for MongoDB Atlas, and here I see MongoDB Atlas Database as a Service. See, this is a free tool. It's a cloud environment where you really don't need to install MongoDB in your local machine. It is a cloud-based MongoDB support which is free to use with a limited amount of space, but yes, for the testing purpose it is the best suitable. So I can start with the start free, or else I can say the login here. Okay, from there onwards I can go ahead. Now it is getting ready. Now, this is a place from where you can start working on your cluster. See, as I've told you, like initially when you will be working on this MongoDB, it will ask you to create a cluster initially. Okay, since I already have a cluster with me, okay, so I really don't need to create it, and as a free tier, it will not allow me to have more than one cluster setup ready. So if I say create a new cluster, okay, and I say by default AWS, okay, and let me close down this notification. AWS, you can select any other cloud provider, and 8 GB RAM, cloud backup, cluster name. You can see now it is taking me 0.54 per hour. Reason being because I already have a cluster with me. Hence, more than one cluster is not allowed in a free tier cluster. So I have to cancel this. But you can go and create a cluster the way it was offered there. So if you want to create, you can just go ahead and do nothing. Just select by default AWS, select your location. Okay, give the name of the cluster. You want to give anything, you can give it here. Otherwise, let it be the by default name cluster and say create cluster. It will take a while, minimum 2 to 3 minutes, depends on the availability. It creates a cluster for you, and your cluster, once it is ready, it looks like that. Okay, so here in this application, you have to go back and understand what is there in a cluster. So when I click on cluster 0, you can see now here we have got 3 nodes available. One is called primary node, which is called master, as I suggested earlier. And now we have a called slaves. Automatically, when the clusters are created inside this MongoDB, by default, it will be 3-node cluster, where the one will be the primary and 2 will be secondary. Based on your package, whichever you have taken it, you can increase the number of nodes later on, but as a free, I will be receiving total number of 3 nodes available here. So records, whichever will be stored, it will get stored automatically in both the nodes, secondary nodes. And from the primary, I can insert the record, and secondaries, I can read the records. Remember, you can't insert the records into the secondaries. You can only insert the record only in your primary record. Secondaries are not allowed to insert. So this is your replica set. Okay, these are the nodes which are available to you. So when you click on this primary here, you will see it is telling you no data available. Nothing is there because I haven't stored any records as such. So I just go back to my cluster. So initially I would like to go back and create few things now. Okay, I would like to go back and set up few initial things at a time of creating the cluster, because when a cluster is created, clear now, so in that point of time, no setting is configured. You have to do few settings now. First setting is you have to put it, remember the steps. First step will be your network access. So in network access, you have to go and you have to say add IP address, and in this add IP address, you have to select this option from which location you would like to accept. Only those IP addresses will be whitelisted. Otherwise, what you can do, you can see here in my options, I have given 0.0.0. That means all IP addresses are acceptable. So all IP addresses are used. Okay, so this you have to enable it, otherwise you won't be able to get this network access from any third-party locations. Next, you have to talk about called database access, which is required for you to create a new user. There are already some new users are created, but it is recommended that you to go and create a new users here. Okay, so you can go back and add a new user. So by default, it is username and password is given. So you can go back and create a new user. When I say add user, you can give the username as well as the password as per your own convenience. So new user, I'm going to create it, that is known as called SL. Okay, user, and here we're giving call admin 123. So SL user admin 123. Remember, this will be the username and password. I'm saying add user. New user is automatically added. SL user admin 123. So once you have provided this network access, database access, next you have to create a new data. So what you need to do, when you go back to your statement, okay, network access, database access, it will ask you like you want to create a new database. So I just go back to my project 0. There will be an option called collections. You have to go back and create a new collection here. Now it is retrieving the list of databases. Now you can see there are already some collections are there. AmrDB is one of the database which is there. DemoDB is there. Lot many databases are there. So you can go back and create some new database and connect through. So if I just create database, I already have a Simplilearn DB with me. User app is already one collections I've created. So creating a database in collection is very easy. If I give you the quick demo, I say create database, give the collection name called SL demo, okay, and give the username called EMP SL demo and employee. I say create. Now you can see SL demo and create. It is there with me. So there is no record right now, and once it is there ready, so remember SL demo and employee. I'll go back to my code again, project 0, and from here I can say connect because I want to connect it. So to connect it from, because your MongoDB is already there, so So you want to connect it through. So to connect it through, we have a very simple option available. You can just click on this connect option. Multiple options are there. Through Mongo Shell, connect your third-party application with the MongoDB Compass. So since I already have a Mongo Shell with me, so Mac OS, I have this Mac OS with me. So you can just use this line. Okay, so if you have a window, you can select your window. Since I have this Mac OS, I'm selecting this line, but I need to replace with this, you can see this username. Okay, and you have to give the username here. I'll select this. I open my terminal. Okay, and this is, I'm just closing this and opening up another terminal here. Since I want to connect with the Mongo shell now, so what I need to do here in this, I'll just paste that, the command which I have it now. Username is, you remember I told you, you call some users which you have already created. Let's check. Here, SL user, I say SL user, I hit enter. It'll ask me the password, so I've given the password admin, and now you can see it is connecting with me to this particular, it is connecting me to this particular replica set. You can see in a logs it is telling you very clearly, okay, saying that it is a username 4.2, and you can see it is connecting with your shard cluster, the cluster which is created, and this is where exactly I have it with me. So I'm connecting with this environment. So primary is there. So if I just want to go back and say show collections, so I can go back and create a new collection here. Okay, so it's up to you now. By default collection which is their employee, so I can say db dot employee dot insert, and now here we can just add name, okay. Now you can see some exception is raised, so you understand. Now you can see the records are added into my primary cluster. So if I just go back and go back to my project 0 where we have got collections, here you will be getting the SL demo employee, loading the documents. So it takes time to get this, but this is where exactly you see the records will be stored. Okay, so that's where exactly it works fine for all of you. So we have this record. Okay, so when I say show collection, so we have a call employee, and I say db dot employee dot find. So I can see we have got new collection name called. This is added right now. Okay, so like this you have got the first connection established and the records has been inserted.
Hey everyone, my name is Ishan and I welcome you all to this session. In this session, we will have a look at the basics of GitHub. Before diving deep into the subject, let's first have a look at a use case. The use case we will consider today is of the world's largest sporting goods retail brand, Decathlon. Decathlon has 1,600 stores spread in 52 countries with around 100,000 employees. The IT team of GitHub consists of 1,000 members that helps Decathlon to bring its shopper's journey to their devices. So here we will first see the problems that they faced, and then we shall see how did they sort out that problem. In the beginning, Decathlon worked on the data center with the help of a VPN. And using a VPN was a huge challenge in terms of workflow visibility and avoiding redundancies. So the first problem is how to maintain workflow visibility and avoid redundancies. Then, since there are so many stores located at so many different places, hiring of developers seemed to be a difficult task, as a physical workplace was always needed. So the second problem is how would they hire developers? Now, let's see how did Decathlon solve these two problems one after the other. In the first case, the entire Decathlon shifted from any other remote repository to GitHub. GitHub turned out to be an amazing open source community as the code became more visible across the organization and now anybody could contribute to it. Then, let's talk about the second case for hiring the developers. As we know, GitHub is an open source community, so it helped in collaboration with any developer all over the world. The potential developers could now contribute to benefit the global community. Now the question arises, what made this contribution possible? So the major contribution role was played by the version control system. This was just a single case amongst many others. There are many organizations that have benefited from GitHub. Now, when we have realized how GitHub has revolutionized the market, let's start learning more and more about GitHub. As we move forth, let's have a look at what is version control system. Version control system are the software tools that helps in recording the changes made to the files by keeping a track of modifications done to the code. There is one repository and each user has their own working copy. The changes are committed to the repository, which are possible to be seen by others. The two most important things to make changes visible are you commit and they update. As we discussed, it is a system that keeps a track of different versions of a file, and hence a specific version of a file can be called whenever needed. This makes the collaboration amongst developers easy and also provides the members of the team to work on the latest version of the file. Moving forth, let's see what is Git. Now, when we have learned version control system, the next thing we need to know is what is Git. Git is the most commonly used version control system that helps in tracking changes made to the files. Hence, we may have a record of all the changes that have been made to a file, and we can also revert back to a specific version. Git simplifies the process of software development with the help of easy source code management. Git is not only helpful and popular among developers, but also helps non-technical people to keep a track of all the files they have been working on. Git further helps in the process of collaboration and permits changes made by multiple people to all be merged into a single source. Then, Git automatically merges the changes so two people or two different sources can even work on different parts of the same file, and later on merge those changes without losing each other's work. This is especially useful when the projects are really big and many people are involved in it. Now, when we know what is version control system and basics of Git, it is time for us to jump on the topic, what is GitHub? GitHub is a service hosted on the web where all the projects are stored. Every project on GitHub has its own repository and its unique URL. Git provides a graphical interface to store the files and helps team members to coordinate on the project from anywhere. GitHub provides several access control and collaboration features like wikis and basic task management tools for every project. Let's now have a look at the features of GitHub. The first feature we will see is easy project management. GitHub helps project managers and developers to coordinate better on the project. The work can be easily tracked and updated, which makes sure that the project is on schedule and as entitled. Second feature is increased safety with packages. The packages on GitHub can be published as desired. They can be published privately or within a community, or can also be published publicly. The packages can be easily downloaded from the GitHub to use and reuse them. Next feature is the effective team management. Now, as all the team members can stay updated with all that's happening on the project, so this helps them in staying organized and well coordinated. The pull request and other modification tools make sure that the team focuses on the code. Moving on, the next feature is improved code writing. With the help of GitHub, the quality of code has significantly increased. Now with the help of git pull command, one can review, improve and propose new codes. Along with that, suggestions or modifications may be discussed before changing the original code. The next feature is increased code safety. GitHub uses CodeQL, which is the industry's leading semantic code analysis engine. This tends to find risks in the code which other tools tend to miss. The last feature we shall see is easy code hosting. As the name suggests, the codes and documentations are hosted in one place. We also know that there are thousands of repositories on GitHub, so each repository has their own set of tools to release and host the code. Finally, let's have a look at the competitors of GitHub. There are several competitors in the market. Here, we have just put the most common ones. First is Atlassian Bitbucket. Then comes FugBugs, followed by Surround SCM and GitLab. Then we have Buddy, and finally followed by Beanstalk.
In this session, we are going to understand who a full stack developer is, what are his desired skills, the amount of money he makes on an average per year, and finally, I'll help you build a resume for your future endeavors. First, let's understand who a full stack developer is. Everybody uses social media applications. The main reason we use them is that they provide excellent user experience and interface. These apps work pretty seamlessly, all thanks to full stack developers. A full stack developer is associated with creation of a product from its start to finish. He designs the front end and the back end of an application while ensuring its efficiency, reliability, and other crucial features. Now that you have a basic knowledge of what a full stack developer does, let's look at some of the desirable skills of a full stack developer. First up, for the front-end development, you should have a good understanding of HTML and CSS. HTML, short of Hypertext Markup Language, governs the appearance of text and images on the screen. It formats the text as headings, paragraphs, or pop-ups. CSS, on the other hand, is a styling sheet. It helps with beautifying the content on your screen in the form of font size, colors, and spacing. Next crucial necessity is JavaScript. It is a powerful client-side programming language mainly used for enhancing user interaction with the application. It offers several libraries and frameworks like React, Angular, Vue, and jQuery. You need to be proficient in one or more of these tools. Next up, we have version control. A version control basically records all the changes made to file over time so that you can recall them at any point in time. Most predominantly used are Git and GitHub. Git is a free and open source distributed version control system designed to handle everything from small to very large projects with speed and efficiency. On the other hand, GitHub is a repository that provides a user interface for Git. It provides features like fork, pull, and merge. Moving on to backend skills, basic knowledge of Node is essential. Node is the hottest JavaScript runtime environment around right now, used by a ton of applications and libraries. If you're writing applications for the server Node.js, you need to be familiar with the environment. Next up is Python. Python is used for several reasons when it comes to full-stack developers. The most common one being the fact that it is better readable than other languages like C, C++, or Java. It is easy to learn and does not require a lot of coding. It also comes with many libraries and frameworks, and has a thriving community for developers. Django is a high-level Python framework that performs actions like authentication, database migration, and URL routing, among others. Finally, the backend skills would require having good knowledge of DBMS. Some of the commonly used databases are Cassandra, MongoDB, and Oracle Database. You should be able to update the databases and retrieve information as and when needed. A full-stack developer needs to possess some basic soft skills as well. First up is creativity. The developer must understand the objectives of the project and should create a product that engages the target audience. Next up, we have strategic planning. Planning is a critical phase in any development lifecycle. The developer should possess the aptitude to strategically plan the design, development, and implementation phases. This helps streamline the process. Next up, we have analytical skills. As the name suggests, it's crucial to analyze the information and make decisions so as to maximize efficiency. Now, these are skills that one develops when they're exposed to, but a good sense of understanding is required. Problem-solving skills are again crucial to predict any errors and develop a bug-free application. From the business perspective as well, problem-solving skills play a significant role in ensuring the smooth conduction of tasks. And finally, we have time management skills. The developer must be able to meet the deadlines while ensuring proper execution of his tasks. Moving on, let's look at the full-stack developer's salary. In India, the average salary of a full-stack developer is about 5,90,000 rupees per annum. In the US, the average salary of a full-stack developer is around $75,000. Now, if you wish to make a career as a full-stack developer or wish to look out for better opportunities, a good resume is key. First, let's look at a sample resume for a fresh graduate. First up is personal information. Mention your name and contact information. Moving on to summary, write a few lines about yourself and skills that you are proud of. Make sure you keep the section brief and to the point. Next, go ahead and provide the links to your LinkedIn profile, GitHub repository, and blogs, if any. In the next section, mention the projects you have worked on. Write a sentence or two about the objective of your projects. Moving on to internships, mention the name of the company you have interned for, along with your role, responsibilities, and the time duration. Again, ensure that you keep it short and simple. This adds credibility to your profile. You can also go ahead and mention the university you are graduating from and your final graduate score. Lastly, mention your skills. This is an important section since you will be judged based on your skills. You can first mention all the technical skills that you're confident about. Mention some soft skills and extracurricular activities that you participated in. Now, let's look at a sample resume for an experienced developer. The personal information remains the same. However, in summary, you can mention your years of experience and your designation in the previous company. Go ahead and provide the links to your LinkedIn profile, GitHub repositories, and other links you feel worth mentioning. Moving on to experience, clearly mention the name of your previous company, your tenure, and the designation. Mention the responsibilities your role came with. Make sure that you don't over-exaggerate. Use short, powerful words like developed, designed, managed, and supervised. Mention any awards or recognitions you have received. This adds a lot of credibility to your resume. You can also provide your academic information like the name of your university, the year of graduation, and your graduate score. Finally, talking about skills, prioritize them according to the job requirement and mention them. In the non-technical skills section, you can mention a few soft skills that you're proud of. If need be, you can also mention a scenario where they came in handy. If you wish to mention some other hobbies or activities, go ahead and mention them. Having said all this, it is vital to not lie on your resume. Make sure the information you provide is accurate and not misleading.
So first of all, we will understand how to add programming projects to a resume, and then we will go through different types of projects like portfolio project, web scraping projects, API based projects, games, e-commerce, etc. We'll go through each of these projects and understand why these projects are important. So having web projects on your resume, whether you're a new to coding or a seasoned programmer, emphasizes your technical skills and experience to companies while helping you stand out from the crowd. This tutorial will teach you all you need to know about choosing and presenting programming projects on your resume. So let's first understand how to add programming projects to your resume. So the recruiters and hiring managers don't have much time to go through the entire resume. So in order to make them notice the best projects you have worked on, you have to include them in proper place in the resume. You can include technical projects in your work experience. section so that the hiring managers can see them when they examine your resume. Also, if you have the prior employment experience, include your programming projects in the extra experience box. You can mention the description of the projects, the technologies you have used while creating the project, and your responsibilities and achievements for the project. You must include the most important technical project you have worked on, and can also use the relevant resume keywords in your programming resume. Listing relevant programming projects allow you to get passed through applicants tracking systems. So use proper resume keywords by carefully reading each job description and adapting your resume achievements and experience to meet the particular qualifications that firms are seeking for. So this was about how to add the programming projects in your resume. Now let's go ahead and have a look at some projects that we can add in the resume, which will increase your chance of selection during the recruitment process. So now let's go ahead and have a look at some projects to add in resume. So first would be portfolio project. So one of the easiest projects to start with is a portfolio project. It enables you to demonstrate your abilities and create a personal website that is as simple as and as complex as you choose. If you create a personal portfolio that you can immediately show on the website, it will be easier to deliver and showcase programming work to recruiters. Including portfolio projects on your resume can be especially valuable if you apply for a creative field, such as design, writing, or marketing. In these fields, a portfolio can provide a tangible example of your work. Now, next project to add in your resume is web scraping. Companies will be impressed if you demonstrate your mastery of web scraping to scan and capture data from a website. Web scraping is a practice of obtaining information and content from a website. It is especially prohibited to do this for publicly unavailable domain. Including web scraping skills on your resume can be a valuable asset, particularly if you are interested in careers in data analysis, data mining, or software development. Web scraping can be a useful tool for collecting and organizing data from a variety of sources. Python web scraping projects are popular among beginners these days. Our channel already includes a Python web scraping tutorial. You can check that tutorial. The link will be added in the description box. Next, we have API-based project. As a web developer, using search inputs is an important skill to have. So consider adding an API to your list of programming projects. API or application programming interface, which is an intermediate between software that allows two apps to interact with one another. APIs provide an easy way to retrieve and distribute data within and across companies. There are a lot of APIs available on the internet, including Twitter's API, Amazon API, and various other APIs. Creating an API-based project allows you to manipulate data, understand client-server architecture, and obtain data from HTTP servers. It is necessary to have basic programming knowledge to create this type of project, and it will take around 2 to 3 weeks to complete this project. Now, before moving forward, let me ask you a quick question. According to you, what was the main reason for Twitter to lay off so many employees? Do let us know in the comment section below. You can take your time. Now, coming to the next project that you must have on your list. Games. So games are an excellent way to demonstrate your knowledge of basic concepts and algorithms. Including games on your programming resume demonstrate your knowledge of logic, data structures, and algorithms. A game project can showcase various skills such as programming skills, game design skills, graphic design skills, and project management skills. Not only that, using game engine software such as Unity, Visual Studio, or Unreal Engine, you can modify or develop an original game with unique 3D characters and storylines. Overall, a game project can be an excellent addition to your resume because it showcases various technical talents in great demand in the gaming business. It can also be a great opportunity to demonstrate your creativity and passion for game development. Next project on our list is Chatbot. Chatbots are extensively utilized to save time on the recurring conversation on corporate websites, smartphones, applications, and social media pages. A chatbot is a piece of software that mimics human communication or chatter via text or voice interactions. To make one, you can use a popular programming language such as Python, Java, or PHP. These are significant commercial projects, and the recruiting manager would like to learn more about you. Now coming to the next project, which is an e-commerce project. So the majority of the websites and applications with which we interact are an e-commerce platforms. An e-commerce website is one that allows you to buy things online. Some examples of e-commerce website is Flipkart, Amazon, Zomato, Oyo, Big Basket, Grofers, etc. Including an e-commerce project on your resume can be a perfect way to demonstrate your technical skills and experience working on a complex project. Depending on the specific role and responsibilities, an e-commerce project can showcase a range of skills, such as web development skills, UX design skills, project management skills, and business skills also. So this was all about projects to add in the resume. If you have any doubts regarding this video, you can put them in the comment section. So what's your opinion on our list? Feel free to let us know if you missed out on something important.
Hey everyone, I'm sure you're all aware that every application that we use today has something called the front end, which is the user interface, and the back end, which is the software that accesses data for us, and finally we have the database to store the data. Now these three together form something called as the full stack. So hi guys, welcome to this video on what is full stack by Simplilearn. But before we begin, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon to never miss an update. So here's what's in store for you. First, we'll have a look at what front-end development is. Then we'll see some of the front-end languages. Then we'll move on to some front-end libraries and frameworks. Then we'll see what back-end development is, understand some of the popularly used back-end languages and frameworks. And finally, we'll have a look at the database. So now what exactly is front end? Every time you open a website, it has several UI components. And once you click on a particular icon, say sign in this case, you get navigated to the sign in or the login page, right? So what happens is that all of these items facilitate navigation and utility. These are collectively called as the front end. So the front end is the visible part of the website or the web application which is responsible for user experience. The user directly interacts with the front end portion of the website or the web application. So now let's have a look at some of the front end languages. So I'm sure you've heard of HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So these are collectively called the front end languages. When it comes to HTML, it defines the structure of websites and formats the web pages. It also defines text documentation. So let's look at a simple example. So here I've made use of the h1 tag, which is the heading tag in HTML, and I've displayed the message hello welcome. So correspondingly, my website displays the same message. So HTML is responsible or it defines what is being shown on the website. Next up is CSS. Now CSS is a style sheet that allows you to alter and style different web components, be it size, font, spacing, etc. It makes the content on the website look more decorative, correct? So now if you have a look at the code here, I've added some styling. I've changed the font style to italic. I've made the text bold and I've changed the color to red. And again, correspondingly, all the changes are seen on the website. Moving on, we have JavaScript. Now JavaScript is a very powerful client-side scripting language and it is mainly used for enhancing the interaction of a user with the web page. So again, if you have a look at the code here, I've created a form wherein the user can enter their name. And I've also displayed the message, please enter your name. As a result, an input box is made available where the user can type in their name. Now this is facilitated by JavaScript. So as I mentioned earlier, it is used to make web pages interactive and bring the web applications to life. So next, let's have a look at some front-end frameworks and libraries. Now most of these are JavaScript frameworks and libraries. First we have React, then there's Angular, there's Vue, there's jQuery, and then there's Bootstrap. Now all of these help develop the front end of the application. However, when it comes to React, Angular and Vue, it's not necessary that you must know everything to create a website. One of them will be sufficient. However, the usage of React is on the rise and most of the developers prefer using React. jQuery and Bootstrap are also powerful frameworks that can be used to create interactive web pages. Now that you know what front-end development is, you must be wondering how the data is being fetched and how this data is being presented in front of you on your screen, correct? Now this is all facilitated by the backend of the application. So let's understand what backend development is. Now backend basically refers to the server-side development of the application. It is responsible for managing all the database with the help of queries and APIs. So every time the user makes a request, it queries the database and retrieves the data from the database and presents it to the user. And lastly, it ensures data consistency. So now let's have a look at some backend languages and frameworks. Firstly, we have Node. Node and Express.js are packages provided by JavaScript. Then there's Python, which is a very popularly used language. Python frameworks like Django and Flask are popularly used to create the backend of applications. Then there's Java, and Java provides Spring and Java Server Faces, which are also used for backend development. Then there's C#, which provides frameworks like ASP.NET Core and ASP.NET MVC. And other popularly used backend languages are PHP, there's Perl, and Ruby. Database is the collection of interrelated data which helps in efficient retrieval, insertion, and deletion of data from database and organizes the data in the form of tables, views, schemas, reports. Now some of the commonly used database management systems are MySQL, there's PostgreSQL, there's Microsoft SQL Server, there's Oracle Database, and then there's MongoDB. But how can we at Simplilearn help you? If you wish to make a career as a full stack developer, then a certification will come in handy. For that, you could head to our official website and look for full stack development courses. Now we offer the full stack Java Developer Masters program. We also provide the postgraduate program in full stack web development, and we also provide the full stack web developer mean stack masters program. You can go ahead and click on the program and have a look at the overview. If this suits your requirements, you can go ahead and purchase the course.
Mobile and web applications are something that we practically can't live without. From ordering food to booking flight tickets to making important bank transactions, these apps have made our lives easier. To cope with the changing demands with respect to user experience and security, web development needs to take a robust and efficient approach. This video tells you what the future of web development will look like. So let's begin by understanding what web development is. A web development involves building and maintaining websites and other web applications. A web developer is expected to convert a web design into a website. They're responsible for how a website or web application looks and functions, from its user interface and page layout to backend systems for gathering data. So a lot goes into building a website. There are several tools, frameworks, and packages that help create web applications. HTML, CSS, JavaScript are the basic languages required to develop a website. JavaScript offers several frameworks and libraries like React, Angular, and Vue. JavaScript and its environment like Node.js and Express.js. Node is an open source cross-platform runtime environment that allows developers to create server-side tools and JavaScript applications. Knowledge of the basic command line like npm, Node Package Manager, is essential. But I'm sure you're aware of all this. So what's going to be new? Well, according to experts, there are 4 major future trends in web development. So let's start and decode them one by one. First up is TypeScript. TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript and is an object-oriented programming language. In simple terms, it is just JavaScript with other impressive additional features. TypeScript supports all JavaScript libraries and frameworks. With an increase in code complexity, JavaScript had to fulfill the requirements of OOP. Hence, that led to the introduction of TypeScript. TypeScript helps with quicker code development, thus improving performance. There are a few improvements with TypeScript that give it an upper hand over JavaScript. Only at the time of development does TypeScript bring out compilation issues. This reduces the chances of mistakes occurring at runtime. A property of TypeScript is that it is strongly typed or enables static typing. Static typing allows type correctness to be checked at compilation time. In JavaScript, this isn't possible. TypeScript is nothing but JavaScript and some additional features, i.e. ES6 features. Some of these features are interfaces, generics, namespaces, null checking, and access modifiers. TypeScript supports IntelliSense, which provides active hints as the code is added. So considering all these advantages, TypeScript is something that will be widely adopted by teams across the globe. Next up is WebAssembly. WebAssembly is a new way to run on the web. WebAssembly, or WASM, is the second universal programming language that all web browsers can understand and run. However, you're not going to be writing scripts in WebAssembly yourself. It's a low-level assembly language designed to be very close to compiled machine code and very close to native performance. What this means is that JavaScript is no longer the only language you can run on the web. Web browsers can run any language now, if that language has a WebAssembly compiler. Even traditional desktop languages like C++ and Rust can be compiled down to WASM with relative ease. WASM currently runs in 94% of users' browsers, with IE, UC Browser, and Opera Mini support being the main things holding it back, as per usual. However, it's backed by developers from Mozilla, Microsoft, Google, and Apple, and support in modern browsers is fast moving. Next up, we have package managers. A package manager or package management system is a collection of software tools that automates the process of installing, upgrading, configuring, and removing software packages for a computer's operating system in a consistent manner. It typically maintains a database of software dependencies and version information to prevent software mismatches and missing prerequisites. NPM is the package manager for the Node JavaScript platform. It puts modules in place so that Node can find them and manages dependency conflicts intelligently. It is extremely configurable to support a wide variety of use cases. Yarn is another package manager that replaces the existing workflow for the NPM client or other package managers while remaining compatible with the NPM registry. It has the same feature set as exciting workflows while operating faster, more securely, and more reliably. Lastly, we have JavaScript dialects. Compiler to JavaScript, there are many JavaScript dialects like CoffeeScript, Dart, Babel, TypeScript, and Svelte that offers better features than JavaScript and ultimately compile to JavaScript. It is likely that these languages will be the future. There are several other predictions like better appreciation for web standard, less client work, and more focus on personal projects, and the need to know more languages. Regardless, the future of web development looks more promising than ever. If you wish to make a career as a web developer, start now.
So let's talk about the very first top AI tool, which is Skillora.ai. This AI tool aims to provide the best AI-driven mock interview experience. You can take mock interviews for any job roles and subject, receiving instant constructive feedback. Skillora's AI interviewer listens to your responses and asks dynamic flow-up questions to test your depth of knowledge. With the Essential plan, you gain access to 6 AI mock interviews per month. You'll receive instant feedback, ideal answers, and performance reports, helping you upgrade your skills for just $8 per month. The premium plan allows you to enjoy 15 AI mock interviews per month. You'll get the same instant feedback, ideal answers, and performance reports along with priority support, maximizing your learning for only $15 per month. Next up, we have Visco's. Visco's advanced AI coach is designed to elevate your job interview skills, harnessing insights from over 10,000 companies. It offers tailored sessions that simulate real interviews, providing personalized feedback and performance analytics. It transcribes your performance and delivers a conversational experience akin to an actual interview. It also offers customized feedback and performance analytics, helping you refine both your answers and communication skill. During practice session, you can craft questions specific to your desired role and industry, ensuring relevance and depth in your preparation. Supporting various interview styles. The price for AVA services are available for free. Next up, we have interviewing.io. Interviewing.io is an AI-powered platform that provides candidates with simulated technical interviews. The platform uses machine learning algorithms to assess your coding skills, problem-solving abilities, and communication style. You can get 4 simulated technical interviews for $225. Next up, we have MockMate. MockMate is an AI-powered tool that allows you to practice answering common interview questions. This tool provides feedback on your answers and gives tips on how to improve your performance. The service is available for $29 per month. Moving on to ChatGPT. ChatGPT is an AI chatbot that can be used to practice answering interview questions in a conversational setting. The chatbot can be customized to simulate the style of an actual interview, and it provides feedback on your answers. The free plan allows you to get started with writing assistant, problem solving, and many more. You will have limited access to ChatGPT 4o mini, including data analysis, file uploads, vision, web browsing, and custom GPTs. All of this is available at no cost. Then we have the Plus plan, which is for $20 per month. The Plus plan amplifies your productivity by offering early access to new features, access to ChatGPT 4, 4o, and GPT 4o's mini, up to 5x more messages for ChatGPT 4o. You can access to data analysis, upload files, vision web browsing, and DALL-E image generation. You can also create and use custom GPTs. Then we have My Interview Practice. My Interview Practice is an AI tool that allows you to practice interviews in a simulated environment. The platform uses AI to generate interview questions based on your chosen field and provides instant feedback on your responses. This tool is particularly useful for those who want to practice their interview skills in low-pressure environment. The Plus plan is for $49 per month. You get 1 month of access. And the Premium plan is for $57 per month, and you will get access to additional features and many more benefits. Next up, we have Udly. Udly offers real-time interview coaching using AI. It analyzes your speech and body language, providing feedback on how to improve your performance. Udly services are available for free. Now you might be wondering how AI tools can help you ace your job interviews. AI tools can assist in several ways. At first, we have research companies. AI tool provides information about companies' website, news articles, and social media, helping you tailor your answers to the interview's question. Practice questions. AI tool help you practice answering common interview questions, boosting your confidence and preparation. Feedback. AI tool offers feedback on your answers, highlighting areas for improvement and refining your responses. Personalized advice. AI tools provide tips and advice on improving your interview skills, giving you an edge to your next job interview. Choose the right AI tool and select an AI tool that fits your needs and preferences. Use the tool consistently, starting a few weeks before your interview to maximize its benefits. After practicing with the AI tool, get feedback from others to identify areas for further improvement. Dress professionally and be punctual for your interview to make a positive first impression. Show enthusiasm and confidence during the interview to leave a lasting impression on the interviewer. AI tools can significantly aid in interviewing preparation. By using them effectively, you can enhance your chances of success in your next job interview. So that's a wrap up on a full course. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.